Gathered friends, listen again to our legend of the Bionicle. Long ago, many heard the tale of our chronicler, Takua, his journey to discover the secrets of Mata Nui and to defeat the Makuta. 20 years have passed since the 7th Toa was found, and with his noble victory, the door was opened for great adventures to come. An ancient city was lost and rediscovered. A powerful mask sparked and ignited, and an all-consuming shadow rose and fell. Though the chroniclers have grown silent and the village fires have gone cold, there are still those who remember the tales of our heroes, many of whom share in our legend today. Now, on the 5th annual Bionicle Day, new legends will awaken and a hero will be revealed.
Is this real? The fear I feel when the noise starts dying down. Is it true that there's a place for you when the sun burns out? Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to make things right. Is there a cure? The sky obscured and the monsters crawling out. I'm not scared, I won't die in here while the world burns down. Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to burn alive.
Not Welcome to the Bionicle Mask of Light 20th Anniversary Commentary. I am your host, Liam, also known as Vakiti, and with us today we have some very special guests, starting with Bob Thompson. Welcome back, Bob.
Hi, good to hear.
Harry Shakespeare.
Hello, glad to be here.
And last but not least, David Molina.
Hello, everyone. Nice to be here.
Now, this show is about the creatives first and foremost, so I'm going to sit back and let the professionals do the talking. So, happy Bionicle Day, and we hope you all enjoy the show.
Seems like we wanted to do a custom thing with the Miramax logo, but they wouldn't let us.
Gathered friends, listen again to our legend of the Bionicle. In the time before time, the Great Spirit descended from the heavens, carrying we, the ones called the Matoran, to this paradise.
We had a great visual director on this. His name was Dwayne Luce, who helped come up with this beautiful beginning.
Duty and destiny. We embrace these gifts, and in gratitude, we named our island home Mata Nui, after the Great Spirit himself. But our happiness was not to last. For Matanui's brother, the Makuta, was jealous of these honors and betrayed him, casting a spell over Matanui, who fell into a deep slumber. The Makuta was free to unleash his shadows. And unleash them, he did.
Nathan did such a great job with the score there, didn't he?
He did.
He's got more rocks in his head than a Pomatoran. Takua! Takua. Takua! Takua! Look, Buku. That's why they call me the Chronicler. Oh, I bet no one's ever recorded this before.
This sequence was one of their earliest scenes that were fully rendered into color that we all got very excited about when we first saw it. Our friends at CG were instrumental in getting these nice, really realistic looking renderings.
I think it's, yeah, you look at this movie today and you kind of think, oh, that stuff is easy, but back then it was really hard. I mean,
yeah, it's like the state of the art back then.
And then the time that they spent making lava look actually like it was a flowing molten lava. wasn't.
Takua, get out of there!
Bob, do you recall the early CG renderings you did over at Lego for the? Those were beautiful. Those are very inspirational, also for all of this.
Yeah, well, that was largely Christian. That was Christian Faber.
Oh, really?
That's right.
Yeah,
They were
he was
gorgeous.
very. Yeah, he was art directing that and very close to the team. They were actually done at a small studio in Copenhagen. But what you couldn't do is you couldn't make a whole movie at that.
Seen this language.
Yeah, with that team at that price. Yeah, the price point was fine for a 30-second commercial, but there just weren't at the time, and I don't think there even are now, enough animators, in Copenhagen to have done it. We would just run out of people.
Jella! Oh, Toatahu!
Chronicler! Sightseeing, were you?
I remember Bob was very helpful, helping us learn how a surfer is supposed to move. So it was, we tried to be accurate.
I'd forgotten about that, yeah, because Tahu was on top of the wave at the beginning, which is kind of surfing rather than the real thing.
I wish we had photos because Bob was posing for us on a surfboard.
So, Takua, is this view close enough?
Incoming! Takua. Toatahu. Takua? He didn't... Ha-ha! You're alive! Coley head! You could have been lava bones. Could have been, but I'm not.
A great Kanohi mask.
It was in the lava. Takua...
This could be important. Take it to Taragavakama. After you've won the Coley match. Then no more sightseeing.
Yes, Toatahu.
Inside that mask had the inscription written in Bionicle alphabet. And I remember going around and around, what are we going to write in there? What's it going to say? Because people are going to translate this. And we had all kinds of ideas. I think ultimately Bob was like, just don't put anything, like any dirty jokes or anything that might get us in trouble. I don't remember exactly what it said, but
I'm sure someone will freeze frame it now and find out and post it.
Yeah.
Let us welcome.
One thing I did want to bring up, just out of curiosity, it's been noticed in the past that a lot of the models for the movie were based off prototypes, and I'm wondering if you guys have any stories about that.
We were just talking a while ago. We'd get a box of Bionicle characters prototypes from Lego, which were so cool. We'd go to work putting them together.
Thrilled to be here.
I don't know if some of them were not approved for production yet. They were early.
Yeah.
But we had a kick seeing all these exotic, Bionicles
That you couldn't buy yet.
Yeah, come across, and they were really neat.
Yeah, quite
They
a lot
had
of
little
them were
stamps
carved
from the
foam.
factory on them.
Yeah, we had quite a lot that were carved foam, and they were just hand carved with craft knives. One of the things we also did with the movie, and it was very intentional, we wanted the movie characters to look like the models were a Lego representation of them, rather than be exactly like the toy experience. And it was really, that was about having each media type have its own look. So if you looked at what happened with you know, the online Flash game, the Matanui Adventure, had a distinct 2D look. It wasn't accurate to the toy, and that was very intentional. You wanted it to feel like the film was the film, the game was the game, and then the toy was the toy. So there wasn't neither was better nor worse than the other. They just weren't. They were just representations of each other.
Yeah, I was so happy when Lego, gave us all that leeway to do that, because we just were not excited about making a 75-minute commercial, but we really wanted it to feel like it was a movie first and then the toys came second. That was kind of our attitude.
That was the bar to try to reach.
Right.
And actually, we've just seen those two characters come on. If you look at the articulation they have and the range of movement they have in the shoulder, you just can't get that from the plastic model. It requires deforming. And it was nice in the way that leeway allowed performance and acting to be better. It allowed the masks to move, as you can see in the facial expressions here.
Yeah.
It was very interesting as well how the art style kind of changed as the movie developed, because I remember you guys had created papers showcasing the original animation test that you did, which was a lot closer to the actual toys.
Right. Yeah, I think that first test we did, I think it was just totally based on the toy. Yeah, we didn't do it. Then we started thinking that we would love to get eye blinks and eye directions, so we came up with the idea of the glowing eye, and I think it was pretty successful. Another thing, Lego, I couldn't believe they let us do, and it was wonderful, is, as you know, the toy have the weapon type hands and arms, and we thought, we really need to get a human-like hand so we can express properly, and they went along with it. And, I never really knew. I think the fans, it was kind of mixed, whether they would accept that or not, but I think they did.
Yeah, we were trying to look for the optimal route in order to get the character's performance to hold your attention and to be able to service a movie script with everything that was demanded of these characters. So that's why we had to do certain things to get that to get more expression.
No Matrix scene here.
That was a lot of Hong Kong action movie. It's actually dropped in here as well, wasn't there, with the speed shift and all of that stuff. So it was kind of that sort of fun route edition. It was fine. That was another fun thing. We wanted to create a little bit of a rift or a personality problem between the Tower, because it made the story a little bit more interesting.
Good shooting, Hookie.
And it was difficult because you've only got so much time, and if you try and service a story about the Tower and a story about the Matoran and what are the Turaga doing and all the villages, it would be impossible to do that in you'd need a television season to cover all of that stuff. I think it was neat the way that we got the little personality stuff in with the Toa there and a few other points, so that at the end you felt that the Toa had their own story in there. But really, it's this is the Matoran story. Actually, here's another fun thing. I don't know if I'm sure people are aware, but that's a representation of the lid of the canister from that season.
Oh, that's right.
This is the great Kanohi mask.
So the idea of
A mask to be worn
bits of
only
barnacle
once.
that appear in all sorts of places.
The prophecy is being fulfilled.
A Toa of light.
Okay, there's the text. Someone's going to have to translate it.
Yeah. And
Legends foretell the coming of a seventh Toa, who would bring light to the shadows and awaken Matanui.
What are we waiting for? We should prepare for this Toa's arrival.
Bionicle is just a very rich world. That's Terry and I and Sue really, our partner Sue really liked the richness, the diversity, biodiversity of this world really attracted us.
it's a huge universe that Bob and the writers created, and it was like, it was a lot to learn. Even to this day, we can hardly remember a lot of the characters. Are such a rich
He
universe.
must be the herald of the seventh Toa.
But I didn't tell them the truth. Say
I have to go back to Word documents to find them all, to be
say
honest.
I say, hail Jala! All hail Jala! Herald of the seventh Toa! Hail Jala! Hail Jala! You cannot do this to me. You have to be the herald.
Captain of the Guard, approach.
Takua.
That was great.
It seems the Mask of Light has chosen you. Will you seek the seventh Toa?
I will. And Takua the Chronicler has volunteered to join me.
Perfect. While Jala makes history, you will record it. Soon, we will have another great chapter to add to our wall.
Yes, Taraga. It will be full of Jala's brave deeds.
Love the voice of Taraga Vakama.
The seventh Toa.
Christopher Gaze is amazing at what he did. He actually, preceding this event this year, he's actually recorded some new dialogue for us, which was very nice of him.
Simply happy to take
Oh, that's terrific.
You travel with Golly?
No, she has gone to ponder the great thoughts.
That's a quote from my dad, going to ponder the great thoughts, but I'm not going to tell you what he's going to do.
I like that.
A seventh star.
The earth shudders, my brother. The seventh Toa has begun its approach. Again, the prophecy.
Touching again on the subject of prototypes, Makuta and the Rakshi in particular were interesting to note, and we've actually seen some of those prototypes pop up on eBay. It was very interesting to see that Makuta's mask seemed to have been just kit bashed between a Pakari and a Vahi just put together.
I must preserve your slumber. Their unity can be poisoned.
So if anyone has got a German version of this, one thing you'll notice is that the color of Makuta's eyes is different in the German version.
Right.
And because Red Scary Eyes got us a higher rating, and actually his eyes are a different color in that version.
Looks like Henry has joined us. Welcome, Henry Gilroy.
Hello
Henry.
there. Sorry for my tardiness.
Good.
Hi, Henry.
Nice to see you.
Toa Pohatu has left for the north. He spreads word of your search.
Oh, thanks. I'll take any help I can, give to Jala for his quest. The one that's his, that is.
Look, don't get mushy, Jala. I have no time for a long goodbye.
I was just gonna say, well, you owe me a rematch on the Coley field.
Well then, you'd better hurry back, because I'll be practicing.
His expression there is priceless, isn't it? It's It captures that moment beautifully.
Yes.
You guys did such a fantastic job with the emotion of the mask. I remember writing the script thinking, how are they going to do this? How are they going to pull it off? You know, I've worked on superhero shows before, and just the expressions you got in the eyes, and we had some terrific voice acting too.
Part of the animation, when we did the storyboards, we designed how the characters would be drawn in the storyboards for two reasons. One of them, they were so complicated. They had to be designed for storyboards to be simple to draw quickly. But I think that was an advantage because then the expressions were designed into that, and then the CG animators would try to copy that. But they were drawn super simple, cartoony almost in the boards. And I think that helped the animators with the performance, using that for reference.
I remember there being a ton of time spent on getting the facial expressions and getting the mouth shapes right as well. That was, the grills in the Toa masks, the light behind, everything was really, really well considered, and I think
wasn't there like a chain, some research and development between the shape of the mouths and also like whether you were going to do light, have the light kind of come on as they spoke?
Yes.
Just so you notice, that's obviously a second canister lid as a different piece of design. Actually, a weird thing about some of the textures on these guys, there's a we were allowed into a museum in Taipei where they had all these jade knives and ancient I think they were jade blades, and we were able to kind of look at that, and I think that found its way into the texture design, didn't it, of the back of the Rakshi there.
Definitely, yeah.
That's right.
There we go.
These guys are a little bit inspired by the Xenomorph, I think.
Yeah.
Which we're all big fans of.
That was back when water was really hard to do.
They're headed for
And
Takoro.
we'd see water in the script, and we're like, oh my God, please, do we really have to do water?
I think I remember that. Like,
it turned out pretty
Still
good.
really hard to do. I'm working on a project at the moment that's integral to the story is wind and rain and storms, and with furry characters, it's an absolute nightmare even now. So back then it was super hard.
Especially just the interaction of the character in the water, it's really difficult.
I think you guys said, can you keep them above the water or below the water, but not in the water?
Can they be underwater?
You guys pulled it off. Oh, gosh, I love these masks. I don't know if I told you guys, but for the first time at WonderCon, I saw some mid-20s, I'll say kids, but youngish adults wearing Tahu masks because these kids were raised with this movie and they watched the heck out of it. So now they're cosplaying the characters. It's kind of awesome.
Oh man, I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I was so shocked I didn't take a picture. I just yelled Tahu. And this kid raised this big red sword that he had carved out of foam, and I was like, "This is amazing."
Wow. Oh, impressive. I remember on Tahu there when he pulled his swords out, it was like, "Where are they coming from?" And it was like, it's cartoon logic. They're just coming out of his butt, out of nowhere. And then he was like, "Okay, that's good enough for me."
Oh my gosh, I remember the grief Bob got for this attack and how dark and scary it was. I said, this has got to be the most terrifying thing ever, and Bob's like, they won't let us do that.
It's really funny to think how that attitude kind of shifted over the years. And even by the time we get to Web of Shadows, where by the end of the movie, you see the floor of the Colosseum is just littered with the parts of dead Vizarok.
Right.
Yeah.
Surrender?
I mean, and a lot of that, David and I, we just go dark as well. I mean, it was like, we thought, well, let's just see how dark we can go before they stop us.
Oh, and kids love it. They love scary. They love
Yeah.
to be scared. I mean, yeah.
That's how we felt.
But, the strange thing was, the only place we had a problem with getting, the kind of rating that we needed was in Germany, and the fix was to make Makuta's eyes less red.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with this scene at all, which I think is far
isn't it
darker.
interesting? Something about red.
Yeah. The deep voice and scary red eyes was one of the
Yeah.
notes.
Yes.
I love it.
One more step and
I'll take it from here, wise one.
This is another one of those great moments where we've got characters with huge great swords, and we're not allowed to show them as swords.
I know, that drove you and I crazy.
Hurry! Go quickly! Brother, be careful! Roxy! Tahu, your mask. I'm sorry.
It's nothing.
Poison!
This way! Golly, jump on!
Music's so good.
I love the way he touches his hand down there. That's a nice touch.
You could tell that was probably boarded by some Southern California guys, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Or are you, Bob? Bob used to sneak away and go surfing all the time.
Hey, I didn't sneak away ever and go surfing, not once.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, I thought you did. Oh, of course you did.
At weekends.
He'd come into our studio with carrying his longboard.
I would, yeah. I would get up at 4:30 in the morning to go surf before work.
The Mask of Light?
Then they seek the seventh Toa. Jala and Takua.
We'll summon the Toa to find them.
Don't trouble the others, sister. I'll see to their safety myself.
No, Tahu, no! We must remain united.
These guys would make great stop motion puppets.
I hate the jungle. It's all sticky, full of bugs. How can you say that? It's incredible. Is there any place on Matanui where you
I was going to say, I remember for quite a few years, Grass was like the enemy of any CG studio, especially CG.
Absolutely.
What about your
After,
All that, tons and tons of juice.
oh my gosh! After this project, I think it was CG who animated this, right?
Right.
And afterward, I went to work on the Clone Wars series at Lucasfilm, and I remember George always asking, like, why can't we get good grass? And trying to explain to him how difficult it was, back then. I know now they've got all sorts of programs and algorithms for that.
Yeah, you would think that would be something that's easy to do. Same with lots of leaves and trees.
Oh my gosh.
Just rendering.
The more geometry, the heavy.
Yeah, even as late as on Rebels, which was 2013, 2014, grass was an issue, and our interaction with grass.
bear fight like that, little one? Oh, right here.
Water and grass. And then the grass there is moving, of
I'd
course.
say
So that
you're a
makes it more
natural
fun.
brave fire spitter.
And the tree in the background, if you look, it's
Finish what I started.
quite impressive to have moving foliage
yeah.
back then.
Absolutely.
Now,
What's that for? You and Ash Bear got no wrong quarrel? Just doing her duty.
So we just went past a little section where we were talking about Nathan earlier with the score. There's just a little bit of Western music that drops in for like two bars.
Slight magnificent.
While he's riding on the back of the Rahi. It's great.
Yeah.
Seek the seventh Toa.
He seeks. I follow. He's the herald. I'm just his biographer.
If Toa Liwa helped on your search, might he be a spirit lift?
You? With us?
We'd be honored to have you walk with us.
Walk? Ha! Not never. If you ride with me, there'll be no foot walking, just air flying.
Remember, there was another animation test that came after the one that was closer with the toys that used Lewanuva, and it had dialogue from, what was it, Dirty Harry?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then today's for quick learning.
I was just thinking about Henry. Do you remember how long it took to write the dialogue? That was, I think that was one of the hardest pieces of dialogue.
It was really tricky to kind of capture the essence of the character, because I think all of the the legendary heroes, we really wanted to give them unique voices and have them feel special. And there's a bunch of them, so yeah. I think we wrote that probably 4 or 5 times, that scene.
I think you remember sat in the back room at Creative Capers across the street. You know, there was that little upstairs room that wasn't so much used, and you and I must have drunk a jug of coffee and eaten 2 packets of M&Ms by the time we were done.
Yeah.
What? We're here.
I don't think anyone involved with the writing process for any of the Bionicle lore really liked using tree speak at all. It became such a huge problem for people writing it.
Yeah, it's a challenge. I think anytime you kind of create a world like this, so much thought goes into it to make it feel unique and special, but yet still relatable. And as long as you kind of keep the humanity of the characters, it's always at the heart of it, you kind of dress it up with that, and I think that, like we were talking about before, the acting that you put into the characters, you're communicating so much with just pose and expression, where if you don't understand exactly what they're saying, it's okay, because you're getting it through even the tone of the voice.
Yeah, I think that was a big thing to get every scene so it worked without the dialogue. I think there was a lot of pain went into to getting there, because some of our audience could potentially be quite young and might struggle to follow the dialogue. We wanted to make the story hang together whether you heard the dialogue or not. And then
one thing I wanted to point out for backstory a little bit is that, as Bob was saying earlier about every one of these things related to Bionicle, whether it's a movie or a game, they all have a different, slightly different art direction look. And what we wanted to do also was add a layer into the characters themselves. If you look closely on close-up scenes, you can see slight muscle groupings behind behind the metal, or the chest, if you see, or stomach muscles, and that was intentionally done to give the characters, a biomechanical type look,
or organic.
No. Well,
yeah, it works great.
Find the seventh Toa. You see,
I also think the sound, so much goes into it, but besides this heroic, terrific score, right, by Nathan, the sound of the characters is they feel more organic than they do mechanical. There's not servos hissing and whirring and that kind of thing.
Right. I think in the first test we did, you could hear little servos and stuff.
Yes.
I was kind of glad that was dropped out, because it was just so obvious and not necessary.
I think Tim Barquez, I think we need to give him a little shout out because those guys, they won 2 golden reels with the Bionicle movies.
Oh yeah,
so,
that's right.
First, we must be united.
you know, they did a great job with the sound.
Together, we are strong.
Yeah, you guys won the Mask of Lightning and won the Saturn Awards Best DVD as well.
That's right.
Right there.
mine's over there.
Stop. Go.
The captain of the guard never runs.
I have a confession. Kopaka is my favorite Toa. I'm sure we've all got a favorite Toa. I just love the minimal dialogue that he delivers.
It is great voice too.
He is so cool, literally.
What? No. The mask.
Washed and chilled.
Love that line.
Great line.
That was you, Bob. I'm pretty sure you wrote that.
No, that was you. That was another long afternoon with coffee and M&Ms.
That scene was very well storyboarded.
Good moves.
Even I get lucky sometimes.
Not luck. It's what you do that makes it.
I like that how we kind of set up this. Yeah, he's great. He's so good. I love how we kind of set up the beginning that a one of our heroes gets poisoned, so that later on you kind of worry. Oh gosh, are you guys gonna make it? You know, even though we have these interactions with our heroes, you're never quite sure if the guys are gonna make it out of it. So there's really good tension.
Another thing that people have noticed over the years that I wanted to touch on, in the previous scene there, you saw Kopaka readjusting Takua's mask, and there was a deleted scene where during the Coley match his mask fell off, but you never see his face. You only see him from behind. You guys were very, very careful not to show the faces under the masks at any point.
Yeah, they were kind of hideous. I think people would look at them and go, "What is that?" You know, they're.
But also, I think that would have lost the illusion as well, because these characters express through their masks. Right. They can change their masks, but
it's literally like taking your face off. You know.
Yeah.
It would have just been a bit weird. There was a movie around that time called Face Off where someone did just that, but it was,
right. I remember that.
Hey,
Bob, what is that? What does that say up there on the wall?
I can't read it. Someone's got some bioluminescent antlers in the way. But,
I don't remember what that says.
It does say something.
All of those things had little messages.
Yes.
That we spent a lot of time
I
writing.
remember this scene was not in the script. You guys kind of did this played this whole thing, the beginning of it.
So am
I know who you are. I'm not
the dreaded
afraid.
red eyes, Bob.
Shadows cannot hide your fear or the truth.
What truth?
So did they alter the eyes or just cut the whole movie out? Or
No, it was color corrected. It was color corrected, and
Oh, it was color correct. What color did they
and I
make
think
it?
the audio was just taken down just a little bit less menacing.
Okay.
Die because of you. Bring me the mask, Takua. Bring it to me, and you won't lose your friend.
No, I won't let everyone down.
You fail them more if you refuse. For the mask, your villages and Jala will be spared. Don't be a fool.
No, I can't. Takua! The mask is pointing this way. So where'd you wander off to? Jala, about the mask. What about it? Are you ready to take it? Finally? I can't. I can't go with you. What? Why? I can't explain. Oh, that's just great. First you stick me with your duty, and then you ditch me? My duty is to myself. I quit! Just take the mask and go! Fine, but I won't give up. I'll find the seventh toe whether you're the true herald or not.
My goodwill refused. My noble sons bound in ice. So my hand is cast.
We always wanted to keep Makuta dark and in the shadows, so you couldn't really make out his form too much. And the inspiration for him was Marlon Brando in Apocalypse Now. That character.
Great.
You liked the way he was. You just saw parts of him and this brooding character in the dark, you know, holding his sweaty head. You know, that was kind of our inspiration for him.
Yeah, and that was great because I remember when you pitched that to me, it was just like, okay, that's one of my favorite films there. So any reference to that is fine as long as it's.
And that character was scary.
It was.
Onua, my friend. It seems bashing
This is
granite
another
is treating
awesome
you well.
location. I love how I think at the initial pitch you guys were like, "Can we cut down one location?" I'm like, "No, I gotta go see all six Toa and see where they hang out."
You should join me out sometime. Try doing a real job. Say, how goes the carving?
Their work is magnificent,
So
but
hot too.
nowhere near as good as the other tidings I bring. Matoran of Onokoro, the Mask of Light, has been found! Jala, the captain of the guard of Takora, and Takua the Chronicler, even now seek the seventh Toa! Chronicler, where is the herald?
We got separated after we met the Rakshi.
Rakshi?
What is Rakshi?
What an entrance.
Those, except different ones.
Just those are plenty for now.
Welcome to Onokoro!
I love the scale and how cinematic the action sequences are. You know, the dialogue and friendship scenes are so intimate, and then we kind of open it out. Really, you know, build the action to be big, and I did a great job.
was a really tough directing challenge actually Terry David took on and actually really nailed. These characters have these kind of quite specific powers that were elemental. And yet, how do you on screen show poison? How do you on screen show, difficult? And it comes across really clearly.
I love that little hint towards Takua's true nature or potential.
Yeah, there was even a little spark of electricity between him and the Coley.
No! Tahu! Back! Windfly! Brother!
Fire has no brothers.
I love that particular mask you can select. You know, the poison mask. I love that version of it.
Yeah.
Really cool. I think they were hard to come by back in the day.
Quick speed to Jala. Warn him.
I will.
Huku! Where are you going? Come on, girl. Atta girl. Alright. Okay. Keep going.
Puku is such a great character, and it was never really a model. And
I was going to ask
to make a grab, but it didn't really quite ever play up. I remember the pain of retaking the walking. It was one of the things I really wanted was that Puku should be like both a Labrador and a rally car. But it was. I know that's a tough brief, right?
Your turn.
It's always so funny to me to think when you go through the credits and you realize that Puku and Makuta have the same voice actor of Lee Talker. It's amazing the range that he has.
Well done! But how did you keep the ceiling from collapsing on us, too?
Tahu! Remember who you are! Remember your destiny!
I have no destiny. Sorry, brother.
Brothers, let's take him to safety.
We gotta find Jala. Come on. Come on. Let's get out of here.
The poison is destroying him. We must counteract it. His life depends on it.
Do you know the cure?
Perhaps, but we must act. Let us summon all the healing powers we possess. Liwa, ready his sword. Kopaka. That's enough.
Brother.
Once again, Bob, does it have to be water?
It is her elemental power, so yes.
Yeah, it's like we're going, okay.
You did.
Get the checkbook out, Bob.
Kopaka, do you think that Turaga were right about us? Have we lost our unity? Kopaka? Kopaka.
I know Clint Eastwood meets Batman. I know we talked about that.
Matanui, where does my destiny lie? Well, I guess I asked. Oh, what now? Grab on! Well, well, well. Whatever happened to I quit? I could've, but I didn't.
Bad news. More Rakshi. They've taken Onokoro.
The Mask of Light was never at Onokoro.
They don't want the mask. They're looking for the Herald.
You sure?
Most or all the characters, if you notice, have those little chest lights that we put in. Their little heart light that we put in to signify life, of course.
Yeah, more water there, guys.
Sister, he is
Oh, no.
That
As long
was
as it's not
probably my
splashing.
Brother, are you well?
No. No, I'm not well. But I am alive. And in your debt, my sister.
I remember the hours of agony over how do we bring them back together? How do we reunite them? What's the perfect way to do it? And that scene was so simple.
It's a special place.
Sure this thing is working right?
I think we tried a lot of complicated ideas to make that happen, and all it was a fist bump.
Right.
Whoa! What did you do? This is it. The seventh Toa must be here. Roxy! Give me the mask!
Jala, no! We both know the mask chose me. I'm the true Herald.
Are you sure? Even now?
Yes! I am the Herald! And I say run!
Oh, now what?
We're trapped.
But not helpless.
Toa! Great! You can get us out of here!
We are done running.
Whoa! What's that?
Brothers, we thought we lost you.
And you might have, if it weren't for our icy friend. Now, as one! We will not be broken.
Windfly! Sand Twister!
And fire!
Makes glass!
Back off!
Surprise.
Roxy! Leave the heavy lifting to me! Lava!
Water!
And ice.
I'm supposed to make the sacrifice.
No, the duty was mine. You know who you are. You were always different. You know who you are.
Goodness me. Do you remember how hard that transformation was for the animators?
Toa of
Oh,
Light.
yeah. A lot of work. A lot of work.
That was one of the most difficult shots in the film, in spite of it not having water in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Especially like you said earlier, I mean, for the time 2003 or this was all pretty new technology doing this stuff. It was very difficult compared to today.
Yes, so many of the effects that you guys kind of shepherded and created are kind of out of the box now. You know, all of those particle effects for the it's just you guys did
so much easier.
You guys did a fantastic job of, you know, with CG really making them feel fresh. You know,
All this just to discover who I am.
You have finally found your own story.
Limitations.
And still you seek answers. Mata Nui
I know.
is wiser.
Compared, I think Pixar was still spending like $80 million back then on these things.
But in
Yeah.
here,
Oh, yeah.
you understand your destiny is clear.
My duty is clear. Jala's sacrifice.
Yeah,
will
even
not
just
be in
lighting a scene was difficult, getting it to
Mhm.
look right. Rendering. CG, you know, hats off to them. They did amazing job.
Oh yeah,
Animating.
and kind of you know your strategy of kind of building the small sets and foreground, and then having the map paintings in background. You know, that experience came in handy. We did it all the time on Clone Wars, and they produced that in 2005 and
really
on.
helped.
Yeah.
Not join me.
But united, our power defeated the Rakshi.
Yeah, then you can get.
It will take nothing less to defeat the Makuta.
I have but one destiny. Yours lie with the Matoran and the Turaga.
That's
Gather
nice.
them and
I
wait
like
for
that
my return.
mask.
Yeah, it's great design, Toa of Light.
I remember Bob's like, oh, how does he get down to I was like, oh yeah, I should burn a hole in the ground and like dive in. He's like, no, he needs to ride a motorcycle. I'm like, what are you talking about? No, he should just go down. No, he should get on a motorcycle. I'm like, what? And he's like, look, Henry, they already designed the box. I'm like, oh, okay, I understand.
Pretty cool.
Love that the fuel for it is actually 3 of the the Rakshis inside the.
That's
the fuel
right.
tanks.
That's right. Yeah, those weird worm things.
Oh,
It's time someone was your chronicler.
I love that aspect of the toy. Is they're all hard and crunchy and mechanical, and then there's this soft gooey thing that you put inside of them. It's such an awesome boys toy. Like.
You can no longer hide in shadow.
I am Shadow. The shadow that guards the gate. Now run along, or accept your doom.
I am done running. Matanui will be awakened this day.
Funny you were mentioning earlier the most of the characters lacking the servo sound, so I think it's a very good contrast that Makuta is the only one that really has a lot of those crunchy mechanical sounds.
You are still just.
Yes.
Yeah,
And I remember when we were mixing that, it was just trying to do it mostly on close-ups, I think.
Yeah, so you could really hear the characters closer, let's say, to the audience. You could hear all those, that sound layering.
I love that reveal shot when he comes walking out of the darkness and you see the scale. You're like, oh, you're really worried for your hero. So good.
Like seeing a creepy spider for the first time with the lights on. I was telling Terry one weekend, I came back and I had, because we had to figure out how to animate this, animate Makuta, and I had an uncle who was really big, and but he could move really quick, and he scared me as a child because it's kind of scary, imposing guy. But I told Terry that that's how I wanted to approach him. Is even though he's big, he's very swift if he wants to be. Makuta. My Uncle Alan.
Uncle Alan. You can say Makuta was based on Uncle Alan. I remember that.
I like how there's some really kind of weird esoteric ideas going on too, about like awakening of the spirit and around the game and how the game is kind of combat. I know Bob and I had a lot of discussions about this final battle and how it should play out, because we can't really have a fight to the death, so to speak. So what can we do to make it something that's really interesting and thematical?
Shall not be awakened.
I also remember there's loads of dialogue in this particular part of the film that doesn't actually make sense in the context of this film. It's, the whole thing about my brother shall not be awakened.
Yeah.
It has no purpose here, but it was all laying up. It was all set up for later movies.
And what I like, it hints at a more benevolent mission from Makuta. If anything, you're right. It doesn't really make sense, but it's kind of good that it doesn't.
It's a personal thing for me. I hate bad guys that don't have a good reason. He's got a perfectly good reason for behaving the way he's behaving, and that's his mission throughout the storyline.
Another Matrix shot.
Now, I will protect Matanui from you.
Protect him?
Sleep spares him pain. Awake, he suffers.
I always like this shot.
I'm not protecting him.
Scary.
My duty is to the mask of shadows.
Yeah, Makuta especially feels like a stop motion guy, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
They're Ray Harryhausen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ray Harryhausen was a big inspiration.
Actually, remember we all had to sit down and watch a whole bunch of Ray Harryhausen films.
That's right. Yeah.
Was Makuta on twos then, or is it just slightly? Yeah, we're watching the stream. It's a bit.
Yeah, I think he was on twos. Yeah.
That gives that stop motion-y feel, doesn't it?
A little tiny bit jerky.
Little throaty.
Great.
Yeah.
something weird and creepy's happening. We're all going to gather around in a circle and watch it at close distance.
Hey, gotta have a sky beam to end the movie, Bob. Come on.
Apocalypse Now kind of reference there as well.
Yeah.
I love the duality of this whole thing, and I remember actually this being something that you threw in, and then they combine. I'm like, wait, what are you talking about?
Light has revealed the will of Matanui. Our brother must be awakened. Little one, that mask needs life.
Funny looking back at the model of Takuta Nuva and how most of Makuta's armor just turns straight up red. Because there are some early screenshots from the movie where Makuta didn't have any of the rust or anything. He was just red at some point.
Love that Jaller theme.
Like Nathan's music and
yeah, fantastic.
My duty is done.
Get out of there!
Let us awaken the Great Spirit. Unity. Duty.
Thinking about how many times we had to retake that line.
Destiny.
I know a lot of kids in the U.S. every time they talk about their duty.
You're alive! Coley head, you could have been Makuta Bones.
Could have been, but I'm not.
United, we embraced our duty. Light found itself and illuminated our destiny. The city of the Great Spirit, my island home, refound. New legends awake, but old lessons must be remembered. This is the way of the Bionicle.
I think I wrote that ending dialogue with you, Bob, like 50 times too.
Yeah, that was one of those scenes that was again and again and again and again. Yeah, it's not quite right. Did that finally get done the night we had to ship it?
I want to say it was, yeah, like it was like ADR at the last second. Oh wait, we should say this and that, and kind of cool and mysterious, and a promise of something to come, but
there was one night, and I can't remember what it was, but it was submission night, and I can't remember if it was this one or the second one, where it was like, it's 4:30, 4:45, and we know that, New York is going to wake up at a certain time pretty soon, so we've got to hit send.
I remember that.
We were still writing.
I think it was like, yeah, it was like 1 o'clock in the morning,
Outside
and we
the
go,
red lights.
okay, you're right, because it's 4 o'clock over there, and I don't know, did we go out to In-N-Out at like 12:30 or something like that? I can't remember.
Well, I think that'll just about do it for the commentary today. Does anyone have any closing thoughts?
I want to do another one. That'd be really cool.
We had a lot of fun, actually.
Yeah, we
this
did.
was nice.
remember.
Absolutely. If you guys want to come back next year for Legends of Metro Nui, we could
Sure.
totally do it.
Yeah. Okay. Definitely.
All right, we'll be in touch about that then.
Okay.
Well, for the time being, I have been your host, Liam, and I hope you all enjoy this year's Bionicle Day. Thank you for watching.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Take care.
Bye.
See you.
Bye.
And the great being sent us the Toa to defeat Makuta and banish darkness from Matanui, raising him from slumber. Only the mighty Toa are able to remove the taint of Makuta from Narahi.
Nicely done.
Help! Something, it's chasing me. You have to stop it!
What's that noise?
I don't know, but I don't think it's friendly.
Makuta lives?
You will not harm the Matoran while the power of Matanui still flows through my being.
I'll save you.
We are in great danger. Let us travel back to our Wahi and deal with Makuta's dark threat once and for all.
Tuatahu, spirits of fire, the Ta Matoran have fled from the Borak.
Do not worry, Taragavakama. I will see to their safety.
We need Rahi power to open this door. But all our friendly Rahi have fled from the Borak. Rescue Matoran helpers to build a replacement. Investigating the totems and saw a great Kanoe mask floating on the lava.
You should return to the Koro. It's dangerous here. Kopaka, my brother, I have discovered the secret of the Borak's power, and it is also their weakness. Capture the Krana.
I'm chasing a Borak now. He's heading for the Kinney. There isn't much time.
Toa Kopaka. The Borak has burrowed through that cliff. I fear it's heading for Kokoro. Kopaka, Toa of Ice, you have saved our Koro and we thank you. Alas, the sworn leader has escaped, fleeing down the mountain. The path down the mountain is most treacherous. There have been many unnatural landslides there of late. Take care.
I will do my sworn duty. I must return to the others at once.
The Tracer from Bionicle. The Beast from Bionicle. The Trigger from Bionicle. The Snake from Bionicle. The Bully from Bionicle. The Drifter from Bionicle.
For many years, they've faced every enemy, braved every danger. They've challenged the forces of evil in all their might. Hideous creatures of shadow and science gone mad. And the Toa have triumphed. The faces of the foe have changed, but the power and courage of the Toa have always seen them through. Fighting for justice, whatever the risk, whatever the odds. Now they must face the ultimate test. You can vote for your team and see who will win the battle for power on BionicleBattle.com. Ask your parents first.
New from Bionicle, Latorians prepare for battle. First up is Gresh, king of the jungle. A warrior with pinpoint accuracy. Super cool strike, breaks the ice. The fiery Malum, a sharpshooter. And quite the hothead. They all want to challenge the mighty Skrull. Gresh loads up. He fires. Nice block. Gresh into attack mode. But Skrull is ready. Gresh is in trouble. Whoa, what a move! You can join the battle at BionicleStory.com. Ask your parents first.
New Lego Bionicle. Legend tells of a mask with unspeakable power. But evil has taken the mask to unleash an army of skull spiders. Now, 6 elemental heroes must battle evil. And win back the powerful mask. New Lego Bionicle. Each set sold separately.
Live from the swamp, the Toa heroes are chasing an evil Makuta who has stolen the cool new battlecraft. Go online now, be part of the final battle, and you can win at bionicle.co.uk.
In the city of Metru Nui, you can discover how 6 new heroes confront the danger and protect the inhabitants from a mysterious force. They are the Toa Metru, extremely adept, powerful, equipped, and ready for any challenge. They know their duty, but can they stop this new faceless opponent? BIONICLE, a mystery to be revealed. Each set sold separately.
Happy Bionicle Day everyone, and welcome back to Bionicle Direct. I'm Chip, and I'll again be your host as we highlight some of the coolest projects your fellow fans are developing. Let's begin with Lightstone Studios, the developers behind Bionicle Quest for the Masks Recharged. This year, they're releasing their latest expansion pack for Recharged, Rising Shadows Hidden Light. Want to see if you can take on the Rakshi yourself? Rising Shadows Hidden Light will be releasing on the Steam Workshop this fall. Just open up the page for Tabletop Simulator and search Quest for the Masks. After years of work bringing their vision to life, Team Konoe is almost ready to share Bionicle Masks of Power with the world. Let's take a look at their upcoming demo release now.
New from Team Konoe.
Is this real? The fear I feel when the noise starts dying down. Is it true that there's a place for you when the sun burns out? Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to make things right.
Bionicle, Masks of Power.
You can keep up with the latest on Masks of Power, the demo for which will be coming to Steam early next year, by following @MasksOfPower on Twitter, or visiting masksofpower.com. Next up, we've got a new look at Konoe Clash, an exciting Bionicle fighting game in development by Bell Games. Let's see what Bell's been cooking up.
This is Bell of Bell Games, lead developer of Bionicle Konoe Clash. Today, I'd like to talk about where the game's currently at and where it's going in the future. Earlier this June, I released version 0.3 of Konoe Clash, which marked a big change. I finally switched the project off of the old Mugen engine and onto its newer open source equivalent, Ikemen Go. What this means going forward is that I have access to tons of new features I couldn't have dreamed of before. Following on that, I'd like to announce that I'm beginning official rollback tests soon. Keep your eyes on the Bell Games Twitter for an announcement. So I'm sure a lot of you who are already following the project are wondering where it'll go from here. Unfortunately, my work schedule is pretty inconsistent, so I can't say for sure, but I can tell you that my roadmap looks something like this? Yeah, sure. Some of you may already be familiar, but I've started a wiki over on Mizumi for Bionicle Konoe Clash. Here you'll be able to find frame data, hitboxes, combos, strategies, and all kinds of other things. But I'm still working on it. And speaking of still working on it, I'd like to show off some brief footage of Onua before I close this out. Onua will be added in version 0.4 alongside a whole host of other gameplay changes. I'd like to thank 810 for hosting this event and letting me be a part of it. Thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you soon.
Kanohi Clash can be found on the Bell Games website, bellgames.net/Bionicle. The latest development build is available now, so please give it a try. Original Bionicle games aren't the only projects we highlight on the Bionicle Direct. We also love to show off the latest mods the community has created. Let's take a look at what Ontacron has been working on with Menog. The Menog Improvement mod can be downloaded from the BZ Power link in the description, and the original game can be downloaded from the Biomedia project. In addition to the Menog Improvement mod, community members Jalagai and Kangwin have been working on a mod pack for Menog 2, which includes several lost files recently recovered by the Myths and Legacy team. Check it out using the link in the description. Our penultimate gaming project for this year's Direct is Quest for the Masks Cube, a new take on the classic Bionicle card game. Let's see what Tarka Cube's developer has been working on. Version 1.0 of Quest for the Masks Cube will be available later today on the Steam Workshop page for Tabletop Simulator.
Heyo, Bonko Nerds. My name is Torker, and I'm the producer of this little project that I will be talking about today. The project is called Quest for the Mask Cube, or QFDM Cube for short. So me, Metroid Wave, Niara Ghost, and Hard Believer are going to play a game after this event, which you can catch here if you are interested in seeing this thing more in depth. We will be playing the cube in the Rai Challenge configuration. What does that mean? Well, it means that all players will have access to Rai Challenge expansion cards, and that the game action card availability will vary more than normal from a regular cube draft. If you're new to Cube and Quest for the Mask, we recommend the basic configuration. Now, how does the draft process work? It's simple really. At the same time each player opens their first pack, everyone has to open the same type of packs, and all packs of that type will be needed to be drafted before moving over to the next pack type. To draft a card from this first pack, each player will be picking one of the cards from their packs, and then passing it along to the next player on their right. From the pack each player just received, they pick a second card and pass that pack again to the right. This process continues in this manner until all cards from first packs have been picked. Each player then opens their second packs and does the same as with the first packs, but passes to the left instead. For every other pack you switch direction between right and left. Once all cards have been distributed, you build your decks for the cards you drafted. When everyone's decks are ready, you can all play 1v1 matches, a multiplayer game or a tournament to see who is the ultimate mask gatherer. If you don't have enough friends, you can also play this cube with 2 players. This game mode is called Sealed, and instead of choosing cards one by one, you build decks only from the cards from the packs you were given, and you duke it out in some nice 1v1 matches. By finding the right play mode for your playgroup, it can help you have more fun playing with the cube. So it's time to reach for your favorite Toa and create some spicy never before seen decks that will maximize your mask gathering capabilities. Simply search for QFDM Cube under the Steam Workshop tab for Tabletop Simulator. With that said, this has been all from me today. I hope you all have a great rest of your 810 celebration and that you try this new game format out.
Version 1.0 of Quest for the Masks Cube will be available later today on the Steam Workshop page for Tabletop Simulator. Be sure to give it a try. For our final gaming project for this year's Direct, we've got something new from Hexadecimal Mantis, developer of the ambitious BTGM mod for Bionicle the game. We've restored a lost player character, which can now be activated using a standalone mod. Let's take a look. This Onua Matter mod is available now on ModDB, so if you'd like to play Bionicle the game as everyone's favourite Toa of Earth, now's your chance to do so. Just search for Onua Matter add-on. This year, Bionicle Direct is expanding to feature several non-gaming projects, the first of which is the latest Coley Heads release from Swirt of BS01. Let's see what Mask of Brick has in store for us. Instructions for the new Coley Heads are now available for download on Bionicle Sector 01, with more coming this October. If you've got space on your shelf, check them out. Community member Iconic Stills has been releasing weekly Bionicle art since January, and is finally ready to show you what it's all been leading up to. The complete art book is available for free at @CStillsEye on Twitter, with print options also available. Remember to post Bio Raffle in the chat to be entered to win a physical copy of Iconic Stills' beautiful art book, along with complete Takanuva and Makuta sets, courtesy of Nyara Ghost. Last year, Pokoro Morgan released Swarm, a Bionicle 2002 fanzine. This year, Morgan and her team are back, with the 2003-themed Bionicle Illustrated fanzine. Let's take a peek at what's inside.
Hi, I'm Morgan, And if you're like me, growing up you were probably obsessed with the legend of the Bionicle. What I loved most about this series was the sense of wonder you could experience when interacting with its many different media. Colorful robots with elemental powers fighting evil and going on quests to save the world on a strange tropical island with tribal robots. The story was told in so many fragments across so many different mediums, but to me, none stack up more than the phenomenal comics published by DC Comics. They provided brief but enchanting views into this bizarre world and employed a variety of phenomenal illustrators with many different art styles that really opened my eyes up to both comics as an art form and a storytelling medium. 20 years later, the Bionicle community is still going strong, building mocks and new characters, designing masks, and continuing the story where things left off. The legend belongs to us now, and I'm so happy to be a part of this great community. But in the back of my mind, something was lacking. Something I couldn't put my finger on. And then I realized, no new comics. So I set out to change that with Bionicle Illustrated, a series of fanzines by the community, for the community. And I have had the immense pleasure of being able to work with so many talented artists and writers over the past year or so to put out 4 different fanzines, starting out with Swarm, a Bionicle 2002 fanzine, Invasion of the Throwbots Chapters 1 and 2, and Dark Hunters Drawn Daily, kind of an Inktober collection of drawings I did. And we have 2 more on the way, and they are just so much fun to read, and I think they capture a little something of, you know, the old Lego magazines. You know, we include building instructions for mocks. We include building contests if you want to submit characters and mocks you build. And yeah, there's tons of ways to get involved. If you want to get involved yourself, feel free to reach out to me. We accept all people in the community. I want this fanzine to be a gathering place for people that, you know, want to express their love of Bionicle visually and, you know, through the written word. So if you're interested and want to check this out, just head on over to my Gumroad and pick up your copy of Bionicle Illustrated today. Thanks.
Bionicle Illustrated is available now on Morgan's Gumroad, which you can access using the link in the description. Last year, community member Milkblade released Bionicle Kami, a fan comic made entirely in Bricklink's studio program. Today, Milkblade is taking us behind the scenes, showing us how Kami came to be.
Hello and happy 810, everybody. I am Milkblade. Some of you might know me from the Bionicle speedrun community as a world record speedrunner of Bionicle the game, but that's not what I'm here for today. For 810 this year, I'm showing off a new Bionicle project I've been working on for a little while now, Bionicle Kami. Bionicle Kami is a webcomic set on Spherus Magna 300 years after the end of the original G1 of Bionicle. The protagonist, Kura, is currently on a journey to find and unite his Toa team, whoever and wherever they might be. Today, I like to show off some of the behind the scenes of how the comic is made, as well as why some design choices are the way they are. Starting off, let's take a look at our main character here, Kura, the Toa Kami of Ice. I've taken a lot of inspiration from a few mythologies, primarily Japanese mythology, when creating characters, hence Bionicle Kami, given Kami is a word for God and the nature of this story has references to divinity. For the Toa Kami, I've derived their names from certain gods within the Japanese pantheon. Kura is a close derivative of a god of snow. And Kura also being the first mock I've ever made obviously takes inspiration from the 2006 era of Bionicle. I chose the Kanohi Calyx, or Mask of Fate, for him, as it's a simple yet effective enough protagonist power, and it's my favorite mask in Bionicle. Given his prominent status in the series so far, I recommend reading if you'd like to see and learn a bit more about our blunt, combat-loving hero, Kura. Continuing the named characters, we've got the secondary antagonist of the first minor arc, Bullet. Naming schemes are a big thing I've picked up, and the scroll overall for me are named after firearm-related things, such as Bullet, Magnum, Revol, etc. Bullet's design is a slight break from my standard scroll, as I wanted him to be unique, but not totally separate from his fellow warriors. Following Bullet is our primary antagonist of this arc, Magnum, a totally unique scroll build. I wanted him to have a bigger, badder look to him, as he's not a normal scroll in the slightest. I'm particularly proud of the leg design, which uses Hordika torsos as thigh pieces. And what made this Tyrant Chief into such an unnatural monster? Well, you'll have to wait and see. Moving on to more backstock-oriented characters, these are the Matoran forms currently being used as NPCs, and a few legitimately important characters. While there is a level of conveyor beltness to background characters, the simple switching of masks, colors, and having a few basic builds to mix things up with makes it a lot more diverse visually. What I do mostly conveyor belt is the standard style of builds like the ones I use for Bone Hunters, Skrull, and Agori. Something a bit more clone set oriented I can populate a background with or have charge into battle and get tossed around en masse. And speaking of backgrounds, here is a look at what a setting is like from a non-panel or page perspective. As the whole comic is done in the studio program, I create environments piece by piece and use some theatrical maneuvers to get shots where you don't see the glitches or holes that may have been missed in the rendering process. Recently, I've also begun creating dynamic backgrounds using a perspective trick as well, which makes things a lot more visually pleasing. Now, I'll move a bit quickly through these, but I do want to show off the finished product a bit with a few pages and panels from the currently released chapters. Plus, you get a glimpse of the story in a few chunks, which, while early on, now I'm proud of the narrative I've crafted, even in this introductory first arc. Finally, I'd like to close out by teasing some upcoming characters and members of the Toa Kami. The first member you'll be seeing to join the team is Kagat, the Toa Kami of Fire. Kagat is a daredevil with surprising book smarts, but a snag in his combat style which lacks creativity. One thing to note with the Toa Kami, I've designed them all to be very different from one another. No build is the same, as they all have a different mental image and perception of what a Toa is and what it means to be one. And finally, my last teaser for you is Hachim, the Toa Kami of Stone. While Hachim is a ways away from making his debut, I wanted to show him off as he's one of the more odd builds of the Toa Kami, and I love it. This is also the first instance of an original mask I've made, the Kanohi Kakucho, the Great Mask of Expansion. Similar in concept to the Mask of Growth, however, it affects individual limbs and can be used to temporarily infuse some objects with expanding power as well. But that is all the time I've got for you today. I'll be in chat to answer any questions, and I'm always happy to talk about Bionicle Kami on my own stream, where I sometimes work on the comic live for people to watch. Be sure to check out Bionicle Kami on Webtoons, and I'd like to give a massive thanks to Vakiti and everyone behind this year's 810 for having me. Have a wonderful Bionicle day, everybody. Stay safe, stay healthy, keep your stick on the ice.
The first 5 chapters of Bionicle Kami can be found on Webtoon Canvas. Be sure to follow @MilkBlade on Twitter to keep up with what's coming next. Thanks for tuning in to our 3rd annual Bionicle Direct. We hope you enjoy the rest of the 810 festivities.
Gali?
I may be changed to Raganokama, but my love for my people remains the same.
And yet all is not well. The Borak Kal are a more fearsome foe than we have ever seen. They are threatening to overcome us all.
Do not fear. My Nuva power can overcome any obstacle.
Das Entwicklungsteam um Christopher versteckt hinter einem halbdurchsichtigen Spiegel. Was passiert, wenn die Kinder die Figuren ablehnen? Dem Team darf keine Reaktion, keine Äußerung der Kinder entgehen. Deshalb bekommt Christopher jedes Wort im Raum ins Englische übersetzt.
Sagt ihr uns das, ne? Aber wenn euch das nicht so gut gefällt, dann ist es auch ganz wichtig, dass ihr uns das erzählt.
Noch haben die Kids keine der neuen Figuren gesehen. Unter Tüchern sind sie verborgen. Der wichtigste Moment ist für Christopher die allererste Reaktion der Kinder, wenn sie die neuen Modelle sehen.
Gut, am besten kommt ihr hier, setzt euch hier vorne hin, dann könnt ihr das gleich am besten sehen. Okay, sagt einfach laut, was euch dazu durch den Kopf geht, wenn ihr das so seht.
Er hatte alles erwartet, nur nicht diese verhaltene Stille.
Es ist hart, wenn sie es nicht mögen. Natürlich. Wir stecken eine Menge Arbeit hinein und natürlich sind in dem Prozess auch viele Emotionen dabei. Darum ist es natürlich schon hart, wenn sie es nicht mögen.
Ja, vielleicht nochmal an euch anderen. Was sind das hier für Gestalten?
Die Psychologin tastet sich Schritt für Schritt, Wort für Wort an das Urteil der Kinder heran. Am Anfang will sie wissen, was die Kids in den neuen Figuren entdecken.
Ja, sieht ja aus wie ein Hai. Wie ein Hai? Das sind auch viele Pflanzen. Ja. Hier sieht er so lustig aus. Vorne sieht er lustig aus.
Frösche, Haie, Pflanzen und lustig. All das sind Beschreibungen, mit denen Christopher nicht gerechnet hat, mit denen das Entwicklungsteam nicht leben kann.
Nummer 4 sieht aus wie die Maya. Ja, und Nummer 2 sieht auch ein bisschen so. Passt das eigentlich zu BIONICLE? Ja. Passt das zu BIONICLE? Insekten? Nicht so richtig.
Noch gut eine Stunde erfragt die Psychologin das Urteil über die neuen Details an den Figuren. Christopher findet so kurz danach noch keine Worte. Aber für die Lego-Forschungsleiterin Pia Andersson ist das Ergebnis eindeutig.
Ich empfehle, dass das Designer-Team nur wenige Ansätze aus der Insektenwelt beibehält. Die Masken sollten weniger organisch wirken. Insgesamt müssen sie die Figuren wieder mehr wie Roboter aussehen lassen.
Christopher liegt so weit von den Erwartungen der Kinder entfernt. Aber in einem Punkt hat er sie voll getroffen.
Sonst gab es ja früher nur Schwerter und jetzt gibt es auch so richtige Pumpkin und so. Das ist gut, jetzt können sie auch so richtig schießen, nämlich früher konnten sie kaum sich bewegen und so haben sie immer nur so gemacht oder sowas. Und jetzt können sie auch so bam bam.
Die Spielfilmwelt der Bionicles ist voller Kampf und Krieg. Jetzt ballern auch die Figuren.
Viele finden es zu gewalttätig, aber Gewalt ist doch ein wichtiger Bestandteil in der Art, wie Kinder spielen. Und dies hier findet in einer abstrakten Fantasiewelt statt. Wir halten es für wirklich gutes Lego-Spiel.
Die altgewohnten Klötzchen, die den Konzern in über 50 Jahren groß gemacht haben, spielen in der neuen Generation keine Rolle mehr. Hier in der Zentrale im dänischen Billund hängt von der Entwicklung einer neuen Modellreihe der Bionicles fast ein Sechstel des Umsatzes ab. Für Mats Nipper ist das auch ein Spiel um Kopf und Kragen. Und die Ergebnisse des Deutschlandtests sind auch für ihn überlebenswichtig. Auch
Let's take a closer look at your shadows.
Welcome to the Fire Spitting with BS1 podcast, where we absolutely roast Bionicle.
I'm Swert, and with me are Dora,
Spirit, Casey, and 02.
Oh, how to tell we have not done this in a while?
Oh, I assumed it was alphabetical order.
Well, no. If it's alphabetical order, I'm usually last.
Right, but you're the host.
Yes. Oh, yeah, you're right. It should have been KZN in the middle. It's
fine.
Why is KZN not in the middle? I apologize. That's fine. Anyway, we're doing it live. Literally, this is the first time recording it, using a new process, so there's going to be some glitches we're going to adjust as we go along the way. On the plus side, at least now we have the ability to do certain things, like we could debut today's topic right on the fly. Who wants to introduce what we're going to be talking about today?
What is today's topic?
Well, today's topic is 20 years ago, at the time of the recording, there was a franchise that Lego put out that we call Bionicle. And 2001 was the year that they introduced it, and it was great. 2002 was the year they brought out Borak, and that was great. And then they said, hey, Borak was fine. Let's do it again.
So for the listeners, this is a rant about the 2003 storyline sets and everything.
Yes.
Everything about 2003.
We are going after 2003 hard.
Because there's a lot.
There is quite a bit. The one thing that annoys me the most about 2003, if I may, is just, did we need the Borak call?
Well, obviously we didn't need them, but they didn't have anything between that and the movie because they were cramming everything in the second half, and they're like, oh, that doesn't give us anything for the first half.
Right. I guess. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I think they kind of ran into a problem with releasing the Toa Nuva in 2002. And this is where it all stems from, because you got first year of Bionicles, only 6 months. So all of a sudden you're like, all those Toa you bought, could you buy them again, except they're a little melted this time? And then it's like, well, geez, we gotta wait another 2 years until we're gonna release more Toa. We gotta release a bunch of bad guys. We're gonna spend all our budget on this movie, and then we're not gonna have any part budgets for anything else.
Yeah. Well, but also they knew at that point that the Toa were going to be the main characters of that movie, even though they released them way too early because they were, on a longer development cycle and they had the movie to develop at the same time.
Yeah, well, that's the thing too of eventually Bionicle kind of gets its act together, but in Mask of Light, you have 2001 sets, 2002 sets, and 2003 sets all interacting with one another in a way that never happens ever again. And if you are a prospective customer looking to buy a Turaga in 2003, it's not as easy as it was a couple years ago.
Absolutely true. Except for that one weird, there's a special Turaga Vakame you could buy with a Poison How Nuva, and I think a comic and Woolworths or something in England.
Yeah, something like that.
On that note, in the Mask of Light movie, the Turaga designs, they were more resemble the Borak father than the Turaga.
Yeah, what's up with that?
That is also true.
That is very true.
A lot of people were like, "Oh no, they've got hands. Oh no, your faces move."
Yeah, just buy a Borak Va and then just put the Turaga head on them, if somehow you can get that. Which then you would also need a 2001 Turaga set. So in the end, it's still pretty difficult.
Yeah, well, maybe that was their plan. You got to buy 2 sets to create these characters.
But those sets were off the shelves at that point, and obviously it would be another 20 years before they bought Bricklink. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, that was the thing they did, wasn't it?
But yeah, it's just a weird amalgamation. So when the Borak Call came out, I kind of I did like that story. I thought it was very interesting. Of oh well, now our invincible heroes have someone who can actually cause them some trouble. And let us not forget the beautiful Templar animations that got us through the first half of the year. No Borak Call, no beautiful
Templar. They really did carry the franchise for a little bit.
Yeah. Where's the Templar?
Ignoring
DVD?
The fact that they gave us the buggy mess that was the Motonui Online Game 2, also in 2003.
That's also true.
Very true.
All the walking animations just instantly move.
And the big red circle in the middle of the screen.
Oh, yeah, we might be going a little far ahead, but yes. Motonui Online Game 2, that was a thing. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up relevant imagery and getting to it. Oh, here are all the promo animations for Borak Call. That was fun.
Yeah, well, the Borak Call were cool, but I think the problem was, I can see in hindsight, and I also only bought 2 of them because I'm I kind of already have a couple of these.
Same. That was kind of when I was like, yeah, I don't need these guys again. Obviously I wish that I had hunted down those rare sterling silver, white metal, etc. But yeah, no, they weren't as interesting.
Yeah, well, what happened to all the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory style marketing that Lego used to do?
I'll tell you what happened. They said, hey, maybe we should instead hire bands.
So we could have gotten some nice shiny masks, and instead we got the All-American Rejects. All right, 2006, we'll come for you later.
Actually, I was not that disappointed with 2006, that's for sure. But we won't go into that topic today. 2003 is the topic. So I guess, yeah, the first thing we should really talk about would be the online game 2, which is, of course, the debut officially of Holly. She
but
was
it's
there.
Also, sorry,
she existed before then.
She existed. It's just not. This is the first time we finally get a character development of her.
She stuck a flower to Jala's head. Let us not forget.
I did forget. I don't know if I got that far. I'm assuming a lot of people did not get that far.
Well, remember...
No.
That was in the movie.
Yeah, in the Borak animations.
Oh, yeah, right, the animation. Yeah,
right. Well, and there's her movie form right there. And
yeah, so now I realize that Madden Online Game 2 is really awkwardly... Like, it was never gonna not be awkward, because it's set between the end of the Borak, like the regular Borak animations, like the end of the 2002 storyline, and then also post Borak Call, but pre Mask of Light.
Well, it's
right?
meant to that's exactly right, because it leads up to the Coley match that is the beginning of Mask of Light. So like it's, I don't know, it's almost like a harbinger of this unnecessary, comic book expansion that kind of permeated some of the later things. Like, yeah, obviously you didn't need to know how Holly got to the Coley match. Like, whatever.
Well, then also her personality in the movie is completely opposite to what we're led to believe her personality in the games and the animations is. So, like, what's the point? Here's your origin story. Also, you have a different personality.
Right. Well, in the game, she's definitely perceived as more of a shy recluse who just does her job.
Yeah, the old silent protagonist.
Yeah, whereas in the movie, now she's a little more, I would say, bold. She's definitely more open. She talks.
I'm going to flirt with you as asexually as I can.
I was
that's a tagline right there.
Yeah.
I mean, were they maybe thinking that they were going to do Takua again, and then they just kind of had to like reskin it onto Holly?
I don't think so, and the reason I say that is we started in Gakoro. Unless Takua is spending a little too much time in Gakoro for anybody's comfortable levels.
Well, he's half blue. Maybe they thought the big reveal was that he was a Matoran of water.
Or that he was very woke, bi-gender Matoran. That would have been groundbreaking.
Oh. So the thing that we all say that he is now.
Yeah, sure.
Is that what people say he is now? Never mind, moving on.
Anyway, 2000, the Madden Online Game 2, that, I'm going to say that left a sour taste in my mouth as far as actual, like, introduction of characters and whatnot.
It was, I think, too ambitious for what it was. You've got this stat system, you've got these mini games, you've got this way of grinding up stats, all to help you play Coley. But guys, it's 2003. No one's computers are any good, and the internet still is not great. You can't run an immersive Flash game.
And by the time we actually had computers that could do that, Flash is dead.
Yeah, like, it's too big, Lego, too big. Or like, just honestly, if they had just taken out the mini games.
The mini games were probably the worst. If the charm had given us all of that ability without having to do the grinding, I think we would have been better off.
Or like make the grinding more fun rather than like a click fest.
Yeah. Well, you can't say that because Cookie Clicker is one of the biggest games out there. So people do like to click. But then again, they also give you shortcuts to those.
I thought you were going to say they also give you repetitive strain injury.
Oh, that too. Well,
imagine what if the Modern Newey online game too had modern day microtransactions just so you can skip those.
Oh no!
Yeah, we're turning it into a gotcha.
But I mean, that's what the Kanohi were. They were like a gotcha system.
Well, yeah.
I mean, they were, like trading cards. They were, Lego's attempt at trading cards, even though they would later do trading cards for Bionicle. But
yeah, figure that one out.
Well, we do know that, Bionicle was an attempt to compete with Pokemon by the Lego company.
Right. And they were.
I was reading an old article about, like Lego debuting Bionicle, and then somebody was like, "Yeah, Hasbro made a mistake in getting the Pokemon license because like kids just aren't into Pokemon anymore." I was like, that aged poorly.
Yeah, kids are still into Pokemon. Just as someone who works with kids, they'll never not be into Pokemon. They've spent billions of dollars making sure that kids will never let that go.
Right. If anything, Wizards of the Coast probably missed out on the fact that they lost the license. That's the hot take there.
Okay, so back to Newey Online Game 2. But it's not even the beginning of the 2003 story. So it starts with the Templar animations, and there's just it's such a weird I don't know, like desert of lore of like, all right, you've got these animations coming out. Well, I guess like this Borak saga was kind of the same of like, all right, you got these animations, you got the comics, that's it, that's all you get.
Right. Well, as you recall, After the Storm was, After the Storm was officially the first introduction of 2003 elements, that being the Nuva symbols. Like this is when they defeated the Barag, and then the Nuva symbols showed up, and that's all great. And then we're sealing away the Krana, and we thought that's the end of the topic.
Side note.
Okay.
It's super weird that like Templar tells the story of Bionicle for like the first 3 years. Like we see the downfall of Makuta, you see the defeat of the Barag. None of this shows up in the comics, which I feel like should have been the main medium of like, this is to reward you for getting the Bionicle magazine, for getting us to send you free Lego ads.
I was going to say, but that's the thing. It was free, so they could only do so much, and then they wanted to tease you because you got that for free, and you're like, oh, now how do I consume the rest of the story? They're like, well, come to our website where you can buy stuff, and that's how you're going to get the rest of it.
Well, I guess like once they started like really churning things out, like here's a video game, here's a movie, now there's like a media empire.
Yeah.
Well, and they had planned to do the video game in 2001, but that got nixed, so that kind of threw some of their transmedia storytelling out of whack.
Shout out.
Yeah, well, I mean that's. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say shout out to Legend of Matanui rebuilt community. You guys are awesome.
But yeah, like that's why. What's it called? They switched to having Templar tell the end of 2001. Is that they were like, we can't develop this game. There's just no way. Which. I don't know. I mean, I don't understand anything about how they recovered the old version of the video game, but like, it seems that you had spent so much time and money on it, just release a really shitty one, or it's a really bad one. Sorry.
Anyway, After the Storm, obviously we ended up getting all of that, and then we cut to the Theft of Fire, and oh no, what happened to the fire spitting logo? We lost our power. I may or may not have rigged this all just so I could click one button to do that.
Yeah.
It's so incredible. Anyway.
I mean, to be fair, I do love how they like introduce the Toa Nuva as like the most powerful of all the Toa ever and then immediately nerf them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But you have to remember, they did that, I think, more or less to try to enhance the tension. It's like, oh no, they lost their powers. How can they fight? And it's like, wait, they still have literally the Kanohi Nuva.
Well, I also hate that like 2002 starts out. I mean, this is, I guess we're just going to rant about everything. 2002 starts out with like a big fight between the Toa Nuva, which I get is like a trope in superhero comics of like, oh, we got to make the different heroes fight each other. Superman and Batman, they can't be friends. I've got different ideas. But it's just so poorly introduced. Like, I get it. Like, obviously, you're trying to sell these toys. You're trying to, like, what if these characters fought? But it doesn't make any sense in the story of, like, they just won. Let's fight each other. Like, you know, like, create a conflict, you know? Come on, Greg.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Although Greg, I mean, obviously Greg was part of the story team, but he wasn't the one writing the books at that point, was he?
No, that's very true. Then again, well, okay, he took over during book 4, which would have been... Actually, no, that did talk a lot about the Toa Nuva era stuff.
Yeah, that was them recovering their masks.
Right. Which isn't the same as necessarily the rest of the story. And I think that was the last book related to 2002, 2003 until Mask of Light's novelization came out. Am I correct?
I thought that one came out after.
Yeah, that one came out after, I believe. Wait, what am I doing? I'm literally... Hey.
Yeah, let's try to think about the timeline. I think that book 4 was just a Turaga recounting what was happening to the Toa Nuva just before they were considering, like, telling the Toa Nuva what was going on in 2004.
Yeah. Here you go. So yeah, Tales of the Mask came out in 2003, and then Mask of Light, and then the Chronicles collection kind of came after that with all of the books.
Well, good news, guys, because I've got the books now, like a couple steps away from where I am right now, so we could check them. I can confirm this.
I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, we could check this stuff. I could just do. No, wait, I'm literally.
Online.
Yeah, right. They are online if you know where to look.
If only we had an online encyclopedia of some sort.
Well, yeah, there's also us.
Yeah, but yeah, Tales of the Mask is they talks about. How
yes. Oh yeah, I put the dates up there. September 1st, 2003 for the Mask of Light, and then November 18th, 2003 for Chronicles 4.
Oh, Tales of the Mask is a 2003 book, which falls under the jurisdiction of this rant. Yes. I got a rant. Okay,
do it.
In the book, Onua is hanging out with Wenua, and they're going on a little mask hunt, and then they find the mask, and Onua's like, "Oh wow, how did you know this was here?" And Wenua's like, "Oh, I dug this tunnel myself." And then later Greg is like, "Oh yeah, Artaka just randomly teleported the Konoe Nuva onto Matanui. That's what happened." No. You don't walk back your word. Or are we to believe? Yeah, are we to believe that it's just like he dug this tunnel and then Artaka was like, "Bah, here we go, perfect spot. Put a mask right there."
I mean, that's basically it. But, like, you know, the problem is the writing wouldn't make sense the other way around, right? Because the Toa Nuva didn't exist until 2002, then anything that had taken place before then, like the Toa Metru recovering the masks, that couldn't have featured any Nuva masks.
Right. But he could have just, like, built off of that of, like, oh, and then there were some masks, and then... there were like other masks that were hidden and then they got transformed. Something like that. Like very easy. I thought of this in literally the last 2 seconds.
I mean, is that any better than, Artaka did it?
Well, yeah, like Artaka transformed them. Not like, I don't know. Like it's like a little part of the book. But, you know, that's my one complaint with the story.
Sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, Borakal, I did like them. I do stand by the fact that they are cooler than regular Borak.
They're literally exactly the same.
Right. But like, if you had to pick your house,
I guess
your house is being devoured by a volcano. Do you save the regular Borak or the Borak Call?
Yeah.
Trick question. I'm pretty sure I would just have to go save the city of Puyallup. That's beside the point. They're going to get hit first. To your point, though.
Borak.
I would absolutely save the Borak, and the reason I say that is because I spent meticulous time trying to track all 6 of those down to 15 years after the fact. Whereas I got them literally the same year. Yeah, no, the Krana definitely. I would save my Krana. That's for sure.
Like the Krana were cool. The silver parts were cool. I think people get really angry at Lego for how they like went all in on the silver. But in 2002, 2003, it was really cool.
That is something I do have opinions about. So we'll go ahead and bring that up real fast. The promo of the silver Chronicle. What were your thoughts on it?
Like the one made out of sterling silver?
Yes.
I thought I too would like a golden ticket to the chocolate factory.
Yeah, I mean, well, I didn't realize, because like I went looking for them at one point, and then I was, like shaking them all upside down. I didn't realize that they were in like little velvet bags so that you couldn't see them, even though you could see a giant velvet bag in there. So I was looking, like shaking to get the individual Krana to the bottom of the can, and then be like, nope, that's not it, and then putting it back. So,
that's actually logical, because if you could find the Chronicle at that point, then it's not there. That's
right.
Not,
but like
for the wrong reasons.
I was looking for the wrong thing. If I had looked for a giant velvet bag that was not made out of Lego, I would have saved myself a lot of time and also maybe noticed it.
Yeah, maybe.
Could have brought like a kitchen scale to the store and like weighed each of the little boxes. Although in hindsight, I really wish I had bought more. But I mean, when you're
okay, that's where my mini rant is. So, what was the whole point behind the Borak in the first place? They're a swarm, correct?
Yeah.
So the encouragement to buy multiple Borak is there, because you would want to have 5 or 6 of Tannock, 5 or 6 of the Nuvok, 5 or 6.
Did anyone do that though? I feel like you're supposed to get one of each.
Yeah, we all had one of each, because why would we buy multiples unless you
Well, don't forget that guy.
I think it was also to make people feel better about like getting multiples, for instance. Like if they received them as a gift, because like I would occasionally receive Bionicles as a gift. Thankfully, I never got duplicates. But like if somebody who didn't know me but knew that I would be interested in this sent me another Tannock, like I don't have to feel bad. And now I've got 2. There's a swarm. They can fight.
Yeah. True story. In 2004, one of my birthday presents was a Vaki 3-pack. No, was it Roxy or Vaki? It was Vaki for 2004. It was. I'm having to remember this because I have 3 gold Vahi. And I got it from that 3-pack.
That was the Vaki. Also, that was 2004, which is not what we're talking about.
Yeah. No. It comes up only because one of those was a duplicate of one I had already. So,
well, I've got a duplicate set story that's actually about a 2003 set. So,
what?
I'm going to tell it now.
All right.
So, as you will recall, this discussion, this rant is kind of all over the place. As you may recall, in 2003, they ran a contest, Search for the 7th Toa. Can you figure out where the 7th Toa is going to appear? And if you do, you could win a fabulous prize and maybe meet Andy McDonald. I can't remember if he was still doing stuff.
Yeah,
in
that
was just 2001.
Oh, okay. Well, fabulous prizes
with escaping.
Yeah. So like they would release clues like in different media of like, oh, check the back of this toothbrush and we'll tell you where the 7th Toa does not appear. Like, okay, all right. Add that to my my list. So I actually made a document to like cross off the different places that the different clues were leading to. And then the movie came out, but like they still hadn't released all the clues. And I'm like, okay, is the answer Kini Nui? Is that what it is? Anyway, eventually they released all the clues and it was Kini Nui. And I'm like, oh, what's the point of this? But I submitted my response and I won a free Panrock. Hooray.
Nice. Panrock Cal.
No.
No, Panrock is the...
the Rockshi, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Not Para.
Oh, like how could you get those confused? They're so
yeah, I know, right? Every time. I mean, to be fair, it took me forever to realize that like the naming schemes of things like corresponded to their primary names and how the H's and the vowels and stuff went.
Well, is there a system for the Borak? Like it's
yes, but no. The only one that really does not follow is Borak.
It's consonant, vowel, consonant. No, consonant, vowel, H.
No.
Vowel
So
K.
for Rockshi, it's just consonant, vowel, and then rock. R-A-H-K. But except for the Gurok, which is 2 U's, and the Panrak, which has an N, so it's consonant, vowel, consonant. Yeah. And then Vorak, obviously, consonant, vowel. So that would have been the only one that was like outside of the normal naming scheme. That and Gurok and Penrock, I guess, because traditionally that would have been a PO for Pahatu.
Well, they're all. It's like the same.
Oh yeah, no,
first
they're all
right?
kind of messed up. Actually, now that I look at it, yeah, no.
Well, I mean, like they dropped the element naming convention for, basically since the Boarok, but like the letters. It's the organization of the letters. You're right. They all ended it with RAHK.
Yes.
Well,
yeah,
then
it's not until Vaki that they did KH.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's how you know what a Vaki is. It's a KH, which means that Centrock was supposed to be a Vaki. And I think that was the original name for Nidiki. That's my conspiracy theory. He was supposed to be Centrock. He was supposed to be like the queen of the Vaki, but let's save that for our 2004 rant.
I was gonna say easy that Rambo.
Right.
But yeah, Borakal, they're cool. I like them.
They're okay.
I guess,
I like the little CDs they came with. That was fun.
Hold on. Those were fun. I do want to speak to one thing that bugs me about the Borakal, which is their introduction in the comics. They spell out their own name in English letters.
Yeah.
Can we talk about that?
I think we had a similar issue with like the metric system. Like they mentioned, did they mention miles in the series?
I can forgive that, but literally, like, first of all, why are you carving your own name? Why are you Zorro? Second of all, why are you doing it in English letters, which have never appeared anywhere else in this series so far, and never did again?
Right. I had to assume that was Paracall that did that, correct?
I don't remember. I'll go check the comic.
Yeah, probably. Probably gonna. Yeah, I don't have the ability to do that from here. I think
English is canon, and this is why you would need a massive translation, because otherwise there are no other languages to translate.
But like in the movie itself, they use the the Matoran lettering everywhere on the back of the Mask of Light, on the walls. And,
right. So why does Nokama need to translate it when it's written in Matoran?
You know what?
They're lying to
I think, I think what they were trying to do with that scene, they were trying to establish, oh, look, it's a mystery. We all know now after the fact that they knew exactly what this mask was.
Also, there's a typo. There's a typo on the inside of the Mask of Light. Like,
is there?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, we're not going to be able to see it at this resolution.
I could definitely see it, and I'll throw it up on the screen for everybody to read along with us.
It says Technic, Organic, All's One Destiny. All's is not a word.
No, that's APPS, apps.
Apps didn't exist in 2003.
You know what, though? I agree with you, but it definitely says apps. I can see APPS from here.
Well, then it's
so it's inconsistent.
It's anachronistic. It doesn't make any sense. Why would they use a word that doesn't exist?
So what we're hearing here is that this movie is made by a time traveling company.
Oh my gosh, that's why it's done by Shakespeare. It all comes together now.
So Shakespeare traveled to the future to found a Canadian animation company.
Yeah.
So
let's see if we can find John Titor is
so I think we should transition over real fast. We're going to transition over to Mask of Light. So I've gone ahead and done the background as well. Mask of Light, the movie. How does everybody feel about the very first Lego movie?
I should probably watch it again, honestly.
Yeah.
Didn't we do did we ever do like a commentary?
That was probably like 10 years ago.
Yeah, that commentary is as old as we are. Probably. We did a commentary back under the header of the BSL1 podcast. So I think that would have been, if I remember correctly, it would have definitely been Krolix. That would have probably been Kairu. I bet Spirit was in on it. I'm not sure who else would have been in that. I'd have to check it.
It's a good movie, kind of. It's good. it did what it set out to do, which was to showcase all the characters.
Oh,
and rip off Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
Just a little bit.
Just enough. I mean, the protagonist is in possession of a golden object, and they must take it to a specific place. That's the overline.
But you see, it's different. They took it from a volcano instead of to a volcano.
Oh, you know what? No, they threw it in the volcano at the beginning. That's what they did.
Oh, they did, yeah.
Was it a volcano?
Well, see, if Isildur had thrown the ring into the fire, like maybe that movie would have turned out more like The Mask of Light. Would have been an improvement.
It might have been an improvement. Certainly a lot less hobbitses. Less hobbitses.
All right, I got a rant. This has reminded me of another complaint I've got about 2003. The Matoran sets. So you get Takua and Jala. They're like primary characters of the movie.
Makes sense.
So they get their own expensive sets with a Gecko and a Puku. Then you've got Hali and Maku. They're in the movie. You got Hafu and Huki. They're also in the movie. And then you get Matoro and Kopik.
Yeah.
In the movie. Also, I mean, KZN, I apologize in advance, but like the worst color scheme of all the characters they could put. Could have put Lamatoran. Like, come on. That's interesting to look at.
Yeah, I understand. All the spectrum, and now with these Matoran sets, these small sets, we only get like 4 of them, and two of each of these 4 colors. Of these, yeah. And there's no erasure of like Ono Matoran and Lematoran. So, yeah. It would be cool if they had more like this. Maybe they didn't have enough for the budget. They were focusing all on the movie, and they figured, we'll just do these couple of characters rather than all these important characters we saw in the Nui Online game.
Well, I mean, so that's the thing. You see them in the game, right? But then do they not have the budget for the rest of them? Were, they're planned on being more in the movies? Like, it's such a
they have to follow
choice.
They have to follow the rule of 6 of you got to have 6 iterations of the set.
Yeah, but here's my thought process there. Hafu could have easily become Taipu. And Kopik could have easily become like Kongu. I would have been okay with that. Or if you want to do, just do one.
Yeah, but then they wouldn't have been in sets of 2, right?
Yeah, well, they wouldn't. Yeah.
Okay, so here's
or
the way
you would have like one weird or like 2 sets of 2. I don't know.
Well, okay. Here's my first question. First of all, there is only one set of Tom Matoran. Think about it, because Takua is not a Tom Matoran.
Oh, okay. Right.
So there's your loophole. So replace.
But Matoran didn't exist in 2003.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Kopik could have easily been a Lee Matoran, whether it be if you wanted to bring back Kongu, because that's a pretty quick mass to use, the Miru, or you could have done finally give us a Tamaru. I would have been okay with that.
That's another thing. Like they're making, Kopik's mask already existed in that color, but his feet didn't exist in that color. So like you're already printing new stuff in new colors. Why not make it more interesting?
Right.
And like here's the thing. You also had to change the character to make it different than Matoro. But like what's the point? Like there's already that color of Matatu. Like that's not interesting. That's not different. That's not special.
No, true.
Yeah, I mean they should have just done one from each village. I get. Oh, maybe they wanted people to be able to like reenact the movie. I don't know why they did it.
Well,
like
okay.
this.
I guess the question is because something that was also introduced in 2003 was all of the Matoran. Hang on, pulling up the. Matoran.
Oh, actually, hold on. In 2001,
okay,
Koli is a 4-player game.
Yep.
And then New Koli is a 3-player game. I wonder if they intended to have Matoro and Kopik in the movie, and then it was just too much to animate.
That could be
a possibility.
You know what? I'm okay with that thought process.
Well, think about this. It's the Coley. The first Coley was like four players, but new Coley, it's like 3 sets of 2 players. So that's 6 players in a new version.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Makes sense. By the way, I hereby nominate, if we were to make any new Talmatorn, Terry Bomba. That would have been the choice for that.
Well, but I mean, so many of those names were not. They didn't pass legal, so.
Yeah.
Semi-legal.
Well, they could have given another name, I suppose.
Well, I mean, they could have just adjusted it like they ended up doing with Nuri for 2004.
Yeah, I think you mean Nahuru.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, Kapura would have been an interesting one to choose instead. All red like
Kapura.
Kapura would have been nice. Oh, and if you wanted to use that Matatu again, Kalama exists. You could have easily given Kopik to Kalama. I'm sure you'd have to rename him.
Honestly, what they should have done was like release this would have like sold so well. Like how they did their their bins, their part bins, like for the Rahi and the
yeah.
But
are you talking about the tubs, or are you talking about like the Master Builder set?
No, the tubs. Like release a Matoran Builder tub. Like that's free money.
But they only did those because they just had a bunch of leftover parts that they weren't.
Oh yeah, they absolutely So promotional set, there it is, the Master Accessory Kit.
Yeah, you're talking about like
one
that
of
one,
the 2, So if I recall, how much was that again?
I mean, at the time, not much. Probably like $20-$30. It was a good deal, whatever it was.
Yeah, it was really.
You also got golden Vahi.
Yeah, and Krata tubs inside the tubs, which was nice.
And discs of time. What's the point of creating those? Sorry, not a 2004 rant.
Yeah, easy there.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, that Master Accessory Kit, by the way, was only $20 for 702 pieces.
Wow,
fantastic deal.
And then the Ultimate Creature Accessory Kit in 2005 was $20 for 404 pieces. But at the same time, the Ultimate
one or two of those was
$500 was $20. Yeah.
One of them was, I think, like a European exclusive. I definitely remember getting whatever the 2004 one was. It had all the Baki and Rakshi parts and the Mask of Time.
That would have been the Master Accessory Kit.
Yeah, that one.
Just buy 3 of those, and all of a sudden, your entire mocking experience has just been like, what, septillion times.
And there was also like randomly a hockey dude in there. They just included like all of the parts for a hockey dude.
Well, the hockey theme just kind of never went anywhere. That's the problem. Anyway, 2003. We're back to 2003. We're scaling it back. So, other thoughts on the Mask of Light? Let me ask you this. How did you feel about the movie itself? Like hearing about this Mask of Light movie coming out?
I loved it at the time. It was, I was counting down the days, and then the day it came out, I went to the video store, but I was too embarrassed to ask anyone where it was. And then my dad bought it for me, and then I watched it. And the day I got home, so after going to the video store unsuccessfully and coming back, the special foil comic was in the mailbox.
Nice.
It was a good day. It was a very good day, September 2003.
That was.
I remember watching it. It was just. I mean, it was an experience. Like as a kid who was into Bionicle, like man, this was this big budget. Obviously, the animation was not super great, but
right.
Like just sitting there and just like the whole way through, just like watching this tale, it was something else.
Yeah, but by today's standards, the animation is just not.
I mean, even by those standards, I don't think it was great. Like, come, so this brings me to my rant portion, which is like, why did you make such a weird looking animation when you had mastered the story of, or not the story, but like the visual style of Bionicle with the ghost animations, 2 years prior that looked so much better than anything else in that movie.
Oh yeah. I think part of it is they wanted to have the face animation, so they wanted to go for a more organic looking style, which is okay. I can see the idea. I don't agree with it, but I could see the idea.
I wonder if ghost animations only lend themselves to like short video clips, like because the resolution is so high, they can't They can't make a longer movie.
It's possible that they couldn't have made a feature length out of that, yeah, and then added voices and everything, and that would have added a lot to the overall processing. But
right. Well, if we look back at say just Toy Story as an example, did you understand how much work went behind doing Toy Story? That where they were filming it, they were literally rendering it frame by frame and then capturing it to a film. They had to then delete the entire original render and start over. That's just how low processing they had. So the original Toy Story is just gone. But what we have is the film copy, which is, thankfully, that can still be scaled up infinitely to 8K, 12K if we ever get that far. But the original is just gone. There's no way to bring back the original Toy Story.
Yeah.
Which is sad, but at the same time, at least we have something that can't be rebooted. That's for sure. They'll try, but they won't do it.
Don't give Disney ideas.
Oh no, it's Disney. If it exists, they will reboot it.
Well, and they're still making money, but live action Toy Story. You heard it here first, folks.
Oh, no.
Live action Bionicle when?
You remember what was the initial plan for the Mask of Light, right?
Oh yes, yeah. The rumored idea that it was just going to be a child universe.
Yeah.
I am so.
Then you have the Lego movie.
Yeah,
a decade later, where it's all about a child's imagination, and the child is technically the main character.
But we don't know. We won't learn that until late in the movie. So
that's very true. I'm okay with that, and the reason I say that, and I'm not going to try to turn this into a Lego movie discussion. I'm going to try my best to get away from it as fast as possible. I'm okay with it because that spoke to the volume of what Lego was. And is. It is imagination. But the power of imagination is something that they've been advertising and talking about and just gearing towards for years. It would not have worked in Mask of Light.
Yeah.
Period. Stop. Because it wasn't going to be a power of imagination thing. It was literally this is a real universe and you are getting teleported to this universe and you're now a Toa. And I'm like, that's not going to work, because now you've introduced the idea that all the Toa are just children being transported to a new island, and that's just going to open up a can of worms you do not want.
Yeah, I appreciate the integrity with which, I mean, say what you will with what they did with some of their story decisions, but otherwise, it holds up as a standalone science fiction tale.
Right. Also, sorry, I need to correct my vernacular there. Canister or Kanohi dragons. That's what I meant to say.
Okay, so I've got a complaint with the Mask of Light. Takanuva. Well, just call the set the Toa of Light.
Yeah.
Don't make up this almost similar name. He's not a Toa Nuva. He's not. Well, what's this Taka stuff? Stop it. Stop all of it.
Right.
And in the movie, he just makes it up. Oh yeah, you call me Takanuva now.
I am Takanuva. It's also not as ham-fisted as when the Toa Nuva started.
That delivery was also not great. I read it. I remember reading the comic first, where he goes, "I am Takanuva the Toa." You're like, "Yeah, great," and then in the movie, just kind of mumbles the line. I'm like, "Oh, that was a little bit of a letdown."
Takanuva, Toa of Light, beam, and then carve a statue with your old face on it.
Yeah.
I actually okay.
I also didn't even understand what was going on in that scene. What was happening? Why did he need to blow up part of the thing to make a statue of Mask of Light? That didn't make sense.
I'm okay with the statue being his head, because that was just cute. That was a legacy for himself. It didn't need to be there, but I'm okay with it.
But the problem is that everyone, or apparently no one, can design something that looks like a Picari. It's too hard for Templar Studios. Too hard for the people who made Mask of Light. It's not what it looks like.
No. The only one that perfected it was Lego and Ghost. That's all I'm going to say. They perfected what a Picari looked like, and even that, I'm guaranteeing Lego's. You know what? No, Lego even screws it up, because you remember the mismasked, mismolded Picari? Those exist.
Well, also they mixed up. What are their names? Tapu and Taipu.
Yeah, and Kapura now has a Ruru instead of a Picari. Apparently, he was always supposed to have the Ruru, according to some sources.
Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah, it's a cursed mask. But yeah, the movie has a bunch of really weird moments, like when
Like Irish Lewa?
Well, like, not even like the characters, but like, Golly's like, oh, I'm going to go meditate. And then just starts like meditating and floating. And like, what's this? What is this? What's the point of this? Where does it go? Why, she could just float the whole time? Not even wearing a miru. Like, yes, I know mask changing wasn't introduced in the movie, but like, what's the whole point of the whole scene?
Well, like the poison, like you have a literal poison for, like plants and stuff, but somehow that also infects the mask, even though we had infected masks 2 years earlier.
But like what it should have been was like the Krata jumps out of the rock she and bites Pabu on the mask.
Yeah.
But like, I guess they didn't want to flood the viewers with too much lore. But think, who's going to watch the movie? It's the people that know the lore.
Well, and especially if you have characters from the previous year and you expect anybody to know what they are or what's going on.
That's very true. I will say two things that definitely stand out to me the most as far as like weird lore. One, Golly's meditation, and all of a sudden now she's floating.
Yep.
Since when was that a thing? Is that just for her? Is she just manipulating the air around her with like the water droplets to hold her up?
To be fair, you also had the Rakshi who can just turn into little zoom speeder bikes.
Okay,
so like I have to assume it's a power of literally anybody.
Then why do we even have a mask of levitation? Why do we even have a mask of flight?
I don't know. Why did we need to bring the Gukko in when everybody can fly? I don't know.
Yeah.
That makes no sense. Also, why couldn't they just ride on Lewa's back?
Because he can't fly, because levitation is different than flying.
Yeah, but they don't explain that in the movie.
Levitate.
In the movie, he just flies.
He just flies. Yeah. He literally goes from the ground to Mount Ihu. Do you know how high Mount Ihu is? I got newsflash. It's the highest peak of the entire island.
Right, but what if the island's just very flat?
Oh,
we didn't get topographical lore for the island. Yeah, well, I guess like there's no mask switching in the movie. Everyone uses their Kanohi except for Pohatu, whose only contribution to the conflicts are binding people's hands with his climbing claws. That's all he does. He doesn't do any elemental attacks. He doesn't use his mask. He's just there.
Very true.
So that's a problem. That's a rant I've got. It's already unclear what he does anyway. Now, not even show it. Just show how rocks work. How do rocks work?
So let me go ahead and ask this. So this is still part of 2003 because we get the introduction. What are your thoughts on going from Matanui to Metronui? We didn't know what it's called yet. We just know it's a new island.
Well, it's too mysterious. And I mean, I might save this for a rant if we ever do a 2004 rant. But like, it's just like, I get that they're trying to be mysterious, but like they just went a little too mysterious of like, okay, so underneath the island, there's this gate that leads you to an underground island surrounded by water, except it's silvery water. And also there's an entire complex underground civilization here. It's not very clear. Like even in 2004, there's nothing that tells you that they're underground. Like it's all very complicated and confusing, and they could have done a better job of explaining what's going on.
I hear you.
I mean, I think it was good that they like left on a cliffhanger, because I mean, otherwise Makuta was defeated. You have a Toa of Light, like everything seems hunky dory. You don't know that they're gonna do another year of this stuff, so it was important that they teased it out. But yeah, the whole there's a city underground and somehow we couldn't get there because big heavy door, like that was a little ridiculous.
Well, Makuta was guarding the door.
That's true. He was regarding more or less the only place we know of to get back in there. Then again, technically Parakal made a way to get in there, assuming that he didn't melt through Matanui's face.
Oh yeah.
Which, imagine that, like Makuta takes over the Great Spirit body, goes out into space, and then the whole thing collapses in on itself because there's no structural integrity.
Well, being Matanui, he probably...
Actually, okay, no.
Yeah,
if you recall,
I guess also the staff of our
Well,
talk.
I mean, and
Yeah, I was
also,
gonna say, the staff
also
of
to
our
be
talk.
fair, like, you know, he burns through protodermis, dermis meaning skin, skin repairs itself. I'm just saying.
Yeah. All right, so the last two things I want to talk about before we wrap up here. First of all, the Yusunui. Can we all agree?
Poor thing.
As much as I like the Yusunui as a set, did it need to exist?
Gotta make big money. Well, I feel like a lot of the movie was, okay, we've got these sets, now make a movie about them, rather than, here's the movie, let's make the sets about what happened in the movie.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit of both. I feel like it is definitely that way in later years, but, like, I mean, there's no reason that Ultimate Duma needs to be Makuta, but that's 2004.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, they greenlit the movie pretty early on. I want to say actually like December 2001 or something is when they like made the deal for it, and then from then to 2003 it was in development. So like they kind of knew alongside the toys that they were making that was what was going to be in the movie.
Sure. The second note is, and this is the biggest like WTF moment of the whole movie. How does everybody feel about Takuta Nuva?
It was kind of like a weird conclusion, and then also Vakama's like, "Ah, yes, exactly as foretold." Shut up! Like, if you can't say that after it's already happened.
He just stubs his toe in Metro Nui, as the prophecy foretold, and it's like, old man, you literally just stubbed your toe. You can't spin doctor that.
I mean, he has vision powers. Maybe he did know it was going to happen. I don't know.
Oh. We'll get to his visions in 2004 if we rant. There's a lot to rant about in 2004, more so than 2003. I do feel.
I mean, I did like Takuta Nuva in the end. I thought it was cool that they, you know, incorporated some of the combiners, which they didn't normally do.
Yeah.
But, like, yeah, it kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, I'm more just mad that they never bring him up again. Like, they, you know, you introduce this way overpowered thing and just never talk about it again.
Can we also talk about, we know from... This is a bit of lore from 2005, but we'll retroactively apply it. So we know energized protodermis, if you enter it, you either transform or you're destroyed. That's pretty much, again, that is minor retconning, but we're going under the impression that the energized protodermis just kind of works for everybody. So was it always their destiny to be fused together into one being that opens the door? That's their whole destiny, was to be fused together to open a door?
I guess.
Did we rant about that in the Destiny episode? Can we rant about that?
Probably did, but like, you know, also you don't explain energized protodermis in this movie. You just have to assume that it's like some weird
magic
side effect of their. Yeah, exactly. But like, and then you know, with the City of Silver, like, you know, or the Sea of Silver, like, is this magic juice the same magic juice? Like, why? I don't know. I don't like it.
Because technically, Makuta should have just turned into a bunch of different Rockshi, and then Takanuva should have turned into Takanuva Nuva, and they shouldn't have fused.
And then they just nuve it all over the place.
Or the fact that we now know Makuta was made of antidermis all along. He should have just been blipped out of existence right then and there. But no, we just add a little toe of light in there, and all of a sudden, brand new character that's like, oh yeah, by the way, I totally see Matanui is correct. We need to do that. As if that's not ominous.
Well, I mean, there's so much retconning with Makuta to make him a more sneaky person. But yeah, like, honestly, as soon as Takua turns into Takanuva, the movie kind of goes off the rails. All right, we got this. We got Jala's dead body, and then we've got he's got his mask floating in a pillar of light. It's not explained. We're gonna stick him onto the Usanui, and we're gonna fly for 2 seconds through the underground caves until
what is the Makutas will return to him.
Also, why is it built out of Borak Call parts? It's supposed to be Rockshi parts, like,
right?
I think that part was retroactive. I don't think they mentioned the.
No.
Or is that a Greg answer? I gotta go double look that up.
No, but like the set itself.
Oh yeah, well, because they had those parts lying around, and they're just like, screw it, stick it on there.
Right. Let me pull back up the Usanui, which is...
It's really just the two shields on the side, but yeah.
They're very conspicuously placed.
They are.
But then Hali pops out of it from where?
Completely unscathed.
Yeah, that was the other thing. Rams into a door. Holly's okay. She was at the front of the door, or front of the whole thing.
Yeah, but isn't that where the Krata was? Was she just like sitting next to the Krata the whole time? Like, I don't know.
She's
None of
just
that
an
makes
instrument
sense.
of Makuta, right? It's like, did she toss the Krata out? Is that why we had a Krata just lying around in Comic 15?
Oh, and that's why they crashed, because they didn't have the navigation Krata.
No, because doesn't the Krata then like slither away?
Well, they've got like
to Makuta.
They were supposed to slam like 5 or 6 Krata in this thing to power it.
Yeah,
but you only see one in the movie, right? You see the shadow one, the purple one,
right? Yeah, but again, it was placed in, I'm assuming, probably the front compartment. I don't know. Also, are they just totally okay with handling Krata all of a sudden? It's like, oh, don't worry, they won't infect the Mask of Light.
Maybe they can't.
Yeah, maybe the Mask of Light is immune to that kind of stuff.
We should have asked Greg when, you know,
literally anybody. Somebody must have asked that. I don't know, that's crazy.
You know what? It's Ganohi. That's the answer. Plus, if they could have infected the Mask of Light, why didn't they do that back when it was still in Makuta's, possession in the first place? I guess it could have been immune.
Well, they can't even handle sunlight. Like, how could they?
That's true.
How could they handle this?
Also, I love this answer of later. Takanuva likely rebuilt the vehicle and brought it with him to Metro Nui. Why? What?
Yeah, well, why did he take that to Voyanui?
Why would you take it to Voyanui? That would have made sense if it was like, They
didn't have time. As soon as they got to Metro Nui, they're like, "Oh snap, our god is dying."
Yeah, but again, it's power.
Didn't have enough time to research it and make it a reverse engineer it or something. Just
hand it off to Nupara and be like, "Hey, throw an engine in that thing for me."
We got Kanoka Disc there too. We can put Kanoka Disc and give it all these cool features. Imagine that.
Oh, that's a good point. We could have. They could have put Kanoka Gravity in that thing. That might have at least get it to levitate.
It can already fly. That's the whole point.
No, it flew with Krata.
No, the Krata was not powering it. It could fly by itself.
Yeah, Krata was just the GPS.
Yeah, well, maybe it can fly.
No,
maybe
it specifically said it was capable of flight, was powered and navigated by Krata.
Oh,
right. But the perhaps the inherent properties of Rakshi bodies have a levitation component.
Yes, because so it could fly.
Oh, yeah.
They could fly. Oh, man.
So powered but navigated, but the powering by Krata part. I suppose.
I think power is just like, it's not giving the power of levitation. It's both the battery and the GPS. So it can still do all these things. It just didn't have any juice.
Well, I suppose at that point,
think about the Boxer, we know that it's made from rubber. What if the Boxer had the abilities of Alpha which probably not very useful, but it could change color? Imagine that.
Yeah, maybe it could do that. I don't know. That's a good point.
All right. Well, we definitely should probably wrap this all up. So, how do we
giving us more questions than answers? Terrible.
Wait, I got to complain about the resurrection of Takanuva. What was the point of any of that?
What was the point of any of this?
So we can bring it later for a new set in, say, 2008.
Oh goodness!
He gets crushed by the door, and let's all hold hands and bring him back. Like, what is this?
My lord. Kumbaya. Yeah.
Well, you already established that you have to do really difficult magic to bring people back from the dead. Of only this guy who is fused of light and shadow could bring Jala back to life. Also, we can hold hands and do it.
Exactly. It's not so much the fact that you brought something back from the dead. Obviously, it's the kids' movie. Nobody can really die. It's the fact that you did it twice in a row in the span of 2 minutes.
Yeah. Just make it something else. Just make it I don't know, something else.
Right. And with that, I don't think we've gotten too much out of our system, but with that, I think we're probably going to wrap it up. Is there anything else we need to really complain about?
Have we already complained about Borakal elements? I feel like we already talked about that.
We did have
vacuum is not an element. It just sucks.
Boo.
Well, definitely with that, we are definitely wrapping up. So if you would like to follow us on social media, we have pretty much everything everywhere now. We have an Instagram, we have Facebook, we have Twitter, we have Reddit.
We have a Reddit account. I think that's neat.
Yeah. If you want to support the website itself on Patreon, we have a Patreon there.
Oh, and our Discord.
We have a Discord now. There is a link for it somewhere. I just didn't put it on the plugs here, but there is a Discord. I'll just add it at the bottom of this thing. Why not?
Do we have an Instagram?
we do have it.
I have not used it in a while. I will.
Oh, gotta update that Instagram.
Yeah, gotta do it for the gram.
Oh, we should get a BSO1 TikTok, guys. We should totally do it.
I keep saying this.
You keep saying this. You keep not doing this.
I'm not going to do it.
No, I'm not going to do it either. Who uses TikTok anymore?
It's not going to get done.
It's never going to get done. Also, feel free to, obviously you're watching this. Feel free to subscribe to our YouTube. And that's all I can think of. So any last quick thoughts on 2003 before we definitely wrap up 100%? We're done.
How has it been 20 years? What happened?
Where did the time go?
The time, we had a whole rant about time. I know that.
I feel older than Takua, who is the oldest.
That's another rant for another day. Can we talk about Takua itself?
So much extra lore on top of that.
Yeah.
Takua episode. We should do it.
We should do that.
I'm into it. Next time. Tune in.
Absolutely. We'll do it live again. All right. Thanks everybody for watching, and have a great day.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Ciao.
Hello, gathered friends, I'm Ruanuva, and welcome to Bionicle Deep Dive, where we analyze the tropes, characters, and lore of LEGO Bionicle. This video is part of the Bionicle Day Special for 2023. Happy 810, everybody! In keeping with this year's theme of being the 20th anniversary of the 2003 story year, I've decided this deep dive to analyze the Borak Call arc, and specifically how it handles the "My powers are gone" trope, to produce some very interesting character development for the Toanuva. This video was heavily inspired by one from Overly Sarcastic Productions, where Red does a really great job of covering this trope in general. Let's dive right into it. Now, many in the Bionicle community consider the 2003 Borak Call arc as some of the closest Bionicle gets to having a filler arc, and in some ways they're right. The sets were clone sets of clone sets, and the story didn't really push the overarching plot of the series forward, since the Toa weren't making significant progress to reawaken Matanui or to uncover the larger mysteries of the island. It's extremely likely that the whole thing was made to pad out time until the big movie Mask of Light would be ready for the second half of that year's story. However, I assert that it is not truly filler that can be skipped over, but an important and worthy addition to the Bionicle story, mainly because it provided a tremendous amount of interesting and much-needed character development for the Toanuva, all of which is facilitated by the power loss trope. This arc is very well written in terms of its thematic consistency. It's about a lesson in power, the dangers of arrogance and lack of control, and how true strength comes from using their minds and working together. Now, in OSP's analysis of this trope, Red talks about how the powers are gone trope is usually an episodic type plot, where the loss of power is treated as a disruption to the status quo. Characters who usually have fantastic powers that let them solve all sorts of problems are now stuck in a situation where they don't have those powers anymore. It's often a good way to raise the stakes and force the heroes to get creative in how they deal with the problems that would have been way easier a moment before. Usually it's a sort of shake-up episode where the heroes have to deal with an unusual problem before eventually getting their powers back and things returning to normal. And this format is what we see in the Borak Call arc. The heroes lose their powers due to the villains stealing them and have to find a way to win without them, and get their powers back at the end. This arc picks up right at the end of the previous one, the Borak arc, where after their victory the Toa were plunged into the mysterious and powerful substance of energized protodermis, and were transformed into new, more powerful heroes, the Toanuva. As Toanuva, they had new tools, better armor, more powerful masks, and, notably, much stronger elemental abilities than ever before. While testing out their new abilities, they began sparring with each other, but briefly lose control of their tempers and almost end up hurting each other, with Tahu and Kopaka almost coming to blows. Their gargantuan egos led them to start power tripping, and the Toa decide that they don't need each other anymore and go their separate ways. They began basing their identities solely in their physical powers, and turned their back on the unity and ingenuity that actually earned them their past victories. But what they didn't realize is that their new powers were tied to their Nuva symbols, which were then stolen by the Borak Call in an effort to free the Borak's queens. With their symbols stolen, they lose their elemental powers. Now left weak and vulnerable, a complete crash from the highs of strength that the Toa were feeling earlier. They then spend the majority of the arc trying to find ways to fight or overpower the Call, only to be utterly defeated at every turn. Their power led them to arrogance, which led to a lack of control, which led to defeat and humiliation. A karmic punishment for their lack of control. Something that really drives home the tension in this arc is the power of the Borak Call, who are some of the strongest foes the Toa have faced up until this point. While many Powers Are Gone storylines rely on the heroes trying to deal with problems that would be easy if they had their powers, it's pretty clear that the Borak Call would still be incredibly dangerous foes even if the Toa were at full strength. Without their powers, the heroes are forced to confront real hopelessness for the first time. This is by far the closest the Toa have ever come to losing everything. If they fail, the Borak swarms and their queens will be reawakened, and will resume their mission to wipe the island clean. Even at the height of their powers, they couldn't beat back the swarms, and could only barely squeak out a victory against the queens, meaning that if the Borak truly came back while they were powerless, the island and all their people were truly doomed. Now, what's really interesting about this arc, from a writing perspective, is the timing of it. I mean, at the end of 2002, LEGO spent a lot of time building up how cool and powerful and invincible the Toa Nuva were, only to spend the next arc depicting them powerless and humiliated. No matter what your opinion of the arc is, you have to admit it was a very bold choice by the story team to have the very first thing that happens after the heroes gain fantastic new powers is for them to immediately lose them. To be honest, I kind of respect that subversion of expectations, especially since it led to interesting and thematically appropriate character development from the Toa. They sucker punched us with this plot, but they had a real point to it, to show both the audience and the Toa that there's much more to being a hero than having powers. Being a hero requires true courage, creativity, and a willingness to understand others. While they do spend most of the arc losing, it is notable that the heroes had several near successes when they focused less on power and more on strategy and unity. Tahu and Liwa managed to overtax Nuvak Call's power and force it to retreat with the help of the Lematorn. Jaller manages to snatch Parak Call's Krana when it was distracted by gloating, and the Toa Nuva and Vakama managed to trap the Rahi Nui by coordinating and outthinking it. Just to name a few examples. Each of these minor victories show the theme of power isn't everything, and that the weak can overcome the strong if they work together and use their creativity. Some of the most interesting character interactions in this arc are the ones between the Toa and their Turaga. As the Turaga try to counsel the Toa on the fact that their elemental powers were not the source of their strength, and were not what makes them heroes, with these instances actually being the first definitive foreshadowing that the Turaga were former Toa themselves that gave up their powers. The main difference between them is that, while the Toa Nuva's power loss was temporary and a fixable circumstance brought on by their own arrogance, the Toa Metru's was permanent, and they did so of their own choice to fulfill their destiny. And depending on how you choose to view destiny, that meant the power loss was either inevitable, or at the very least, the best case scenario ending for them. As such, the Turaga have much more grounded and accepting view of their loss of power, because through their journeys they grew to understand that their power was less of an intrinsic part of them, but rather was a gift meant to help them in their greater purpose, and that they would eventually have to give up and pass on to the new generation in the cycle of heroes. This arc also highlights another key difference between the Toa Nuva and Toa Metru, which is that, while the Toa Metru were Matoran who transformed, the Toa Nuva came into being as Toa. They have no memory of any kind of life without their powers, and without them, they're thrown into a full existential crisis of identity. Gali, in particular, takes it hard, because with the loss of her water powers, she also loses the connection she had to the rivers and oceans around Matanui. Used to being able to feel the flow of the natural world around her, Gali laments that she feels as if she has suddenly gone deaf to an important way that she perceives the world around her. When Gali first loses her powers, she vents to Nokama about it, saying that Nokama has no idea what this feels like. Yes. I have absolutely no idea what that would feel like. Losing your elemental powers. Yep. Can't relate at all. Nokama then teaches Gali a lesson about perspective and how there's so much more going on than there appears on the surface. A lesson that causes Gali to reflect and renew her efforts to bring the Toa back together. Onua and Whenua have a conversation about power while journeying through the underground tunnels. The whole time, Onua is focused on power in the physical sense, such as his elemental and mask powers, while Whenua is trying to get him to see the bigger picture, that those powers are meaningless without the wisdom to use them properly. Onua at one point bitterly comments on how he has to flee from creatures that he could have made short work of, and Whenua, aghast, chastises him for believing that what it means to be a Toa is to be able to defeat all that oppose you. He tries to impress upon Onua that being a hero is not about having power, that anybody can have power and use it improperly. Rather, being a true hero is about his mind and his heart. Pohatu actually uses a lesson Onua teaches him to knock over a pile of rocks while trying to unblock a cave-in with Kopaka. The rocks were piled in a way that they each supported each other, making it impossible to knock them all down. But Pohatu starts by carefully observing the pile and listening to the rocks, paying attention not to the individual stones, but how they supported each other. He eventually managed to find a weak point where one stone supported the rest and kicked it out, dislodging it enough that it couldn't support the rest while the whole wall collapsed. Pohatu explained to Kopaka that what Onua taught him is that since each stone supports the others, if they can't work together, they can't complete the task, and finding a weak point in their unity will cause them to collapse. This ends up being a metaphor for the Toa, as their true strength comes from their ability to work together and complement each other's strengths and weaknesses, as without their unity, they were left vulnerable. It also shows the lesson of how the Toa's minds are much more important than their powers. Contrast this to earlier in their arc, where Pohatu tried to kick down a different large cave-in, and without his powers, he only managed to hurt his foot. Onua essentially taught him how a better understanding of the stone allows him to find ways to use his element, despite losing his power over it. And also, Onua teaches him that it's easy to be a hero when you have tons of power, but it's much harder when all you have is your wits. But by far the most interesting dynamic between the Toa and Turaga in this arc comes from Tahu and Vakama, with Vakama giving Tahu the Mask of Time at the beginning of this arc, and Tahu struggles to come to terms with the responsibility this ultimate power brings. See, the Mask of Time throws such an interesting angle into this arc's exploration of themes of power, because now Tahu is stuck in this place of being completely powerless, but also having access to more power than he can handle. He spends a lot of this arc agonizing over this internally, because he was told to keep the mask a secret. Vakama initially refused to even let Tahu touch the mask until he was sure Tahu grasped the seriousness and scope of its power, and that it was not to be used lightly. Now, Tahu had always struggled with self-control and using his powers in recklessly destructive ways, and his transformation into a Toa Nuva only made him more arrogant about his powers. And after losing his powers, Tahu's mental state is thrown into a complete frenzy, with him being even angrier and more impulsive than usual to compensate for how vulnerable he feels. He can barely control himself, and now he's asked to be responsible for controlling time. Of all masks, the Vahi requires the most control and discipline to use. Its power affects time itself, a fundamental aspect of reality, and if one were to lose control while wielding it, time itself could be undone. During a fight with Parakal, Tahu briefly considers using the Vahi to stop it, but he doesn't because he realizes that in his current mental state, he would never be able to control it. He knows he's not in control of himself. Just moments earlier in the fight, he almost committed suicide out of spite because he hated the idea of retreating and letting the Parakal win again. In the end, he does retreat, lamenting his temper and asking himself why Vakama would trust him with this burden. See, this instance really highlights one of the more interesting aspects of Tahu's character, which is that, despite his hot-headed impulsivity, Tahu is actually an incredibly introspective and self-aware character. He has anger issues, and he is fully aware that his anger is an issue. When he does finally use the mask in the last moments before the call would free the Barag, he does so out of recognition that this is the only option left, and that they have nothing left to lose. Tahu accepts this power with humility and out of a sense of duty, and this absence of arrogance gives him the willpower to hold back time on the Borak Hall, stopping them from freeing the Barag. Tahu finally managed to control himself, and so was worthy to control this power. It's also very interesting that the Mask of Time, despite its awesome power, did not end up being the actual solution. However, it did give the Toa the time they needed to find another way, one that relied upon their willpower, their unity, and the lessons they learned about the price of power. The Toa win in the end by collectively gathering their willpower and pouring it into their symbols, still held by the Borak Hall. That act causes the symbols to activate and give their energy to the Borak Hall, massively increasing the Call's powers to new heights. The Call then hesitate moments before they would have unlocked the Nuva Cube, reveling in their new strength and entertaining fantasies of ruling alongside the Barag and cleansing Matanui without the swarms. While indulging those arrogant daydreams, they didn't notice until it was too late that the symbols had fed them more power than they could control. Their own abilities ran wild, and they each self-destructed, victims of their own power and hubris. In essence, the Call reacted to their new powers the same way the Toa Nuva did theirs, and in both cases it led to their downfall. I remember thinking as a kid that this resolution felt weird, as it kinda came out of nowhere from a lore perspective. I remember hoping that the Exo-Toa or the Mask of Time would be the solutions on their own. But now that I'm older, I see that this ending was appropriate thematically. There was no power-up that could solve this problem, and there shouldn't have been. That would completely undermine the point the story was trying to make. The Toa had to learn to truly understand that their true power comes from within them, from the power of their minds and the power of their unity. And it's fitting that they learn to solve the problem by primarily using those, without any special abilities. They understood the lesson that too much power, without the responsibility to control it right, was a bad thing, and they used that hard-earned wisdom to defeat the Call. This arc, and its exploration into the themes of power, were really important to the story BIONICLE was trying to tell. BIONICLE had an incredibly fast-paced plot, and tons of lore and mythos to cover, meaning slower arcs centered around the characters were much rarer than in other series. This arc provided just that, a chance to really dive into the characters' minds and explore what it means to be a hero. While it doesn't fully resolve all their character flaws, this arc pushed the Toa to make progress in becoming the kinds of heroes they needed to be, and sets them up nicely for the character arcs they'd undergo in the Mask of Light movie and beyond. After all, understanding that cleverness and unity matter more than raw strength was a major key to them being able to survive and even win against the supremely powerful Brotherhood of Makuta during the Cardanui arc later on. And so we see that the Borak Hall arc, while somewhat underappreciated, was a truly important and worthy addition to the BIONICLE mythos. But what do you guys think? Do you enjoy how this arc explored the trope of losing power? And do you have your own thoughts on how it went? Let's keep the discussion going. This has been Hirora Nuva, wishing you a happy BIONICLE Day, everybody, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care, my gathered friends.
He is Kopaka Nuva, Toa of Ice, bringer of winter, and a hero of Matanui. His elemental energies and Konohi Nuva mask give him great powers. Unfortunately, flying is not one of them.
Not certain why my ice powers have deserted me. But if this does not work, I On! Too close. Much too close.
How did Kopaka Nuva lose his ice powers? It all began when strange beings stole the symbols of the Toa Nuva from the 6 Matoran villages. The effects were felt right away, all over the island, as the Toa Nuva lost their elemental powers, and nothing could bring them back. Suddenly, problems that could have solved easily the day before threatened to become disasters.
So Turaga Nuju rescued you with a mask of telekinesis?
It does not matter how I escaped, only that I did. Nuju believes the loss of our power is related to the thefts of the Nuva symbols.
And we trailed the thieves from our villages to this part of Pauahi. But what do we do if we find them?
It's not if. We will find them, and we will get our powers back.
Tahu, I think those things up ahead might have something to say about it.
We are the Borak Cow. We search for Kadak and Gadak, queens of the swarm. Tell us where you have hidden the ball rag, and then stand aside. We have no wish to harm helpless foes.
Helpless? Toa Nuva are never helpless. We'll run you into the ground.
No amount of speed can save you from my magnetic force.
My feet magnetized to the ground. I can't move.
The Toa Nuva did not seek conflict. But if we must battle, I shall end it quickly.
Your rock is no threat, Toa Nuva, and neither are you. Give us Kadak and Gadak now.
No!
The Mask of Shielding will protect us. For now. Borak Kal, your quest must fail. The creatures you seek have vanished from Matanui.
You lie. They are here, and we will find them. Your shield cannot stand before the crushing power of gravity, Tahu Nuva.
Tahu! The shield is down. Defend yourselves, Toa Nuva.
There can be no defense against Tanak Cow's electricity or Korok Cow's sonic power and Leibach Cow's vacuum blast.
Later.
Oh, what happened?
I believe we have just been given a warning by the Borak Call. They obviously do not want us interfering with their search.
No? Well, the Borak Kal will pay for daring to challenge the Toa Nuva. We shall—
Tahu, this is no time to worry about our pride. Didn't you hear them? If they find Kadak and Gadak and free them, the Borak swarms will strike again.
But how do we stop them? Our elemental powers are gone, and we don't even know where the Barag are ourselves.
They stole the Toa Nuva symbols from the Koro and our powers with them.
They're trying to frighten us. To make us run away so we won't try to stop them.
No one makes me run. No one.
Enough talk. Gali, you, Pohatu, and Anua go back to the Borak nest and see if you can discover what happened to Kadak and Gadak. Kopaka, Lewa and I will keep after the Borak Kal. See if we can slow them down.
Great. I get the team with personality.
Quiet! I suggest we keep an eye out for Kanohi Nuva masks. With our elemental energies gone, we will need all the help we can get.
The Borak are so powerful, and they have weakened us. How can we hope to win?
We'll find a way, Gali. We are the heroes of Matanui, aren't we? That's what heroes do.
Yes, with powers or without, together or apart, we are still the Toa Nuva, and the Borak Kal are about to learn just what that means.
in the city of Metru Nui. You can discover how 6 new heroes confront the danger and protect the inhabitants from a mysterious force. They are the Toa Metru, extremely adept, powerful, equipped, ready for any challenge. They know their duty, but can they stop this new, faceless opponent? A mystery to be revealed at BIONICLE.com.
Carl.
Hello all! Happy Bionicle Day and welcome to the Knowledge Tower, where we investigate the science behind the Bionicle legend. In today's special investigation, we will be taking a closer look at Kopaka Nuva's defeat of the Rakshi during Bionicle Mask of Light. Half an hour into the movie, 3 Rakshi are hot on the tail of Takua across a lake in Kowahi, ready to pounce on the fleeing Matoran and claim both him and the Mask of Light for the Makuta. But at the last moment, Kopaka Nuva knocks them into the water of the lake with a blast of ice and quickly freezes it solid, temporarily trapping the sons of Makuta and allowing Takua to escape. This is an exciting scene from the film and a great showcase of Kopaka's powers, but it also got me thinking, just how much heat would Kopaka need to pull out of the water with his elemental powers to freeze an entire lake in such a short time frame? It's time to pull out the calculator and find out. Firstly, we will need to estimate just how much water we are dealing with. The movie does not give us any facts or figures about the lake after all, and the novelization doesn't go into that much detail either, simply stating that the lake is small. There are no official definitions that tell us at what size a body of water becomes a lake. However, the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration does provide the following estimates. They say that a lake is generally bigger than 4,000 square meters in area, and a lake is generally more than 6 meters deep, on average. Given that this is a small lake, let's put it right at the bottom of this size range and say that it is these figures exactly. Estimating the volume of the lake is the next step, though in this case we do not know the exact shape of the lake, either when viewing it from the surface or when looking at the shape of the lake bed itself. However, if we simply multiply the area of the lake by its average depth, this will give us a good enough estimate for our purposes. As we determined before, the area of the lake is 4,000 square meters and the average depth is 6 meters. So, multiplying these two together gives us an estimated volume of 24,000 meters cubed of water that Kopaka will need to freeze. Given water's density of 997 kilograms per meter cubed, that works out to be a total of 23,928 metric tons of water contained in the lake. Now that we have the amount of water estimated, we next need to work out how much heat energy needs to be removed from it in order to freeze it solid. The energy change needed for water to change phase between liquid and solid is given by this equation, where Q is the heat energy in joules, M is the mass of the water in kilograms, and LF is the awesomely sounding measure known as the latent heat of fusion, which is measured in joules per kilogram. The latent heat of fusion depends on the temperature of the water. Given that this takes place in Kowahi, we're going to assume that the water is already at around 0 degrees Celsius, meaning that the latent heat of fusion would be 334,000 joules per kilogram. Plugging in the numbers, we get a total of around 7,990 billion joules of heat that Kopaka would need to remove from the lake in order to freeze it solid. Now, that number is fairly meaningless on its own, so let's put that into context. Your average domestic freezer usually tops out at about 250 watts of power usage. A watt is defined as being 1 joule of energy being used per second, with 2 watts being 2 joules per second, etc. Reviewing the scene from Mask of Light, it takes Kopaka 6 seconds on screen to completely freeze the lake. So let's use that to convert our energy in joules into watts so that we can make a comparison. 7,990 billion joules divided by 6 seconds gives us 1,330 billion watts, meaning the elemental power that Kopaka has put on display here is the equivalent of over 5.3 billion domestic freezers. Is that the end of our calculations? Not quite. There is one key thing we have to remember before we finish up the video, and that is that cold is not actually a real thing. It's simply an absence of heat. You can't create cold. You can simply take heat away from one place and move it somewhere else. So, if Kopaka's powers are to obey this rule, then all that heat he removed from the water in those 6 seconds needs to go somewhere. But where? The air around Kopaka seems to be the obvious choice for this, but he will have to be careful that by freezing the lake he doesn't inadvertently roast himself, Takua and Jala alive with the increase in air temperature from the redistributed heat. Given it's never mentioned in story that there is a noticeable increase in air temperature whenever a Toa of Ice uses their powers, let's say that we need to keep this increase small, only 1 degree Celsius. Over how large a volume of air would Kopaka have to redistribute this heat? Like we did before, we're going to have to make a couple of assumptions. Let's assume that, like the water, the air is also at 0 degrees Celsius, and let's also assume that it is at a pressure of 1 atmosphere. At this temperature and pressure, the specific heat capacity of air is 1.0035 joules per gram per degree Celsius, meaning it takes 1.0035 joules to heat up 1 gram of air by 1 degree. We also need to take into account the density of air at this temperature and pressure, which is 1.293 kilograms per meter cubed. So, running the numbers, this means that if we want to keep our temperature change to only 1 degree, then Kopaka will have to spread that heat out over around 5.4 cubic kilometers of the surrounding air. Well, there you have it. I hope you enjoyed the video and found it interesting. As always with these investigations, analysing the lore of Bionicle always gives the most fascinating results. Happy Bionicle Day everyone, and I hope to see you again soon for another Bionicle science investigation here at the Knowledge Tower.
Takua! Takua! Takua!
Oh boy, a suspiciously enough rock.
Takua! Takua!
Can I at least make an Indiana Jones scene?
Takua!
Oops, sorry Mr. Frodo.
Takua!
Stop it, the joke isn't funny anymore. Welcome to the Collei Stadium. All of you have permission to break the laws of physics.
We won the Champions League trophy.
No Turiga, that is a Kanohi.
Elon Musk is my imaginary friend.
This is the Mask of Light, which you peasants must deliver to the seventh Toa.
Is he talking about Varki?
Wait, how come we never heard of this?
Oh, don't worry, it was foretold in a prophecy that we totally didn't make up right now.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Let's see. Eeny meeny miny mo, you do it.
I have feelings for you.
I have feelings for you too.
Wait, why do they get to be lovers?
Shut up, Hoogie.
No, Grandpa. Sorry I couldn't go to your birthday party. I got a positive in my COVID test. Didn't you see it in the picture I sent you?
Pterodactyl, that was a pregnancy test.
Wait, how the hell am I floating?
You just have to kill everything that floats, do you?
Yeah. Floating is our thing.
Wait, how the hell are they floating? No, 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 no.
None have breached Tarkoro's gates before, and none shall this day.
Wait, didn't Tanakal actually breach the gates a month ago?
He doesn't count.
Did you just assume their gender?
Wait, so the Borak are non-binary? Knock knock.
Who's there?
Karma.
Tella?
Karma balls. Galley help. He's trying to kill me.
Did you just assume their gender?
Galley, I swear to Martin, if you keep this up, I'm never blasting over to the ground. Why did those delinquents destroy our village?
Because it was floating in the lava.
Well, you have done a terrible job at defending it.
I admit this wasn't our finest hour.
Yeah, I guess we are still a little green. What?
Greetings, Tolua. Will you accompany us in our quest? Greetings, Tolkaprika. Will you accompany us in our quest? Well, I guess it's just you and me. I super hate you.
Daddy, we want a PS5.
You get down from those pillars right now. Okay, but we still want a PS5. You'll get one when you're older. No, we want it now. Well, good luck finding one because it's 2003. Alright. You guys grab a couple of PS2s and I'll get a PS1. Then we'll use the spear and fusion to merge them into a PS5.
Wait.
What?
What if instead you also grab another PS2? Then, when we fuse them together, we'll get a PS6.
No.
Tahu, I think you're out of shape.
Impossible.
My diet's been nothing but green.
Oh no, the vegan protodermis has possessed him.
Well, at least this time the one who gets possessed isn't Lure for a change.
I know, isn't it refreshing?
Wait, someone got possessed by vegan protodermis of all days, and it's not me, Tom. How dare you?
That was close. Lua's wrath almost destroys the island. The Rakshi have come.
Follow me on Instagram.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Kalma.
Kalma?
Kalma boys.
Angry Tahu noises.
Oh no, a friendship. My only weakness.
Help. He's going to kill us.
Did he just assume their gender?
Oh come on, Gully. Not again.
No, seriously. I think we need to address this. The Rakshi are newborns and easily offended. We should take their feelings under consideration.
Didn't we just murder them mercilessly?
Unrelated fact.
Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. But not for him.
What?
Ouch.
I am so sorry for your loss.
Don't worry. He'll be resurrected in like 20 minutes.
Why are you so obsessed with their feelings? Their suits of armor.
And who's piloting them? Pa? Pa?
Oh my gosh. You're still like this?
I mean, worms born from vegan protodermis really have gender issues.
Especially when they're born from vegan protodermis.
Brothers, we must unite forces against Makuda.
Kaprika, you have to contribute to the debate. You don't have to contribute to the debate.
Oh, screw you guys. I'll do it myself.
See, this is the reason why love isn't canon.
Should we tell them that they forgot to kill us?
No, let's just leave awkwardly.
Oh crap, my car.
Yeah, I can stand that coyote, but at least he pays rent, unlike that guy over there.
You'll get your rent when you fix this damn door!
Makuda, I have come to defeat your darkness and awake Matanui with the power of light.
Oh, what are you, a Kingdom Hearts fanboy?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's useless, Takuya. You cannot defeat me in a room full of vegan protodermists.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Calma.
I swear if you guys make another pun with my name, I'm sticking my tentacles on your ass.
Thanks for distracting him.
Don't talk to me.
Hold up. I thought you couldn't breathe air.
And I can't. What's your point? Oh. And so, after 1,000 years of darkness, today we celebrate the awakening of the Great Spirit. Martin, wait a minute, shouldn't we evacuate the island?
So, when do you think they're giving us our lines?
I don't know. They told us to wait here until they were prepared for recording.
That was 20 years ago. You don't think they cancelled our contracts, right?
They must never know.
Gathered friends, you know why we're here. 2003 marked the end of a self-imposed trilogy for the BIONICLE franchise. With this, they were pulling all stops when it came to marketing.
It's McTootie, the Bionic Man.
Collectibles skyrocketed with the success LEGO was seeing, and sets and merchandise deals were raking in the money for them. To go along with the release of their direct-to-video film, BIONICLE Mask of Light the Movie, LEGO had one more ace up their sleeve. Something that had been developing for 2 years as the must-have release for gaming in the BIONICLE fandom that would define a game company's legacy. This is the retrospective of BIONICLE, the game. Right off the bat, I find it incredibly bold that they took to calling it BIONICLE, the game. Like, they didn't quite know what would best describe the experience you're about to have, so they just settled with the game. After playing through this again, I don't blame them. It is, by textbook definition, a video game. For this retrospective, I decided to do a little more than just play through the game again. I'm giving a Reader's Digest on how this dumpster fire came to be. There was a lot while researching for this video that doesn't add up at all. The development history and its problems, the in-game story, and critical reception that would turn them off to making another main console game for BIONICLE for 3 years. And of course, this is one of the first times we witnessed the LEGO trademark of throwing out everything and starting over for reasons they never explained. This happened multiple times with just this one project over its 2.5 years of development hell. I'm going to go through the ins and outs of what made this smorgasbord of a game. So let's start with the out. What went on in our world to get this game onto shelves? Part 1. LEGO attempts to make video games and it only kind of worked. With LEGO's sleeper hit BIONICLE taking off as their lead cash cow in 2001, there was clearly a desire to capitalize on it. There was a financial rut that LEGO was in at the beginning of the century that plenty of people besides me have covered, so doing it here seems redundant. So what do you do when your franchise is suffering in the early 2000s? You make video games! The LEGO Group had recently started a wing for video game entertainment called LEGO Interactive. This wing partnered up with game developer Sapphire Corporation. Haven't heard of them? Me neither until I started researching for this. They were a small company in Utah and they seemed to be a middleman by helping with ports of already existing games or basic asset animation for big titles. They're like one of those dozens of companies you see in the credits of a Marvel movie. They worked on the Macintosh port of StarCraft Brood War, a couple of the early Tom Clancy games, and lots of other tie-in titles to existing properties. So they were no strangers to the cash cow mold. And even though they had to work on platforms like PC and the N64, a majority of their work was on handheld consoles, specifically the Game Boy. The LEGO Group approached them to develop 2 titles, BIONICLE Tales of the Tahunga and BIONICLE The Legend of Motunui. These games would cover the story of BIONICLE as it was told in 2001, with Legend of Motunui being the lead title, and Tales of the Tahunga being a midquel of sorts. Tales of the Tahunga would take place at the same time as The Legend of Motunui, just covering a different perspective. TLMN would be a 3D open-world platformer where you would play as the Toa going across the island of Motunui, finding the Kanohi masks across the island, and defeating the Makuta with their combined power. Both games were slated to be released in October 2001, The Legend of Motunui releasing on PC, and a GameCube release in spring 2002. They were also hoping to release it on PlayStation at some point. Sadly, as the release date for PC approached, the LEGO Group decided to pull the plug on The Legend of Motunui. There's not much of this game or the story behind its development that exists to really get why they canceled the project. The only reasons LEGO publicly claimed for doing it was chip compatibility and timing. After the project was terminated, copies of what they completed were burned onto CDs and given to a handful of the developers. I'm assuming that was mostly for portfolios and demo reels. Tales of the Tahunga would release as planned for the Game Boy Advance later that year. Later copies of the game would retroactively have their title changed to Bionicle Quest for the Toa. The LEGO Group got into trouble for using some Aboriginal words like Tahunga in Bionicle media, but it's all semantics, it's not really the story for right now. The Legend of Motunui's development story is one for another time, but all of this was brought up for the fact that even since the beginning of the line, LEGO was wanting a flagship video game title for Bionicle. Other projects like their website-based Motunui Online game were taking off, but they wanted to prove their status in the thriving business of home video games. The concept of TLMN was ambitious, but it feels like they bit off a bit more than they could chew. It wasn't the first time, and this next part wasn't even the last time. Immediately after canning The Legend of Motunui, the LEGO Group prepared once again for their next big project. After the lukewarm success of Tales of the Tahunga, LEGO Interactive poked the shoulder of Argonaut Games in October 2001 to, you guessed it, develop 2 new games. They moved on right away. A side-scrolling platformer for handheld, and a 3D platformer for major consoles. Why this pattern? I have no idea. Argonaut Games was a company with a slightly bigger reputation than Sapphire's. They took tie-in games and practically ran it into the ground. Argonaut's biggest claim to fame was their partnership with EA, who published a majority of their games. After helping develop Star Fox for the SNES in 1993, Argonaut developed games like Ren and Stimpy for the SNES, Scooby-Doo Mystery for the SNES, and most notably, the PlayStation 1 ports of the first 2 Harry Potter games.
As soon as I heard, I rushed down from my hut to give you big congratulations. I know you'll catch the snitch first, I just know it.
My lord in heaven, what did they do to you? In 2002, Bionicle Matoran Adventures was released for the Game Boy Advance. You play as the main Mictoran, as they've been nicknamed, fight through the island's Rahi, and eventually help the off-screen Toa fight and defeat the Bohrok. It sold reasonably well, kind of like Quest for the Toa before, and it seemed to be a good omen. EA hopped onto the development for the next Bionicle game in early 2002, and the ball rolled from there. Bionicle the game was officially announced a year later on May 2nd, 2003, with a scheduled release of fall 2003 to tie in with the Mask of Light coming out on DVD and video. But again, there's almost no information about the development of this game. Seriously, I even went on to IMDb Pro and got a subscription just so I could try to find information on the creators, and there's nothing there. The initial announcement was made with no supporting game footage or trailer. They basically just gave us empty platitudes. They promised we could play in each area of the island of Motunui as the 6 Toa in their original Mata forms. Then you would evolve into the Toa Nuva after completing each of their stories and play as them again in the Nuva forms. A mysterious 7th Toa, that was not Voriki, would become the Toa of Light, and the supposed 13th level would have you fight and defeat Makuta in his ultimate form. For you younger folk, do you remember when Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 4 was cancelled in 2011? But it was okay because this random new Spider-Man was going to help the Avengers fight Thanos in 10 years? Which, yes, that all did happen, but how many of us would have believed that all the way back in 2008? That was the explanation of this game. E3 2003 was 2 weeks after this announcement. Here, EA had a trailer with comparison clips between in-game models and the toys, as well as pre-rendered cutscenes. The trailer had some test footage where you could clearly tell from the user interface that they were still working out the kinks. The footage also included some examples of the level for Liwa Mata. All of this looked promising, but everything presented at E3 2003 was, in my opinion, borderline criminal. What follows would take false advertising to the next level. The Game Boy Advance port of Bionicle the game was released on September 10th, 2003, 3 days before Mask of Light came out. They barely made that deadline. The official game was released on Xbox, PS2, and GameCube on October 20th, and the PC port was released a week after that. The resulting product was a mess. The level count we were promised was cut from 13 to 8. The weirdest part of that change was the Liwa Mata level from the demo was completely scrapped. The playable Toa Mata were obviously cut down to just Tahu and Kopaka. The Toa Nuva were cut to Gali, Pohatu, Onua, Liwa, and Tahu again. Sorry, Kopaka. Lastly, Takua Nuva served as the 8th level. He still battled the Makuta and brought this game to its conclusion. The reviews of this game were disastrous. IGN gave it a 3.8 out of 10, critiquing its pacing, graphics, and blaming the counterintuitive levels on the poor camera controls and overall bad functionality. They did make note of very small things they liked, such as the animation for recharging your elemental energy. Really grasping at straws here, aren't we? To sum it up, LEGO dropped the ball again. Not as badly this time because they decided to actually release the game despite it being incomplete. And even with the bad reviews, it never stained the reputation of Bionicle. 2003 was still profitable for Bionicle even with the major overspending the LEGO Group did that year. It even allowed them to carry the line for another 2 years before a soft reboot was technically needed. The fact that they managed to repeat nearly the exact same scenario and not get thrashed for it is pretty notable too. I don't think that very many game companies could get away with that nowadays. except for maybe one. The only major fallout the LEGO Group seemed to have was mostly by proxy. Argonaut filed for bankruptcy the following year and was fully liquidated by 2007. Not even old, cursed Haggard could save them. The sequel to Bionicle the game, City of Legends, which was planned to release in 2004, was canned, and LEGO Interactive, the video entertainment wing of the LEGO Group, closed its doors in 2004, with no future plans to develop video games after this. Of course, until two rather small companies, LucasArts and Traveler's Tales, approached LEGO in 2005 to create LEGO Star Wars the video game, an idea that would give them a real stake in the gaming industry. Bionicle the game was released, against all odds, for better or worse. And what is its standing in the community? It exists. It's a tie-in video game to a successful IP. I don't really know what else you want me to say. There were certainly plenty of creative liberties taken with it, but that's not from a lack of trying. A lot of the liberties it took when it comes to the lore and the canon timeline all seem to be from budgetary and time restraints. Based on what's left in the game's data, there seems to be a lot of ambition in what they wanted to cover from the first 3 years of lore. The Rahi, the Toa, and Matoran in the extra section of the game show a lot of scrap material that I'm honestly surprised even saw the light of day when this game was released. A lot of the character models are rigged for idle animations, and yet they weren't even used in the actual gameplay. And if that wasn't weird enough, there's a handful of models that were prominent characters that are T-posing in the extras section. No idle animations or anything. Regardless, the extras section gives us a whole lot of models and concept art that all make it seem like people actually gave a damn about this game. I think LEGO just saw how long it was taking them to develop what they already had, and they didn't want to risk taking longer than they already had to finish the game and potentially miss the deadline of Mask of Light, and they limped that finish line as it was. So the desire to keep the tie-in aspect seems to be the biggest weakness of the game, which is ironic, really, and it explains the corner cutting from a story standpoint. The technical standpoint, on the other hand. Part 2. My self-inflicted torture begins. I remember Bionicle the game being passable when I played the PC version back in 2003. The most prominent memories I have are me getting legitimately frustrated at points and thinking it was all my fault. I played it again on the GameCube version after not touching it for probably 10 years, and I realized that I had very real reasons to have the gamer rage. I think the only thing that got me to power through and finish the game in any playthrough then and now was that it could be completed in under 2 hours, sometimes 1 hour if you're not a quitter. Even to this day, my hyper-focus back then was so in tune that my 5-year-old brain embedded how to complete this game in the most streamlined way possible. This was most likely to minimize my misery and trauma. So of course, my feeble memories of this game when I played it in the time before time was not good enough. I had to go and play it again. And let me tell you, going back to play it for this retrospective was one of the most surreal experiences of my life. Muscle memory has never been stronger. So this part is mostly going to cover the technical aspects of the game. I'll also pepper in my grievances with the lore as they come up, because yes, I'm petty enough about a 20-year-old game made to promote a kid's toy line to discuss how it strayed from its well-paced and established lore. I understand it sounds silly, but you have to understand this. It's not like side quests changing things up. Like, to go back to those Harry Potter games, do you remember those mini-games to make going to school entertaining until the next kid dies? And it doesn't necessarily follow the book? It's much worse than that. I'm talking about major story beats that are ripped from their placement in the timeline and put in randomly because they didn't know how to end a cutscene. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's dust off that old build of DirectX and get into it. Right off the bat, I just want to make note of the sound mixing. It is rough. Not the sound design itself, just specifically the mixing. When testing whether or not this game would run for me to get this footage, I made sure all my volume levels were adjusted so that next time I would start it up, it wouldn't make my ears bleed. I mean, just listen to that SFX competing with the music in the main menu. Alright, the first level's Tahu. What do we got? This introduction cinematic is actually pretty decent. Also, this is where the bar is set in terms of CG. It literally doesn't get any better than this. I'm sorry. The art style is pretty consistent with the years prior. There's some characters like Vakama, Takua, and to some extent Gali Nuva and Tahu Nuva later in the game that look closer to how they look in the movie. The rest seem to be an amalgamation of just about every previous incarnation in the toys, comics, and Flash games. And the Matoran appear to be putting on a play for the Toa about themselves, I guess? It's supposed to be a condensed version for those who for whatever reason bought this game and it's the first time they've ever heard of this franchise. The generic applause sound effect to reflect the 6 audience members is a nice touch. I want to mention here too that the Wikipedia makes note that they wanted to get at least the actors for the Toa from the movie to reprise their roles in the game. but scheduling prevented that. So we have a few decent sound-alikes, and then Liwa and Onua.
Nicely done. I'll save you.
Also, why does Gali have boobs? I get that she's the only female Toa on the team, but why does her mask have such prominent lips? And why does she have boobs? And a waist? And a booty? What is any of this? What is happening? Anyway, Takua crashes the party and tells them,
Something is chasing me. You have to stop it!
This part of the cinematic is actually really impressive. There's intriguing combat, pacing, and shot composition. The music in this cinematic, and just in this game as a whole, is actually really good. It almost distracted me completely from the fact that the Bow-Rock randomly show up. Or the fact that Onua says this,
Makuta leaves?
implying that they've defeated him already. But they're not wearing the golden masks at this point, and they're still defiled Rahi. Before we can even put that all together though, the action's over. So the Rahi and Bow-Rock are both here, the Toa have got to stop them in their regions, and Thick Gali over here is the one to let the other 5 know.
Let us travel back to our Wahi and deal with Makuta's dark threat, once and for all.
Alright, now we're getting into the first level of the game. I feel like my emulator was able to fix most of the times this happened, but I remember this one distinct fetching bug back in the day that the game would get when loading the in-game cutscenes. Starting up cutscenes had 3 possible combinations of how they wouldn't work. Because the audio track, the music track, and the video track are all built separately, the game is programmed to pull this information at the same time and try to run them in sync. But this leaves a lot of room for errors, like the audio track being pulled more than once and hearing double of everything and slightly out of sync. Sometimes you can get cutscenes with no music. It's really a lot of issues that would have been easily resolved if you just pre-rendered the cutscene. It's definitely a relic of old video game design, and obviously this would have been much easier these days, and I believe both discs that were included in the PC release were 512 megabytes at max, so pre-rendering would have likely tripled that space for just one cutscene, let alone the 17 in-game cutscenes and 5 pre-rendered cinematics. This Lamatoran in the completely wrong region is being terrorized by this Nui Kopen, and Tahu shows up presumably right after the events of the opening cinematic. And Taragavakama is already there somehow. He gives Tahu the rundown again.
Toward Tahu, spirits of fire, the Tamatoran have fled from the Borak.
Do not worry, Taragavakama. I will see to your safety.
I really appreciate how seriously the game takes itself and doesn't even try to cater to anyone who would have had no idea what any of these words mean. Side note, that Nui Kopen animation just sticks it to that rock. Thought that was funny. And snap, we're in the game. To go back to what IGN said about camera controls, they suck. For the PC version, there's not even an option to bind the camera controls to the mouse. Here's how the game expects you to play on PC with the default controls. The up, down, left, and right arrows move the character. Right shift to jump, ranged attack to right control, shield/recharge with /, lock on target with comma, and camera controls are set to numpad on 8, 2, 4, and 6. Up, down, left, right. This was 5 years after Half-Life came out, and that to me was the most prominent mainstream usage of the WASD configuration for gaming. And Dark Castle in 1986 is generally accepted for the first time that this configuration was used. So there was precedent and no real reason for them to use this configuration. It's hot garbage. You're practically begging for carpal tunnel. I set it up to fit a keyboard and mouse configuration as best I could. Sorry mouse, you're taking the backseat on this one. Although, you're not missing much. The game is pretty straightforward with its tutorials as you roam with Tahu. There's basic shielding, a ranged elemental attack, and a double jump. The game brings you to a screeching halt mid-action to tell you how to do any of these things. Once you get through the explanations of a new mechanic, which there are about 7 in this opening level, the gameplay speaks for itself. Jump around, shoot things when they show up, shield when you're about to take a hit, and recharge your energy whenever it's safe and you're empty. There's light stones throughout the game, which unlock the game's extras. Not a huge incentive to get them nowadays because it's all archived in the Bionicle Media Project, so I hope you can forgive me for not making completionist status my goal here. There's a couple more scripted events that are meant to help point out stronger obstacles that you have to avoid. Enemies like Nui Jaga, Nui Rama, and Hotobugs show up that you have to shoot or they'll keep pestering you. They phase out of existence when you shoot them enough times. The game extras claim that when you shoot them like that, you're teleporting them to a part of the island that is free from Makuta's influence. But then you shoot things later in the game like the Fiku Nui, and it sounds like you're just liberating them from existence. Take me with you. Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention that a key point of progression in this mostly linear level is that you're supposed to rescue these Matoran that are along the path. They appear to also implode when you rescue them. And like I mentioned before, you're rescuing green Lay Matoran from the jungle region rather than the obvious Tom Matoran that shows up on your counter. There's a sprite for them and everything. You're meant to collect 5 of them so they can build a Rahi? At least that's what Takua tells me later.
We need Rahi power to open this door. But all our friendly Rahi have fled from the Borak. Rescue Matoran helpers to build a replacement.
They're just going to casually create sentient life. That's cool. No problem with that. And that Rahi will run on a treadmill that you can test out earlier in the level. So anyway, after you murder some animals, you move on to a mini-boss. A bigger Nui Jaga that has some color palette changes blocks your way through. And if given the parts, I'd build the hell out of that thing. This one is more difficult because his laser shoots barely over your head at a maximum double jump height. And your damage doesn't even do him in. And you shoot him 5 times instead of the normal 3. He gets crushed by rocks, and then your ears are assaulted by the same rock smashing sound. The penultimate test of your might in this level is a mini Rahi romp that is extremely easy so long as you don't get lasered by the Nui Jaga and just spam attack and jump. Even if you're not aiming, it'll just do it for you. My run of this was so janky that I didn't even realize I beat it until he did his little celebration dance at the end. Alright, I did it. An in-game cutscene happens with Vakama inaudibly talking to Tahu while the Matoran are gods for a second. And then the Rahi is already running on the treadmill, so you don't have time to think about what you just witnessed. Now it's time for the final boss of the Tahu stage. You go through the tunnel walkway, the Rahi gym bro open for you, and find yourself on a random little rock encircled with lava. Then you're ambushed by
Korak, the Ice Bullrock, able to shoot icy blasts from their claws. Korak, the Ice Bullrock.
This segment in particular is a cacophony of sound mixing. There's this overwhelming loud droning noise to signify the Borak are about to show up. Then they jump out of the ground, fire these energy spheres at you, and then proceed to roll around the rock mound to keep you from leaving. They leave the orbit one at a time to take shot at you, and that's your time to strike. It takes 3 hits per Borak, and the noise they make when they get damaged is haunting. They leave the orbit randomly, so unless you're target locking, there's no way to streamline this battle. Wait, shield, attack. Wait, shield, attack. Wait, shield, attack. Tahu does a dance that honestly should be a Fortnite dance when you beat them, and he has a moment to analyze a singular Krana that they left behind. Then Takua rolls up out of nowhere and tells you indirectly that he just found the Mask of Light, which, you know, he's about 3 story arcs early at this point. And then you win! God, I'm not gonna have ears when this is over. Now it's time for Kopaka. Honestly, this game is pretty good at easily transitioning you from one stage to the other without having to go back to the main menu. It staggers a bit with getting the cutscene loaded, but it gets there eventually. Tahu lets Kopaka know that capturing the Krana is the key to defeating the Borak. Then Kopaka informs us that he's chasing a Borak at that very moment, while casually walking. It's like something out of Revenge of the Sith.
We must move quickly.
Alright, now it's time for Tony Hawk Pro Snowboarding. In an effort to make you forget the camera controls are a waking nightmare, the game locks the camera into a front-facing perspective for the first 20 seconds of the level. That way you can have no idea what to expect and see the ice fall apart behind Kopaka like Scrat just found a new spot for his acorn. And that's only partially a joke because I honestly can't think of any other reason why they would do this. This is a very table scraps level. There's a lot of concepts that are introduced almost as quickly as they're dismissed. The front-facing camera, Kopaka's special ability is to change the third-person perspective to first-person, but only sometimes?
What? What? You could do that whenever? Are you kidding me?
And a Borak chase mechanic. That's another thing! Where Tahu's level had a pretty cohesive point A to point B across his region, Kopaka's level's divided into 4 very uneven segments. So I guess the best way to go through this is to just go through each of them in order. The first sequence is a pretty standard beat the timer level, and it's a tight timer, I might add. I mean, it's pretty easy nowadays, but I remember having to master the motor skills like never before in order to beat it. The mechanics are pretty straightforward, and it's the most bearable level in terms of gimmicks. And what I mean by that is that when it's not a standard 3D platformer, this has the gimmick that isn't completely level breaking. Well, almost. We'll get to that later. There isn't a whole lot to add to this specific segment other than the fact that it's pretty enjoyable to just snowboard through the region and see a lot of decently rendered landscapes. Apart from the glorified tutorial, once you get to the Kinney, Turaga Nuju tells you that the Borak ignored it completely and decided to head straight to Kokoro.
Tua Kopaka, The Borak has burrowed through
That voice!
I fear
There's not really a
intelligence
frame of
the
reference
burrow.
because Turaga Nuju has 0 lines in the movie, and I guess it would have been awkward if they stuck to the canon where he only speaks in clicks and whistles, but that is absurd. This next segment has the most jarring aesthetic change to them all. The first few meters your snowboard puts you in the standard character camera setup, but once the game confirms your position in the game's world, it triggers a locked camera into the first-person perspective. Even hitting the key to trigger your special doesn't take you out of it. It's completely jarring and the field of vision is static and there's literally no point for it. I have tried so many times to navigate this section to get all of the light stones, and I'm pretty sure it's actually impossible. Someone in the community who's played this before, if you can prove it's possible, send me the links, I need it! Anyway, this is where the small spike in difficulty kicks in. The bow rock referenced in the last 2 cutscenes is a singular Gallock. This segment puts your snowboarding skills to the test. In order to make the Gallock vulnerable to attack, you have to shield when you're next to it to launch it in the air in front of you. You're able to fire off about 3 to 4 shots per shield parry. There's a pretty arbitrary health bar that it shows when you're in hot pursuit, and it takes 9 hits to kill. There's 2 segments like this, and with each one, if you beat them quick enough, the segment comes to a screeching halt, and you get to completely ignore some of the pretty decently rendered regions that you zoom past. For formality's sake, I will say that the failure cinematic is pretty dark in its tone. There's buildings on fire and Matoran running away in fear of the Gallock. It's pretty great. Except if you're like me and failed this several times as a kid, you had to see this unskippable cutscene a lot. The game is also extremely hit or miss, literally, when there's no telling from any apparent frame data when you and your enemies are vulnerable to attack. There's so many instances throughout each level where I think I have the right timing for an attack based on previous interactions, but the elemental energy just decides to not connect with the target. After Gallock is defeated, you're informed of yet another Borak that Turaga Nuju calls the Swarm Leader. He's headed down the mountain, and you must find it before it gets to the next arbitrary point B of another segment. And uh-oh, there's a lot of landslides that happen on this particular mountain. Be careful! This takes you into the 3rd segment of the level. It's the shortest segment, and incidentally, it's complete bullshit. The Swarm Leader pushes a boulder through the canyon, and these 2 little brats do absolutely nothing to stop it or warn you. So once again, the game randomly locks the camera in the front-facing position for the Indiana Jones ripoff. It's simple enough to avoid the boulder. However, at what appears to be completely random moments throughout the level, the boulder will occasionally throw smaller rocks which are somehow traveling faster than the boulder. And if any of them hit you, they reduce your speed drastically to the point where the boulder eventually obliterates you. These rocks are ridiculous. You can't jump over them, they ignore your shield, and it's very easy to slalom into the walls of the canyon while avoiding them, which also slows you down. But in what some would consider an impossible scenario to get out of a canyon, the walls eventually stop the boulder and you move on. This random Matoran segues you into the final segment. It's nearly identical to the Gallock segment, just with a much different path, and different consequences should you fail. It's a good excuse to show the rendered Borak that would have been otherwise scrapped if their idling animations weren't used in this cutscene. There's not a whole lot to note here, except for some random obstacles, and the environment is obviously a bit different. The Tannock you chase mixes it up a bit by having a static attack that he can put on the ground behind him that shocks you if you board into it. It also burrows a lot more often than the previous Borak chase. The Tannock is also represented on the boss health bar with the same compressed Gallock product photo. The end cutscene shows the completely mechanical Tannock acting like it's winded, laying on the ground. Kopaka picks up the Krana in front of him, and that's it. That's game. GG. This level drained me and we gotta move on, and we still have 6 more of these. Pre-rendered cinematic time! In the first blatant level cutting, once the first 2 levels are done, the Toa beat the Barag Queens off screen and become the Toa Nuva. And I gotta say, I can tell there was a lot of time and love put into these designs. And if it technically didn't lead into their illegal builds with the actual sets, these would be some spectacular looks to the characters. Especially small things like keeping that Technic handpiece on most of the Toa and making that the default hands for all of them, except for Onua. Plus, the Nuva masks have some nice tweaks to make them look a bit better than the set counterparts. There's even a very streamlined version of the art team's design of these characters in the game's extras that show just how much they enjoyed adapting the look of the Toa Nuva. And then the dreams are dashed as we are brought back into reality. The Borak Kal immediately rear their heads in Gawahi with no explanation. Tannock Kal throws a random Matoran off screen. The music suddenly crescendos and then stops completely for an interaction with Turaga no Kama and Gali Nuva.
Gali? I may be changed to Raganokama, but my love for my people remains the same.
Gali Nuva's level is probably the least broken level in the game. When playing through this game as a kid, the Gali Nuva level was probably the one I played the most. It's got the most cohesive structure to the world, and it even encourages this natural flow of returning to previously explored areas to get more secrets you couldn't reach before. It's pretty intuitive. If there's one thing I'm happy about with the Rust production, it's that I never have to see what a normal Toa Gali level would play like. Please God, no. Having to play with that cursed model would have been disturbing. Most of her feminine proportions are more filled in with the Nuva armor in this level. She's got a bit of an Elastigirl ass on her, but we'll let that slide. The environment here is quite nice. Galwahi is a beautiful little region. Coming back to this was a lot of fun. The swimming mechanics are actually very well developed. Her special abilities include a swimming boost, diving after double jumping for greater depth in the waters, and the mechanic that other Nuva can use, but it's only really useful in this level, the Nuva Blast. You're introduced to it pretty early on here, but evolving from the mechanic of charging your elemental energy, after charging to full, you hit your special and it sends an energy blast that breaks these cages that have trapped Matoran and kills all nearby enemies. Fun fact, because of this game, this ability was later put in canon. However, it was changed to a Nova Blast because other Toa that weren't Toa Nuva could use it, but they would die and only Toa Nuva are powerful enough to survive doing it. Although it still wouldn't be used as frequently as you're expected to in this level. There's 4 of these cages here, and like any other good idea in this game, the Nuva Blast, swimming, and diving are all one-trick ponies. They're either not used again, or totally useless from here on out. The Collectathon is a bit more prominent in Gali Nuva's level. The Lightstone count is the second lowest amount in the game, but the Matoran you collect is suddenly shot up to 15. But even then, the game only requires 13 to advance to the final section of the game. This is what I meant by this level is the least broken. There's much more conditional formatting for advancing through the level. The design of the areas is pretty decently detailed, and like I said before, there's a couple of times where you're expected to go back to previous sections to either access things you couldn't reach before, or navigate with a combo of swimming and platforming. How do they screw it up? The platforming isn't as forgiving as the Tahu level. A lot of this can be attributed to the invisible walls that line the waterfall-esque landscape. That on top of the sloppy physics and kung fu fighting level of timing on your jumps to get to proper vertical and horizontal distance. The camera is static on the y-axis when you're swimming, so you can only pan it around Gali Nuva. So looking down to see any lightstones that might be under you to properly angle your dive is super hard. But I was still honestly surprised with myself that I could time the dives right to get all the lightstones. Some quick highlights of this level include some great diving sections and platforming, some interesting interactions with the environment like energy cages, the crane that lifts a boulder to access the Kinney, and the new Rahi designs. The Rookie fish, the Makika toads, they're pretty sweet looking. Once you get the adequate amount of Matoran, you walk up to Turaga no Kama for a 3rd time. I guess they do the same thing as the Tahu level and build a new Rahi? Or their joined bellows perform the proper mating call for a whale Rahi. Whatever it is, it's never properly shown. They just climb on inside him and they're taken into the great unknown. It seems almost completely unrelated to anything because Gali isn't even in this cutscene. Suddenly, the game triggers the Borak Kal boss fight. Yes, the entirety of the Borak Kal arc was so insignificant in the eyes of the developers that it skips the arc of the power loss, the awakening of the queens, Tahu Nuva wearing the Mask of Time. None of it matters! Trash! You're taken into the world's most intense sewer drain in the Borak Kal roll-up. Gali Nuva single-handedly defeats all of the Borak Kal and doesn't seem to break a sweat in the process. And out of nowhere, Takua is also there. Gali Nuva is as shocked as we are. He's incredibly wishy-washy on the next threat here, but Gali Nuva gets the hint and decides to warn Onua Nuva. Now we move on to Pohatu Nuva, even though she just said Onua. For the uninitiated, the elements of earth and stone in this universe are pretty nebulous on their actual differences, so I can understand that Gali Nuva might have gone to him by accident. It's a bit racist, but we'll allow it. No, I'm totally kidding. She knows the difference. She just decided to outsource the warning of Onua to Pohatu instead. But he's not going to stand for her laziness. Yeah, he'll warn Onua, sure, but she's got to go warn Lua.
Find Lua. Find Lua.
This almost seems like it would lead up to the virtue of unity for them to come together and stop this threat. Again, rush production. Doesn't happen. Gali, in her clairvoyance, suddenly realizes there's a Pomatoran apparently stuck on some stairs? He seems perfectly fine, but he's also stuck in Bionicle the game, so that's understandable. Alright, now we're playing as Pohatu Nuva. His region is pretty limited. It's decently designed for this one domain, but that's mostly because the level is underneath our feet. Pohatu has some pretty wonky things going on with his model with this section of the level. If you didn't know what was coming up here, then a lot of what I'm about to go through won't make any sense. The biggest oddity is that when he fires his elemental energy, his model locks into what appears to be a seated position and his hands extended as if he's holding onto a bar. Once again, this is corner cutting for what we were about to see in the next section. Once you go through the painstakingly difficult parkour and get the light stones for this region, you trigger an event by going to the landing of the staircase. The cutscene plays out and the stairs collapse and a sinkhole appears for absolutely no reason. After a very elongated fall, he lands gently in the sand below and then confronts the Matoran. This one seems to have a pretty standard Picari-style mask, Takua once again being the black sheep here. Pohatu doesn't know how they're meant to get out of there, but know-it-all Matoran over here says he's got to unlock that door with 6 switches. And just like that, we're thrown into a minecart level. Woo! Yes, that seated position he was in from earlier, that's his assumed position for the rest of the section. Like the boulder segment in the Kopaka level, this minecart area is total bullshit. The only instructions they give you are the same as Kopaka's snowboarding segments. Speed up and slow down with the up and down directions, and jump with the spacebar. There is one additional dialogue that tells you that the cart runs on your elemental energy, and the speed that you can go is affected by how much energy you have. There are green energy spheres like the light stones that will fill up your elemental energy, but even that doesn't prove to be true half the time. The goal is to trip these switches that are arbitrarily placed alongside the track. That's not necessarily the tricky part. The mechanics of when the minecart speeds up and slows down are the things that will make, but mostly break, this level. Like I said before, even with the crystals you can collect that refill your elemental energy along the track, the game has scripted events where it will override whatever speed you're putting on the minecart. It does it almost randomly, and sometimes it will be in the wide open to pad the runtime of the level, or it'll speed you up when you're trying to time an attack on an obstacle on the track and you can't jump over it. Because the arc is so huge when jumping with the minecart, some obstacles are absolutely unavoidable. And even if you avoid one, there are times where the one right after will definitely hit you. It sucks. I hate this level. The game takes you through the same stretch of track every single time you miss one of the 6 switches. Since I was a little kid when this came out, I played this section for an absurd amount of time purely because I didn't realize there were switches involved. That, and I didn't realize that once you got through the entire course, it fades to black, runs a quick win condition check, and determines whether or not to release you from the seemingly endless hell. The game does thankfully save all the switches you did hit, so it doesn't necessarily have to be all in one go, although I highly recommend it purely so you never have to do the section with the stone statues and their rock axes more than once. That area is pure torture, and it's doubly insulting since it's right at the very end of the level. The overall aesthetic of the caves of Motunui is really nice looking, and this seems to be the one section of the game that was part of the original plan and survived getting canned. The fact that a majority of the Toa Nuva levels were saved in this process is genuinely impressive. Once you hit all 6 switches, the game fades to black with the same win condition check. When you pass the condition check, you abruptly jump out of the cart and leave the Matoran for dead, I guess. This particular cutscene is its own kind of bad.
Oh no, my friend!
Oh no. So up until this point, I haven't really acknowledged the voice acting because it's been passable. It hasn't grated on me to the point where it was worthy of discussion. These last few though, I don't want to demean the work of the voice actors themselves, but the direction is just awful. Onua Nuva in particular, his first couple lines in the intro cinematic sound like they were done by a completely different person. Either that or he had slightly less marbles in his mouth in the opening cinematic. Onua and Pohatu meet up and Pohatu says this.
Gali wanted to warn you of creatures. Creatures like this!
He didn't even see what the Rakshi look like before this, it just appears. But that's par for the course of this game. It's just so jarring all at once. And then Onua has far too much dialogue. Pohatu's level was all about him heading to another level for another Toa. Once it's finished, Onua sends him once again to go warn Tahu about the Rakshi. That way Onua can be alone to get absolutely clapped on by Layrock. Onua runs a little bit forward and jumps so high the ray tracing gets messed up on his mask. Layrock smacks him once with the staff, and Onua falls to the floor, and Pohatu's level is over. Why am I still doing this? Oh God, it never ends. And now for Onua Nuva. You literally fall right into it. After the quick break from the pace of Pohatu's level, Onua's is another free-roaming platformer. This appears to be another one of those instances where it was the most finished of the levels, so they kept it in. One major change here is that starting from now, water is no longer your friend. The moment a single pixel of your hitbox touches water, boom, dead, reset. The region of Onuwahi is one of the more complete designs of the game. Because it's underground, they couldn't use any shortcuts like the static blue sky background like they did with Pohatu and Ghali's level. Every tunnel, hallway, and area had to be textured with this earthy environment to fit the region. Something that is only minorly explored in this level alone is that the Rakshi seem to be terraforming the regions. The areas seem to have a consistent look that remains fairly neutral. A nice little homestead for all Onu Matoran to populate. You know, if it weren't slowly falling apart. But the further you progress through Onua's level, statues appear to be erected for the Rakshi, even though they're just meant to destroy the island looking for the Mask of Light and its herald. Don't worry, we'll sort of get to that eventually. The environment is very well made. There's some one-off concepts introduced again here that are fun. There's some good platforming in this one that is far more forgiving than Ghali or Tahu's level. To remind you that Onua primarily wears the Mask of Strength, there's a gimmick of pushing big stones onto buttons that activate doors. Even though it's not the most conventional means to kill everything, the Nova Blast is also usable here. However, because of the 3D environment, they will need to be on the same axis as you in order for them to die. There's a good mixture of old and new Rahi that you fight in this one. The Hoto, Nui Jaga, Nui Rama, and the Fiku all come back. The Fiku in particular is actually a viable enemy in this level. It takes a couple hits to kill, and if you don't watch the ceiling, they'll jump onto you like the Skulltula in Ocarina of Time. But I had to be positive before I got to the one part right before the Layrock boss. After you beat another small cluster of Nui Rama, a corridor opens up to a pack of 8 Kane Ra. This section is far more difficult than it needs to be. It's harder than the boss at the end of this level. The Kane Ra are blocked by about a quarter of the tunnel being fenced off to not interfere with their target practices. Yes, in what appears to be a normally trafficked tunnel, there's a section that allows 8 raging bulls to do target practice. The goal of the section is to pass the line of scrimmage without being bashed out of existence. The autosave is right before this section, so if you die at any point, you have to start all over. The patterns are pretty easy to pick out, but to mix things up, the Kane Ra will occasionally throw an extra immediate second wind that is not discernible in any way. There's a combined wind and hurt box on these guys, so that sometimes it can be forgiving and just nicely push you back if you mistime the jump. There's no jumping over them, there's no going around them, and there's no sanity when you're done. We get to casually walk through the sections I mentioned earlier that have been taken over by Makuta before we get to the alleged big baddie, Layrock. There is nothing in the canon that is even remotely close to what's going on in this room. Layrock is the Rakshi of poison. Because of this, he appears to be in a pneumatic tube that helps him siphon his powers. And you can't convince me otherwise that this was the inspiration for the angel fight in Borderlands 2. This boss isn't super difficult, but it's quite the time vampire. This is definitely one of the longest fights in the whole game. It's not a battle of wits or physicality, but a battle of pushing. Nothing but pushing. It's super unique. There are 6 vents in the floor that are protected by a dome that open and close over each one. When one closes, the other clockwise to the previous vent opens. The vents are divided by pipes and have a stone in each division. The goal is to push the stone into each vent when it opens. The stone will shoot like a cannonball into one of the 6 tubes hooked up to Layrock's machine. There's no explanation as to whether or not this weakens Layrock or lowers his health to egg it into a duel. When all 6 stones are shot into the tubes, the giant contraption above Layrock falls onto him and just crushes and kills Layrock and the level's over. Sure, why not? No problems here. The fact that we're getting closer to the end of the game means that we're going to see more and more abruptness to the progression of the levels. I can almost hear the producers saying, "It's good, call it, that's a wrap, good enough, ship it." Ah yes, Liwa Nuva. Or should I say, Lua Nuva. This one is a real treat. It's the 6th of the 8 levels, and is probably the last one that I would constitute a level with a cohesive narrative. It has a good beginning, followed by the harshest decline into another mediocre finish. It has a very strong start though. Ghali shows up and Liwa knows she's coming because of the drums of Le Koro. This is one piece of lore that I'm honestly amazed stays in the writing of the game. It's referenced in the movie as well.
The drums of Le Koro bring a sorry bad story.
And it's across the board how Liwa allegedly first hears about the Rakshi. Around the time period that this game was released, I believe the comics were what was reliable canon, where Ghali and Tahu hear about the Rakshi at the same time and fight a set of 3 Rakshi, and Liwa eventually joins that fight. So this little bit of canon shining through is surprising. The level for Liwa Nuva is my 2nd most frequently played level, I would say, from my childhood. Nothing from the tech demo shown earlier appeared to survive to the final game, but what replaced it is a rather large and spacious area of Lewahi. It seems to split up into 3 sections. As it says in the introductory cutscene, Liwa needs to get to the section of Leyrahi that Panrak is ravaging, but he needs to find and free the Leymatoran to reactivate his Suva, or his shrine. So the primary focus of Section 1 is to find and save the 6 Matorans scattered through it. This is the shortest area since it's meant to showcase Liwa's dexterity and capabilities among the trees. And it's super fun. I genuinely love this part. It sort of combines the snowboarding of Kopaka with the minecart in the Pohatu level, but it keeps it simple, minimizes large movements on the branches, and allows for great reflexes to actually decide whether or not you clear the courses. Branch surfing is really cool, and your goal is to shoot the balloons that the Matoran are hanging from, and that will send them to the Suva. This area has good variety, like these poisonous plants on the track, these overhead acorn things that you need to shoot, and fun little pads for enhanced jumping. This is another level where there's quite a few gimmicks or play mechanics that are super cool, and I enjoyed playing this one. Even though Golly's level was the one that I went back to the most, I would say second place would go to the first two parts of Liwa's level. Yes, you heard me right. Just the first two. Just like how Kopaka's level was split into 4 segments, Liwa Nuva's level is divided into 3. The main difference is that rather than a cutscene separating them out and being the glue between all of them, the one from 2 and 3 can be reasonably done without the cutscene. And then section 3 is an actual waking nightmare to play. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Once you snag the 6 Matoran, they do this odd dance to activate the Suva. That teleports you to the second section. This is where things get really interesting. The second section introduces a really cool mechanic. After double jumping and pressing the button for your special, Liwa Nuva will glide forward and slightly downward for about 4 seconds. The controls are a little janky since the turn radius is pretty sizable, but it's still very useful and programmed very well. It's meant to be your main method of platforming throughout this level. When I talked in the beginning about muscle memory kicking in hardcore, this was the level in particular that I was thinking of. I had pathed out the area so well from trial and error as a kid that I found myself jumping and gliding to platforms I didn't even check for first when I was playing this time. I just knew they'd be there. I had to go back and intentionally go through this area a bit slower just to get some decently usable footage. The area to test out this ability is pretty short and sweet and gradually transitions you into a pretty fun section with platforming on temporary islands and such. But the overall look of Lewahi is spot on. The game has specific environmental triggers that determine what music track will play in certain parts of Liwa's level, and these songs are pretty well arranged for the environment they're meant to convey. This big orchestral sound with the choir while you navigate the jungle landscape is something I haven't really seen before. In other jungle-themed levels and other video games, they primarily focus on a more percussion-based sound with some occasional woodwinds and other flutes. This one has this more towards the swampy region of Section 3, but Sections 1 and 2 have this lead violin sound that is energetic and engaging. It's really cool. Apart from that, there's not anything hugely significant until you swing from the blade of a windmill to get to a high cliff and take the balloon lift to Section 3. Pretty roundabout way to get to Section 3. Section 3 starts off with a cutscene of Panrak roaming the swampy region and making his way to where you'll eventually fight him. Panrak! My first Bionicle set that I ever got. Oh good. I think I broke the game. Yep, it's not supposed to do that. I am not supposed to be gliding toward the ground or... Oh, well, cool. It's, once again, pretty arbitrary where it is compared to your placement in the swamp, but it's not necessarily relevant since the path is straightforward and there's nowhere you can really go but where the platforms choose. This area has some extremely random spikes in difficulty that I can just tell were barely play-tested. You use some of the usual decaying plants to navigate most of the section. However, there's one concept of platforming that is very confusing. There's these bubbles that are floating up to you in a sequence where you're meant to jump on them to get to the next static platform. This is first of all universe breaking because this doesn't happen anywhere in canon that would warrant this to be a noteworthy method of platforming. Lava surfing? I can get behind. Random 3-team free-for-all pseudo-lacrosse? Sure. This doesn't make any sense. And that's just from a physics standpoint. In terms of the technical aspects, these are hard to time because you're meant to time when you land on it with when you stop gliding to get to them. Since they're spherical, the faces of the prism that determine whether you're on the bubble or you fall to your death are completely nebulous. It leaves very little room for error, and I can't believe this is still difficult to this day. But this is only just the beginning. After the bubbles and traversing another random line of decaying plants, a text box appears to give you a tutorial of the worst segment in the entire game. I'm not even kidding. I know I already said this about the boulder in the Kopaka level and the minecart in the Pohatu level, but the Gecko Bird in the Liwa Nuva level is total bullshit. It's not playful this time. This is actually ridiculous how unfair this is. The instructions clearly state that you're just meant to activate your glide and the Gecko will start flying. It makes a gust of wind that will increase the length of your glide before you time out. So long as you stay behind it, you will fly for longer than usual. This is the only way to reach the area to fight Panrak. If you were to just beeline it to the end, that would make things easier. But for absolutely no reason, there's a weird serpentine path through several trees that the Gecko indirectly takes you to get to the checkpoint. The turns it takes around the trees are sharp, abrupt, and will take you completely the wrong direction from the boss entrance most of the time. Another huge problem is that when it's going around the trees, it's slower than your gliding speed, but slightly faster than you when traveling in a straight line. If you don't jump slightly in front of it when you start, you won't keep up and you'll die. There's nothing but water underneath, and when you die, you have to start all over. For this recording, this section took me 15 minutes of attempts to complete. To add insult to injury, the checkpoint trigger for the next area is slightly past the safe rock position in the water line somewhere. This is so that when you finish the area, the game will automatically take you out of Liwa's glide. And if you don't touch any part of the rocks before you hit the water, you're dead. Restart. It is merciful if you don't actually land on top of the rocks. Even if you're close to just grazing the side, it counts it and you can advance. But that doesn't shake the infinite bitterness I have with this section, because this is the second to last area before you reach the boss. There's no other reason for them to use this, and this mechanic is never used again. Once you glide past this poor excuse for more piston-type platforming, you reach Panrak. And now it's time for you to play Spleef. This fight can range anywhere from chaotic to the easiest boss fight in the game. These individual rafts are like chess squares that Panrak can only make moves on like a chess king. The key is to shoot the rafts so that they can corner Panrak and it drowns. You don't have any control over which of the rafts you shoot. The game just randomly targets one and it will hit it for you, most of the time. The only strategy is to hope that in its random jumping, Panrak will eventually get itself to a point where it throws its projectile at rafts you're standing on to corner itself. Either that, or you can just spam your attack until it starts hitting rafts that are near Panrak, although it's incredibly easy to lose track of which ones you've already destroyed because the camera is so janky. Once you beat the gods of RNG and Panrak pins itself, a cutscene will play of Liwa standing on the dock, holding a Krana, which they don't wear, and he yells in victory and the level's just over!
Sure! Why not if you're just making stuff up at this point? Makes perfect sense to me!
Oh, I cannot believe how quickly this is going downhill. Alright, 2 more levels. I can do this. Okay, so we're moving on to the one and only repeat Toa in the game. Tahu Nuva makes his comeback for the second to last level. We catch him and Takua mid-conversation about the Mask of Light that Takua found off screen at the end of the first level in the game, in case you forgot. This is the loose tie-in aspect of the game, and it extremely loosely connects it to the movie and canon. Pohatu shows up just in time to hear that the Mask of Light was stolen by the Rakshi and they're heading to destroy Takoro. Tahu Nuva tells Pohatu to take Takua to safety and that he'll deal with the Rakshi. Immediately, he finds the Kurok and chases it. This takes us back to a similar format to the Borok segments of Kopaka's level, only vastly shorter and with ridiculous rubber banding. With the mechanic of racing in video games, rubber banding happens when the NPC gets a sudden increase in speed to intentionally zoom past the player to give it a greater difficulty and allow for more competitiveness. As if this level even needed it. Tahu Nuva's level seems to have missing mechanics or programming that make this tremendously harder. There's significantly more obstacles on the track that will definitely impact your perfect run of this level. There are sections where stalactites will fall on you, which you're only warned of with slightly more rock cracking noises than usual. Some of them appear to ignore your shielding, and will just stab through you if you're not spamming your shield enough through each cycle. There's falling rock pillars and rock columns that need to be shot or shielded through to avoid, and crushing pistons that are just in the middle of the flow for no reason. There's a quickly thrown together tracker in the top right to show who's in front of the other. And by that I mean there's no map, just enlarged PNGs of their modeled heads, and the one on top is the one who's currently in the lead. The rubber banding causes Kurok to just randomly clip through Tahu Nuva, do damage, and can restart the whole run if Kurok happens to hit you when you're on your last of your 4 hits. Despite the fact that this level is so short, the corner cutting and programming really shines through with what can slow you down. Like you can be doing your best to maneuver through the lava flow and you're suddenly soft-locked on obstacles in the middle of the river. Trying to jump over certain rock hurdles can lead to invisible walls, and the game just decides you need a location reset. There's no reverse, just slowing down. You should not use it if you plan on winning. The failure cutscene shows Tahu Nuva falling to a supposed death from a jump, and Kurok's destruction of the Koro is only implied. The Mask of Light literally clipped to its arm, and the island doomed. To contrast this, the most glaring win condition check in the whole game is triggered, since the next event is the third pre-rendered cinematic. When you win, it just stops with the model of Tahu Nuva in the middle of a black void and starts counting your lightstones. I will never understand why there's no clear cutscene to indicate victory. Maybe the pre-rendered cinematic was finished before this level, and rather than trying to program something that could flow better into the cinematic, they just called it quits. Okay, I hope you're ready for a lore rant, because this is the most jarring and disorienting straying from the timeline. The Kurok just randomly explodes from Tahu beating it, and the Mask of Light just starts bouncing to the Koro. Pohatu apparently decided that seeing the Chronicler's safety meant take him to the exact place that the Kurok will destroy if I don't make it there in time. Anyway, the Mask of Light, with its already rendered eyes on the mask, eventually bounces its way to Takua. The mask appears to just decide on its own that it will go on his face. Tahu Nuva shows concern from a distance that he's worried the mask might hurt Takua, but the mask transforms Takua into a Toa and he stares blankly into the unknown before teleporting away. Now hold on a second! Keep in mind, this is a tie-in game to BIONICLE Mask of Light the movie. This movie is a continuation of the story of Takua. I haven't really talked a whole lot about this character, but there's a ton about him and his character that was either planned from the beginning of the line or retconned to better contextualize why he's more of a chosen one archetype. In most of the games and online animations, you see the events of the story of 2001 to 2003 through the eyes of Takua. He was always different, kept to himself, didn't like to be in the way, and when Destiny had a plan for him even before he became the 7th Toa, he actively avoided it while simultaneously going out to search for the adventure. Including going to search for the Herald of the Mask of Light, knowing full well, potentially the whole time, that it was him all along. It makes me think of the Master Oogway line, "One often meets his destiny on the road he takes to avoid it." The movie is subpar in terms of its animation being timeless or some of the voice acting and some dialogue being silly, but where it shines through, no pun intended, is the story of Takua accepting his destiny and realizing that since he was always different, he's the perfect choice to wear the Mask of Light and decides for himself to become Takanuva, the Toa of Light. That being said, 2003 got the biggest curb stomping in terms of the lore here. Not only was the Borak Call arc ignored, like I talked about earlier, but this is completely neutered and it's the biggest detriment to this game. If this was someone's only exposure to the universe, this would be an abysmal representation of the story. I would also understand if someone thought it was stupid that people like me are still fans of this line to this day if this was their only context for the universe. But I will go back to the storytelling aspect later because we need to wrap it up for the final level of Takua Nuva. Okay, let's just get it over with. Another pre-rendered cinematic fires up and Takanuva is suddenly in Makuta's lair. No need to get a vehicle or anything. We'll just add teleportation to the list of things that he can do that's never brought up again. He challenges Makuta and tells him that he's there to end him and awaken Motunui. Makuta is obviously peeved and accepts the challenge. And this voice acting is pretty amazing in the worst way, since Takanuva's is just pitch shifted down from Takua and Makuta is just straight up Immortan Joe.
Send off my war rig to bring back gasoline.
Here it is, the final boss of the game. Makuta has two different phases. There's no health bar, as was common for games of this era. However, understanding the geometry of the stage will give you a good understanding real quick of what to expect. There's 4 circles on the outer rim of a big platform. Makuta will teleport to them one by one and summon Rahi for you to beat before he moves to the next circle. If you approach him while any of the Rahi are still active, he'll damage you, and he's invulnerable for this phase. Something to note before we get too far into this is that Takanuva can fly through the air similar to Liwa Nuva. It's not the most useful mechanic for the level, except maybe as a quick save for the second phase, but that'll make more sense when we get there. Takanuva is a great upgrade in power when it comes to the average Toa. Every attack input shoots 2 bolts of elemental energy, and his shield is the strongest as holding it doesn't trigger the elemental charging. He never runs out of energy. But because you can never trigger the energy charge, you don't have access to the Nuva Blast. I doubt it would really be useful in this fight anyway. The Rahi are just the usual ones you've fought primarily in Tahu, Gali Nuva, and Onua Nuva's levels. There's nothing changed to their functionality. You just kill them all and he moves on to the next section of the ring. When he's back in the center, he'll send out only the flying Rahi. Then Makuta will just randomly fall through the floor with his big ball of energy above his head, and Takanuva jumps down with him to make sure he finishes the job. The cutscene to show the descent down this pipe is a bit weird. There's 2 different audio tracks that it will run, and I honestly can't tell at this point which one was meant to go where. There's one with a bit more foley of Takanuva landing on a rock, Makuta firing a ball of energy at Takanuva, and he reflects it back at Makuta, playing a damage groan from Makuta. That all seems to play right each time, but the foley track is sometimes pulled too late and it will play in the middle of Makuta setting up the second phase in-game. It's really bizarre, and it can alternate which process it goes with every time you die and reset the phase. But I digress. Makuta sets the stage and creates an impenetrable shield around himself that can only be disabled by landing on falling rocks that have Makuta's emblems on them. Once you land on them, they'll be hit with lightning and rotate to indicate they've been deactivated. Once you do that to all 4, Makuta launches another shadow ball at you, and deflecting it damages him and triggers the next step. Some of the rocks will fall faster and you won't be able to platform on them anymore. This is where the Liwa glide comes in handy. You do the exact same thing and deflect the shadow balls again, and that triggers the final pissed phase. The platforms with Makuta's face will fall, and the shield is taken away for good. Makuta throws more shadow balls that you shield back at him, and then jump and shoot him until he groans again. To keep you from idling, the game will wait 5 seconds after you land on a platform and shake violently and spin it in place. Makuta will eventually die after 3 cycles of this. The game triggers a cutscene where Takanuva will jump off the rocks, and the shadow ball above you will implode and shatter everything but Makuta and his platform that free falls through the victory screen. I remember this being a bit of a challenge growing up, but it was a walk in the park this time. Which brings us to the ending cinematic. We did it. The final cinematic is the last assault on the senses.
Let's take a closer look at your shadows.
Oh no! So, in terms of the movie portrayal of the canon, there's still some things that are left open for interpretation of what goes on in Makuta's lair. Makuta and Takanuva do form a fusion, but this version ignores the energized protodermis aspect. And the fusion technically brings balance to light and darkness, but the whole idea is that Takanuva creates the fusion by just putting his mask over Makuta's. It's bold, but it's awful. Especially when the mask already has the eyes rendered onto it and the combined voices are so badly mixed.
Has been exiled from our lands. Let us awaken the Great Spirit.
The fusion opens this gate that awakens the Great Spirit, apparently, and that's the game. And then we get credits. Lots and lots of credits. From what I was able to read, it appears they included all the credits for the PC, PS2, GameCube, and Xbox ports all into these credits because the game is pretty much the same across all those platforms. But these are longer than the last 2 levels in the game. It's insane. Even crazier still that not a single one of them had public contact info I could find to maybe ask them about the development of this game. And it's done. Just the same main menu. Not as momentous of a victory as some might expect, but that's all it has. Once the game is completed, there's not a whole left to try and get things to 100%. There's game extras that can be unlocked based on meeting the required lightstone amounts per level, but yeah, not much else. Part 3. What's the moral of the story here? So the question we can analyze now is, how did this happen? How did the game fall so short, and where did it take us from here? Just to be clear before I start this part, this analysis will be strictly conjectural, meaning I have no proof that anything I'm saying here is the real story and therefore true. I'm simply taking my base knowledge of video game development, professional deadlines, and running a business to draw some educated conclusions as to what could have gone wrong and how that would tie into what we know happened next. I know that obscure content like this can lead to obscure connections, so if this happens to land in the lap of someone who worked on this game and was closely connected to it, I'd love to hear more about it. My social media is open for communication at my pages for the BIONICLE Collective or in the comments below. Anyway, let's start spinning a story. When a project goes awry in the media industry, there's the easy go-to factors that obviously hinder the process: money and time. I talked a bit about the time aspect in part 1 and how there was a deadline of finishing the game before the release of the movie on DVD in September 2003. But with that deadline in sight, and even with today's standards, that's an insane turnaround time for a video game to be fully developed, programmed, play-tested, and finalized. A little over a year to compile all of that basically from scratch is a lot to ask for, especially since pre-production supposedly would have ended when they officially announced it in May 2003. Depending on how much development was done in that, which usually isn't much, my guess would be it went towards the independent animations that ended up just being promotional material. Cinematics showing the Toa in their respective regions doing some fun acrobatics to promote the game and things of that sort. Like I said in between the Pohatu and Onua levels, this is not to demean the work of Argonaut or the effort they put into the game at the time, especially since there's little preservation of the work of these individuals. Sure, they're credited at the end of the game, but the dissolution of Argonaut Games almost immediately after this means that more than likely, all company-level preservation died with it. The amount of potential strain that EA could have put on Argonaut also comes to mind simply because nowadays, they're practically infamous for it. EA had its hand in practically every facet of gaming in the early 2000s, and they had left lots of comparatively smaller companies in the dust with this treatment. Once again, this is strictly my opinion, and I'm drawing conclusions based on the hindsight of the business practices of relevant parties. This is not an industry that can be easily navigated. In the grand scope of things, video games are barely coming into their own when it comes to being a legitimate art form. It's probably only been within the last 10 to 15 years or so that video games have been developed for the general public to acknowledge their true impact on our culture. There are clearly several examples of video games that captured our hearts and were able to tell wonderful stories before this, but their stigma of being mindless distractions to our own world hasn't done a whole lot to allow people with those opinions to see the effort that goes into the games we admire most. And because of this, a vast majority of video games developed in the last 20 years have had to double down on their ability to recognize those individuals that played a part in making them. Long gone are the days where you only needed about a half a dozen people to make a game. Hundreds of people go into a project now and have the potential to push the frontiers of technology in order to make the games we play. The mindset that we have to consider when looking at these examples of both old and new is whether it was true passion pushing this project or the potential to make money. In my eyes, I can't help but think it's an imbalance for both for BIONICLE the game. Despite the obvious inconsistencies that I talked about, this could have easily been a game with no effort or sensibility to the story it's based upon. This game isn't even the most egregious example of this. But the idea to cover that one later has crossed my mind. Modern members of the community know that Christian Faber had a literal brainchild with some concepts like the Toa coming in to save the Great Spirit from his sleep. But Bob Thompson was the one that established the foundations for what made the character so impactful and timeless. After he left in 2005, the team did a moderately good job at keeping consistency with the story for the remaining 5 years of Generation 1. I would love to talk in the future too about what tweaks I'd make to the story so Generation 1 has a bit of a better narrative, but I'll get my main point across here. Bob's vision of the story was clearly one that surpassed anything else LEGO had attempted before this, sort of in the same vein to James Cameron's Avatar, where the simplicity on the surface level is a good hook to ease you into this world that has more of a spiritual connection to us as individuals. So, even if you were to take in the story of the universe from the smallest example of the released media, you'd still be able to feel the bond to the story. This game was one of the first times where that connection seemed to diminish. I remember it had almost turned me off to the line completely, but seeing a trailer for the movie BIONICLE 2 Legends of Metro Nui the following year rekindled it for me, and the rest is history. BIONICLE the game is one of those relics where I can appreciate its roots and the initial intentions, but I can also see how time can absolutely eviscerate that. If there's one message I'd want to pass along with this whole experience, it would be this. If you're a lead developer on a video game right now, especially if it's a AAA title or an EA intellectual property, take your time. Just do it. Don't tell yourself, oh, we can just patch it after initial reactions. That's lazy and obviously short-sighted. If you have any say in the matter, establish a reasonable and achievable deadline, and make sure you can find your name in those credits when it comes out. Hey everyone, my name is Ethan, and I am the face behind the BIONICLE Collective. If you've seen any of my old Instagram lives, you've seen this face before. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it all the way to this point. I first decided to make this back in August of last year, just as BIONICLE Day on August 10th was ending, and I felt like this would be a good contribution to that and just to the community in general. I also just want to reiterate that this was all a passion project for me. I drafted the script, I got the proper emulation to play the game, and dug through every piece of material I could find to make sure that this was as accurate as possible. I've been a bit of a silent contributor to the fanbase ever since I became a fan in 2002. Even with content I've uploaded, it never really picked up enough traction, but I'm hoping that this will be a good way to showcase what I'm capable of making. I wanted to give a quick shout out to the members of various BIONICLE discords, including but not limited to the _double, Kodiak, Rabble Rubble aka Punk, Petrus, Galvanized or Galva, Silvac the Mockist, Pack, Student Scissors, Subpar Fauxpas. I would send them rough edits of my video while I was in the main stages of editing, and they gave me some good advice on how some of the gameplay segments could be streamlined, and I think they helped me find that good balance of everything I wanted to talk about. Also, a huge thanks to the indirect contributions of Swert and the team over at BIONICLE Sector, and Junior Master and their team over at the Mask of Destiny Biomedia Project. Their archive is huge for the digital preservation of all the BIONICLE media used here, apart from the gameplay footage. And another thanks to Lord Findagask for his work in AI remastering promotional material that I borrowed some footage from for this. I couldn't have done this without the help of everyone mentioned. There's obviously plenty of other people that I could thank for this, but I just wanted to give a shout out to them in particular. So you know what you gotta do if you like what you see and want to tune in to see more. I thought about making videos on this channel specifically based on my own collection, but I think spicing it up with some videos covering topics I like talking about will be the greater focus of the channel. But thank you again for all your support, and I hope to see you all in the comments or elsewhere.
No, your eyes are not deceiving you. That is Tahunuva, Toa of Fire, leading a swarm of Borok. No, this is not an alternative timeline, a vision, a dream, or an imaginary tale told around Matoran fires. Yes, something is very, very wrong on the island of Matanui.
Forward, Tanok, and the day will be ours!
What could possibly force a Toa Nuva into an alliance with a Borok swarm? Here is one of the 6 answers. Nuva Kal.
You lead the Tanok against me, Tahu. You are bits of straw challenging a whirlwind. A little less gravity, and the swarm flies away. They will be safe in orbit until I need them.
No!
A little more gravity, and you will be too heavy to interfere. We will find the Balrog Queens you imprisoned, Tahu. Defy us at your peril.
On the other side of the island, Kopaka Nuva, Gali Nuva, and Liwa Nuva have combined their powers to form a mighty Toa Nuva Kaida.
Borok, turn and face your nemesis!
Analysis. Toa Nuva Kaita. The combined force of 3 Toa Nuva. Potential risk factor 9. Response recommended. Your sheer power is impressive, Toa Nuva. But then,
so is ours.
There's the Tenno call. Do you remember the plan?
I made up the plan.
Do you have the stone?
Polished so bright you could see your face in it, if that were worth seeing.
Then I am going.
Hey, Anua, be careful, alright?
Of course I will. You just kick one straight for a change, my friend. Tenno call. You of the lightning bolts. I have seen little Hocho bugs more frightening than you.
Go away, Toa of Earth. I have no wish to defeat you again.
Again? You did not defeat the Toa Nuva. We simply found your company so boring we chose to take a nap.
Then perhaps I should return you to your slumber, Toa.
Ow!
What?
Well done, my brother.
This will not hold him for long. Let's retrieve his chronicle.
Removing the Chronicale from the fallen Borakal is easy, but its words send a chill through the Toa Nuva.
You are too late. Already the Borakal have learned where the Balrog are hidden. They will free Kadak and Gadak, and the swarms will live again.
Kadak and Gadak disappeared, and then an earthquake brought the nest down. They are gone for good, creature.
No, Toa. They are waiting beneath the ground, waiting to be freed. And you are powerless to stop us.
Onua, Pohatu. I fear that thing may be right.
Turaga Nakama, what have you discovered?
Our boxers surprised a Barak call long enough to steal his Chronicon, and we learned much. These are an elite squad of Barak, with only one mission, freeing the Barag. And I believe they've found what they seek, for the Barak swarms have left the Koro and are returning to their nests, as if obeying a command.
If Kadak and Gadak are freed, then the swarms are sure to return in force. And without our powers...
Look! Botanikal is gone! How?
The Borak Va. They are serving the call. It's the only answer. Nokama warned the Koro. Pohatu and I must find the others before it's too late.
The Balrog are waiting beyond this barrier.
Later.
They have already been here.
We will have to follow, and hope we are in time.
Has anyone else noticed that every time we go underground, something really bad happens?
Be wary. Remember, we do not have our elemental powers to rely on. And by the way, Lewa, yes, we have all noticed.
Silently, the Toa Nuva descend into the chamber where they last saw Kadak and Gadak, the queens of the Borak swarms.
This hole is new. The edges are still hot. Lewa, you are the best of us at moving silently.
I understand. I'll scout ahead.
Take care, Lewa. There could be anything down there.
Oh, my, I don't believe it. It's the Exotoa. But there's no one inside them!
Although empty, these suits of armor still oppose us. But they will fall before the power of sound, nor can they hope to fight the force of gravity. And the magnetic power of Galak Cow means the end of the Exo-Toa. Now we will fit the symbols of Nuva power on the cube, and Kada and Kadak will be free once more. The swarms wait in their nests for the call to rise again. The time has come. Free the Balrog.
They are too absorbed in their task to notice us, but that can't last.
Even with our full power, I do not know if we could stop them in time.
We must try, Tahu.
There must be something we can do.
There is. Something I hoped I would never have to do. Something that could mean the end of everything. I call upon the Mask of Time.
Do you have what it takes to become a hero? Bionicle Heroes. In stores now.
This season, Bionicle invites you on a journey to the darkest deeps to face the strangest creeps. New Baraki short movie on BionicleStory.com. Ask your parents first.
Are you ready for some brand new, never-before-seen lore? Keep watching to learn more. My name is Gonal, one of the heads of the Mizzen Legacy Project, and I have a lot of exciting new material for you today. This video will be separated into 3 parts, as shown here, although we'll have events later throughout the 810 show, and we'll be collaborating with other creators. Part 1. The Interviews. As part of the Mizzen Legacy Project, I've had the privilege to chat with some of Bionicle's most prominent storytellers. This year, on the 20th anniversary of the Bionicle Chronicles series and Monog 2, I am thrilled to share 2 interviews I conducted with Kathy Hopka and Peter Mack. 20 years ago, in the summer of 2003, Mark of Mask of Destiny did the first and only interview with Kathy Hopka, promoting the launch of the Chronicles books. 2 decades later, Mask of Destiny is excited to publish the second ever interview with her. She is an incredibly sweet lady and such a joy to talk to. Although she had no new insights into Bionicle per se, she revealed a great deal about her writing process and her experiences as a writer. Her answers are immensely fascinating to read, and you should definitely check them out when you get a chance. They are so fun. Nor is this the first interview with Peter Mack that we've done. In the Bionicle 20th Anniversary Contributors Panel hosted in 810-2021, Peter was featured with a handful of other Templar and Sapphire game developers, as well as other early contributors. The Bionicle community inundated the host with questions for him, only a few of which were asked, with the rest kept to follow up with him later. Now, 2 years later, we have our answers to them. And what answers we have. Not only do we have previously undiscovered appearances and names for some unseen characters, but we also know how Monog 2 was supposed to play out in the second half following the Coley tournament. Thanks to Peter, we also finally have the 2 original Monog 2 files that were deleted, rendering the game unplayable shortly after it was completed. Fan substitutes were made in the years afterwards, but for the first time since the game's launch, the missing files are finally restored, including all of Nokama's dialogue. As of this moment, both interviews have gone live on the Mask of Destiny website, where you can view the full transcripts. For those who want to dive in blind and discover Peter's secrets for yourself, feel free to mute and minimize this video until the next part. For those who want a taste of the revelations, including the unseen characters I was just talking about, keep listening. Ready? Alright. I mentioned earlier that we have previously undiscovered appearances and names for some unseen characters. For those of you familiar with the cast of Monog 2, you will know that each village has a cast of roughly 12 Matoran, the exception being Takoro, which has Takua as the 13th. The only village that had less than 12 was Likora, which only featured 6 Matoran. On top of these 6, the names of 5 more were referenced by Kongu, Gakko pilots who were out on patrol and away from the village when Hali visits. These 5 that he mentions are Boreas, Taiki, Vera, Shu, and Orkan, who later gets renamed Orcam in 2004. But what do these Matoran look like? And is there a 12th Matoran whose existence we only suspect, based on the number of Matoran present in the other villages? Well, we had some suspicions about Vera, who inexplicably appeared in the Mentionary CD-ROMs. Not only did this character use the same name as someone who never appeared in Monog 2, but he also looked like a character who did appear in Monog. Could this mean that the other Matoran that Kongu mentions had appearances designed, and they just never appeared? They were cut for some unknown reason? Well, our suspicions were correct. For the first time in the 20 long years since the game released, we finally know what these last 6 Matoran look like. They are Boreas, second commander of the Gakko force, Orkan, pilot, Shu, pilot, Taiki, pilot, Vera, pilot, and the name and appearance of the 12th Matoran, whose name we've never known before. Atha, pilot. Because he never appeared in Monog 2, we were worried he might be doomed to be a non-canon trivia point like Nabua of Bionicle Legend of Matanui. However, we've discovered that he does appear in Monog, and his character can be considered canon. On top of these, Peter Max shared a number of other things in his answers, including details on the spelling of Akma's name originally, the fact that following the Cully tournament, the villages and Cully fields would be replaced with ravaged village squares and battlefields, where the mechanics of Cully would be adapted into fights with Hirakshi. The crystals that Hali collected would aid her in her fight, and she would seek out the Matoran of each village and lead them to Kini Nui. Peter Mac also shared Nokama dialogue, which had a lot of revelations about the various walls throughout the game, and context for how they fit into the 3 virtues, which each village with a wall champions. All of this information, including both interviews, can be seen on the Mask of Destiny site right now. Also, know that we are continuing to pick Peter Mac's brain about his work, so stay tuned to Mask of Destiny for more behind-the-scenes details. That's not all, however. Also live on the Biomedia project are optional patches to Liwahi to feature all 6 missing Matoran. Drop them in your copy of Monog 2 and head to Likora to see what they have to say. Jala Guy, who's worked on this Matoran patch, has also included a bunch of other patches that fix glitches and make the game much more easy and enjoyable to play through. So if you want to play the original version of Monog 2, it's there available for you on Biomedia Project, but if you also want to play this more accessible version of the game, that is available for you as well. Last thing on the subject, now that we know how Hali's adventure was supposed to play out, Miz and Legacy will soon release a Mask of Light companion adventure, continuing her quest in Monog 2, as it was originally supposed to play out, according to the details Peter Mac has disclosed. Stay tuned to our newsfeed for more details on that story. Now that's a lot, but that's only the first segment. Vision of the Great Beings, a game-changing update. 2 years ago on Bionicle Day, 2021, the Vision of the Great Beings team went live with its first story content. Featured in the livestream were the first chapters of 3 all-original stories, Mazika, Legacy Weapons, and Light on the Dunes. In the weeks that followed, the rest of Mazika was released, and that December the 2nd chapter of Light on the Dunes was published as well. 1 year ago on Bionicle Day, the Vision of the Great Beings team returned. This time, the live stream featured the third and final chapter of Lighting the Dunes, as well as the Yesterday Quest Chapter 4 and Powers That Be Chapter 5, our first attempts at continuing the actual stories that had been left off over a decade ago. In the weeks that followed, one more chapter of the Powers That Be and 2 of the Yesterday Quest were published on Mizzen Legacy. But this past March, on the site's anniversary, all new chapters of the Powers That Be and the Yesterday Quest were abruptly pulled. Why? I'll get to that in a minute. There have been countless efforts at continuing the story of BIONICLE. So many brilliant writers and creatives have taken stabs at furthering the story, either by picking up where the serials left off, or by moving ahead in time to near or distant points after the Great Being Civil War has concluded. Some people try to stay loyal to what Greg lays out in his answers, while others put their own spin on the future of the story. There's no way our story could possibly be better than every other story out there, even if we got Greg Farshchi involved. Why do I say this? We may have gotten Greg Farshchi involved.
Deep in the heart of the Boda Magna forest, in a city veiled to all outside observation, and forever untouched by wandering travelers, a lone mind stirred. Dimly it had sensed what was transpiring above. The chaos of great battles had ended, and a tentative peace seemed to be settling. Now this mind mulled over what it had seen, and it pondered those who now sought a place in a world they had never known. Is there a place for you now that your world has burned out? Much had changed. The planet had been restored to its original form, but Spherus Magna would not be truly healed until atonement for the Core War had been made. The Toa and the denizens of Mononui's universe had acted out a grand simulation, an experiment, to teach the great beings the lessons necessary to make amends. But the free will these denizens had gained caused the experiment to spiral out of control. And now the Toa ironically undertook the task of stopping new evils spreading on the planet. These machines were never built to make things right. A pair of eyelids twitched for the first time in millennia. Their owner stirred and attempted to move. The tubes and wires lining his prone form jumped and shook, and as an unconscious being fought to surface out of the depths of his own mind, the pull of his self-induced slumber proved too strong. Straining against the power restraining him, the mind of the great being screamed. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Far to the north, Angonce's thoughts turned once more to his brothers and sisters who had sealed themselves away eons ago. Locked in your paradise, he thought bitterly. A sanctuary burns while you play God. As above, so below. Haramus's thoughts finished, resigned. So below.
Yes, we have enlisted the advice of Greg Farshchi in shaping this story, and he will continue to give feedback as we go. No, our story will not become canon. It is no more canon than any of the other continuation efforts that have been made or will be made. But the goal of this project has been to make something as close to how BIONICLE canonically could have gone, the closest we can approximate anyway, something that follows Greg's original vision. And what better way than by being guided by the hand of Greg Farshchi? Greg has given us new insights and new information about the lore as it existed, such as the never-before-seen location of the Great Beings. This is why the chapters of the Yesterday Quest and the Powers That Be were pulled from the site. Now that Greg has examined them, the revised versions of these chapters, complete with his feedback, will go live, along with the new chapters of each story that are now completely ready for release. 6 never-before-released chapters of the Powers That Be, and 6 never-before-released chapters of the Yesterday Quest will debut in the weeks to come, rounding out the first major segment of the Vision of the Great Beings narrative. Furthermore, As a bonus update, we have published all of our research on the likely future of the Bionicle world on BS01. Although Greg often refrained from setting any future event in stone, he did frequently give his thoughts on the course the Bionicle world would take following the abrupt conclusion of the serials. Now, every quote that we've managed to uncover has been added to the timeline on BS01, a collection that spans 4.5 pages. Up until now, this project has been a private group run by Lightstone Studios, with creatives pulled from Myths and Legacy, Wall of History, Red Star Games, the Greg Archives, and BS01. Mazika, Legacy Weapons, Light in the Dunes, Yesterday Quest, Powers That Be, and a couple of the stories were written by individuals or small teams, reviewed by the group, and then published. But when the Yesterday Quest and the Powers That Be are finished, we're looking to bring in creatives from the community. Whether you're a writer with ideas about the direction of the story moving forward, or if you want to write a character piece set in the post-Journey's End timeline, this is your chance. Even if you just have ideas you want us to include, we'd love to talk to you. If you're interested in helping to write and guide the story, we'd love to chat with you. If you're a mockist, artist, or musician with any desire to see this through, we'd love to chat with you. The opportunity to see this story to its end, and to do so with Greg Forresty, is one for which we want to bring as much of the community on board as possible. This story is the community's story. Generation 1 Legacy. With our final segment, we will highlight one final major Bionicle project that has been cooking. Myths and Legacy has published many stories over the past 3 years, and while many of these were just for fun, many others have been written with a view to a larger endeavor. This is a passion project that is very dear to my heart, and which represents a culmination of much of my work here. Bionicle as a story is vast and convoluted. It is a story told over many mediums, with threads weaving out of and into one another. It is also a story with many gaps, where story content was intended, but never completed. Finally, it's a story where we sometimes learn crucial plot details outside of the published media, where research was not only recommended, but required. Now, Myths and Legacy is taking its fanfiction and forming a compilation project that fixes all of this. A compilation project unified in the medium of prose, where missing storylines are restored, where some extraneous stories are deleted, and where the full, complete story is laid out over the most cohesive, accessible version of the Bionicle story ever assembled. This has been a pretty packed video so far, so we won't go into detail here, but stay tuned to the Myths and Legacy Twitter and Discord for more information over the months to come, and to International Bionicle Day as we release the first half of this complete saga. Thank you for listening. This has been Gonal, and have a great rest of your Bionicle Day.
Hi everyone, this is Emily, one of the Biomedia Project admins, speaking to you from the future year 20XX. So things are pretty cool in 20XX. I'm sure there are the constant acid rainstorms, and Bionicle G3 turned out to be a pretty big disappointment, but the cool thing is that we just finished migrating, updating, and remodeling Biomedia Project with its new home under the Mask of Destiny domain. It is so cool and future-y and 20XX core that I wanted to personally go back in time to Bionicle Day 2023 to deliver to you a preview of what's to come. So I have. You can go right now in 2023 to bmp.maskofdestiny.com and you'll see the transformation has already begun, with comics, music, and promo CDs all available. Also, fonts. Fonts are there. As time goes on, we'll move over the rest and then get to adding all the new content that you've been submitting to us over the past couple of years. Our new logo comes from an idea that was suggested to us by Voot Kaboot, and it was designed by me with support from the entire BNP team. The prototype Vahi reflects our goal to be a time capsule of Bionicle media, and it was also very useful to me for traveling back to 2023 to provide this message. Okay, thanks, that's all for now. Enjoy the Bionicle Day, bye.
Hey there, this is Nyara Ghost with an update from the Spirit Forge. Last year, we showcased our project to rebuild every Rahi unique to the once-lost PC game, Legend of Matanui. This year, we're happy to say that this project has been completed. We've painstakingly recreated all 11 of these Rahi, with instructions to build them yourself in the style of classic Bionicle manuals, featuring custom renders by Box Turret. Some of these manuals include 2 variants, Legacy and Rebuild. The Legacy models exclusively use parts that are period accurate to when the Legend of Matanui game was made. The Rebuilt models use updated and custom parts. There are also minor improvements to the original designs, making them as accurate to the look of the original game models as possible. All of these will be available to download for free in the coming days, so keep an eye on our socials to see when they drop. But that's not all. In collaboration with Red Star Games and Lightstone Studios, we are proud to present 36 custom-designed Rakshi. These Sons of Makuta use parts from the Red Star Forge, each with a unique spine and weapon, and their names are taken from the extensive lore of Red Star Games' Doranai Nui. To celebrate the creation of these fearsome beasts, we've created full art covers for each variation. These renders were created by Lightstone's Grandpa Walker, Vakiti, and Red Star Games' own Petrus. All 36 of them will be released alongside the Rahi instructions. They'll even come bundled with transparent renders and PSDs. These Rakshi will also feature this fall in Lightstone Studios' new Quest for the Masks expansion, Rising Shadow, Hidden Light, with wallpapers and possibly more coming soon. And as a final bonus, many of you may remember that in 2003 we got Matoran Koli players from 4 of the 6 villages of Matanui. Now, 20 years later, Spirit Forge is thrilled to host the Lei Koro and Onu Koro teams for their final match of the Great Koli Tournament. Now you can easily add Onipu, Taipu, Kongu, and Tamaru to your Koli collection, as well as the prototype stick featured in the original renders. And for the most ambitious collectors, you can now assemble a full collection of Matanui villagers, complete with the Lost Lamatoran of Matanui Online Game 2, thanks to the information we now know from Peter Mack. Credit for these goes to Grandpa Walker and Box Turret. That's all the new things from the Spirit Forge, but we still have some more exciting announcements to make. Stay tuned to maskofdestiny.com for future updates, and happy 5th anniversary to Bionicle Day!
safe here. No Rahi round at all. But there's also no entrance in the city from this side. And nothing but more wall eastward. When morning comes, I'll check farther west than I could tonight.
Thank you. You helped us down the mountain and have protected us at every step.
Just trying to do my duty.
Duty. For a long time I had forgotten mine.
Because of whatever made you this way?
Yes, we were experimented on, turned into beasts devoid of free will. My brothers and sisters and I were slaves to Mokuta and their every whim. Do you know what it is like to be trapped behind the bars of a prison cell in your own mind, desperate but powerless to stop yourself from doing the wrong thing, from even realizing what you're doing is wrong?
No, I don't know what that's like.
That is why I still have these claws and these bat wings, as a reminder to myself, as penance. Oh, the things they made me do with these. But I and the others like me were looked down upon by other Matoran for our appearance. And, well, for being traitors, of course. They couldn't fully trust us again. Even during the global civil war, when we did our best to help fight the great beings, their weapons of mass destruction. We were never expected to help the fight. Some were even worried that we might side with the great beings and betray our kin as we had before. They didn't trust us, and we hadn't forgiven ourselves.
And so you hid in the mountains?
After the war was won, yes. We agreed to return once we felt a semblance of peace within ourselves. Then maybe our brothers and sisters would be ready to welcome us again, and we could all live in the light once more.
So why did you decide to help Ida?
Oh, it is prophesied that they will save the world.
I don't care about prophecy. Before you knew them, when you saw them torn lost in the blizzard, why did you help them find shelter?
It was my duty. What about you? Why did you start to help Ida?
Suppose it was my duty. I did things in the past I'm not proud of. Hunted for the wrong reasons. Eventually got wise to what was really going on, like you did. Now I hunt for the right reasons. Save or end people on my own terms, no one else's. It's my duty to make up for the mistakes of the past.
But you do not believe in prophecy?
No. In my experience, prophecy amounts to nothing more than deduction.
How so? Aren't there masks that can predict the future, though? Mask of clairvoyance, perhaps?
No. He uses information at hand and wears mind, be it conscious or subconscious information, to construct a possible outcome in the near future at random. Can't predict the actual future, it's just simulation.
What about the Mask of Fate? It surely must have something to do with manipulating the user's destiny?
That's a misnomer. Lets the user perform at their peak natural physical abilities on instinct. Then, you can use their own skills to perform death-defying stunts, survive things that would kill a normal individual. It can't predict the future. It doesn't have anything to do with some made-up destiny.
You do not believe in destiny?
Not anymore. Whatever fate did exist for us is gone.
I do not understand.
Well, how do I put this? Matanui is gone. Great Spirit's huge body lies dead and in the ground. So, the way I see it, whoever had a destiny tied to the will of the Great Spirit has been set free. Likewise, all the great beings either died in the Civil War or left the planet, so all their plans for the fate of their creations are null and void. No one is dictating what our function has to be anymore. Don't you see? We are now the masters of our own destiny. We are finally free.
You seem to have thought about this a lot.
Well, it gets a bit boring roaming the desert, looking for bounties sometimes, and too much time alone, well, one's mind gets to thinking, and those thoughts find a life of their own sometimes, you know?
Yes, but I still do not believe you. If the prophecy we felt about Ida is not a real prophecy, then where did it come from?
I don't have an answer for that. All I can say with confidence is that your friend... Gavla, was it?
Yes.
She must have either said something that made a subconscious think from the facts she already knows to eventually come to that prediction. Or she's desperate for some kind of redemption. And Ida here is just another scapegoat.
No, that cannot be true. I've experienced prophecy before, and I know the power that destiny holds.
I doubt you experienced before. Old Matanui was around. I believe you. But he's gone. So if it is real, where'd it come from? And who's twisting fate?
I do not know.
Hey now, that doesn't mean your prophecy isn't saying something important. It could help save lives. You just don't understand it yet. It's just another mystery to unravel. You're trying to see the whole puzzle without all the pieces. It'll come. Come tomorrow, when we find a way into the city, we'll learn more about what's going on, how we can help. Then you and your brothers and sisters can get on the road to a proper redemption. Your lives back, control your own destiny. Chin up, little one.
Thank you again, Hunter.
Do you think redemption is possible for people like you and me?
I hope so. It's all about coming to terms with the deeds of our pasts, I think.
But doesn't that just mean more of the same? Can't escape what we've done if we live in the past.
No. I said we need to come to terms with the past. We cannot escape it. It happened, and there is nothing that we can do to change that. But we can live every moment from here on by trying to be the people that we choose to be. To walk our own destiny, like you said.
Welcome to Causeway of Legends. Oh, just something silly Matoran once said. Hey, take a look.
A new dawn.
I don't think I'm ready yet.
For what?
I don't think I'm ready to face my past. Not directly. I've discovered what I'd done specifically. I don't know if I could
stop yourself from acting irrationally.
Yes. that. I'm not where you are yet. I need more time to think, to come to terms with my past.
I understand. The war was not that long ago.
You cannot tell Ida what we talked about. They've got enough on their shoulders without questioning who their true friends are.
Do not worry. Your secret is safe with me. And when you are ready, you can tell them or not. But I think they will trust you though, based on your actions in the present, not the past.
Don't be too sure. You should get some more shut-eye before dawn comes. It'll be a long day venturing into a Terra Nui tomorrow.
Yes, you're right. Rest well, brother.
Rest well, brother.
So cold. I feel so cold. As death. Cold as the void. I need life. I need you.
Just tune it out. It's not real. Just focus. Focus on the task at hand. I'm almost there. I think only a little further to go. I'm just looking out for myself, after all. That's all I'm good for, isn't it? Now, where is it?
The void. It calls. You must not fail me.
I must not fail. There it is. After all this time, I finally found it. How did I not see it? A gate, but it's shut. Might as well. Come on, let me in. I've come too far to fail now. Come on, please. Let me in! Here goes nothing. I want to find a place where I can belong. A worthy desire. And what is that which you carry in your hand? This? It is a relic. A fragment of a mask. It was once called the Mask of Shadows. It cost me much pain to recover it and keep it safe. In a way, it is the last fragment of my own past.
You have failed me.
You are brave. What else? Can you not help me? Yes, I know.
Save me.
Except maybe.
Traitor.
Cheating death.
That would require such a cost.
I can pay.
I will give you your reward.
What can I do? I
What else?
I should know.
If such is your dream,
I
us.
else will see me. Must fall to this longer. I shall have my revenge upon this world. After Louis' legacy will die.
Ida? Ida! Wake up! Are you alright? Ah, you're shaking. A nightmare? You've never mentioned nightmares before. But I suppose we have been through a lot lately. It would bother anyone. A door, you say? And someone trying to cheat death? Sounds exactly like the kind of nonsense dreams are made of. What with your amnesia, maybe your mind is just trying to fit things together in a way that makes sense. This voice you mentioned, the cold one, what did it say? I see, it speaks of failure and death. It reminds me of a teaching of my own tribe. Sometimes the voices of doubt can speak to us unbidden. Such voices can be helpful, but often they hinder us, especially when they arise from our own fears. They keep us from doing good in the world. Down from the stars and out of night. It comes down from the stars and gives you fright. The doubt doesn't let your dreams come through. It tells you all that's wrong but has no proof. Every moment that you waste is one more heartache that you take. And every person that you wake is one more soul dream to make. And every time your doubts unfurl, just remember there's good in the world. Yes, we're counting all on you, but remember your virtue. So tell me, cloud about the sun. Are you too afraid of what's to come? Nothing of integrity or truth. The choice to stand or fall, it's starts with you. So tell me, cloud, about the sun. Are you too afraid of what's to come? Nothing of integrity or truth. The choice to stand or fall, it starts with you. To have its way, there's not much more that I can say. I would give my life for you, I wish our God you knew. But in that empty village square, no torn will not dare, people wouldn't dare to get. Every moment that you waste is one more heartache that you take. And every person that you wake is one more soul whose dreams you make. And every moment that you waste is one more heart that you take. And every person that you wake is one more soul whose dreams you make. But every time your dice unfurl, just remember there's good in the world. Yes, we're counting on you, but remember you're the truth. Some of the greatest heroes of the past would admit they feared the challenges that they faced. Even Matanui had doubts, it is said. The key is to push through that fear and keep going, doing what you know is right. Especially now. Now is not the time for doubts.
I agree. Doubt can be dangerous.
Oh, welcome back, Hunter. I trust you've learned something about the fate of Ataru Nui?
I'm afraid there's no welcome for us here. The Ataru Nui is shut.
Shut? What do you mean?
It's locked tight. No one can enter or leave the city. The guards are pretty serious about it. Seems the rumors are true. Something happened inside the city. My G to Eltis would allow me passage, but I wouldn't be able to get you two in.
So then, was our journey for nothing?
Maybe, but before we give it up, I met someone on the road who might be worth speaking to. Follow me.
Hello there, travelers. Welcome to my camp. Your hunter friend has told me you're in a similar situation as myself. I'm Trayla, a chronicler of the Agori.
A chronicler, eh? It takes a special person to do a job like that. Nice to meet you. My name is Vaikan, and my companion here is named Ida.
A pleasure. I understand you've come across Mikuta's spine to seek the Turaga of Ataru Nui. That's a dangerous journey, but you, Hunter, look as if you can handle such hardship. Hunter, those marks on your armor, they are faded, but I can still read the battle insignia. You fought in the War of the Great Beings, did you not?
I did.
Well, Ataru Nui may have need of warriors soon, if the rumors are all true. But it's not just the armor. Years ago, I chronicled the settlements in the deserts past Old Vulcanus. Something about you seems familiar.
Armor is armor. You're mistaken.
Maybe I am. Oh well. As for our present situation, I'm not sure what to do. With the gates closed, the great games have begun inside the city. I had come to witness the event and record it, but now I might have to go back home. It's a pity.
Can we not enter the city by other means? The walls are high, but surely not unclimbable.
I am not sure they'd take kindly to such a direct approach, friend, especially since the city is on high alert. However, there may be a more subtle means of entrance available. I know someone who can help, but his methods may not be palatable to everyone. Anyway, he might not even show up. I sent a message to him a few days ago, and I'd almost given up hope.
Who is this ally of yours?
Well, if you must know, he is called Shadow Stealer, one of the Dark Hunters from before the war. He has the power to move through shadows, a helpful skill for getting into secure places.
I am beginning to like this plan.
I do not like this plan.
Your message didn't mention anyone else.
Welcome, my friend. It has been too long.
Well met, Trayla. Who are these strangers with you?
They're travelers I met along the road, trying to enter Atero Nui, same as I. The Matoran are Vikan and Ida, and you can call the big one Hunter.
Hunter. A strange name.
No stranger than Shadow Stealer.
like them both.
Yes, both very impressive.
Now, Shadow Stealer, did you get my message in full? We need your help to enter the city.
I understand. Normally it'd be as simple as waiting till nightfall. Shadows all over the place then. But a Teru Nui is a special case. It's warded inside by that Turaga, Takanuva. He's not a fan of shadows, you see.
What a shame.
Someone has to physically enter the city through its gate. I can hide us within that person's shadow, then emerge once we're inside the walls.
We don't have time to wait for anyone else to arrive.
I think it'll have to be you, Hunter. As much as I hate to admit it, there are limits to my power. I can only carry so much mass with me. 2 Matoran and a Mgori should be small enough for me to carry in one go, but not all of you at once.
I see.
Hunter, you said you were sent here by the leader of Old Volcanus, right? That should be reason enough for them to let you inside. It's perfect.
And what's the plan once we get into the city? I'm sure they won't take kindly to 4 strangers emerging from the darkness in a back alley.
Sometimes you've just got to live on the edge.
That's the spirit. You 3 group up here with me. Now, Hunter, stand clear and stay still. I'm going to borrow your shadow for a bit.
Will it hurt?
Oh, he won't feel a thing.
No, I mean for us.
You little ones might get a bit of a chill, but nothing you can't handle.
As a Shadow Matoran, I guess I expected to be less nervous.
Don't worry, I've done it dozens of times, and I'm none the worse for wear, I think.
Let's get on with it then. Be careful with them, Steeler. I'm trusting you.
Is everyone...
Give her my shadow. It's the only one I have.
I promise to give it back once I'm done. Is everyone ready?
I think so. But what if a guard on the wall already saw us talking together?
Well, you better hope that no one has.
Here, Ida, why don't you hold on to my hand?
Open up.
Who goes there?
I am called Hunter. I was sent by Eltes, the elder of Old Volcanus. I need to get in and see Turaga Takanuva.
Wait, weren't there more...
Stop right there, Altruix. What are we offering free tickets into the city now? You're getting too soft. We're here to make sure no unsavory types get past this gate. So just hush up and let me do the talking.
Alright, I'll keep quiet.
Good. Now for you, tall, dark, and gruesome. You claim to have business with the Turaga?
That's what I said.
Fine. Let me see that tablet. Put it in the canister at the base of the gate, and then step away from the wall, slowly.
This guy is a real piece of work. What's his problem?
Trying to control things in some small way, I suppose. It's hard not to, when times are uncertain.
Or he's just a jerk.
Well, I'm sure whatever's going on inside the city isn't helping his mood.
Where are you from, stranger?
Old Volcanus.
No, I mean, what tribe do you belong to?
I don't belong to a tribe.
Then for whom or what do you fight?
My oath is to protect anyone in trouble.
A decent answer. Well, I guess everything looks to be in order. We're on lockdown here, but this seems urgent, so I guess I can make an exception for you.
Glad to hear.
What are we seeing here?
Oh, nothing to worry about. When you inhabit someone's shadow, you sometimes catch glimpses of their thoughts, of their past. Boring stuff, usually. Although this is something else.
Those are Toa. I recognize their masks from the memorials. They are all dead now, before the war started. And those disappeared while it unfolded.
You don't have to do this. You can choose a different path.
That is Takanuva when he was still a Toa. What's he saying? A name?
You don't have to be their weapon anymore.
It can't be.
Ooh, I think I need to sit down.
What a rush!
You all okay? Good time I shadowed myself again.
You, Hunter. I know you, don't I?
What do you mean? I don't think you...
I can see the past of those whose shadows I inhabit, fool. And I witnessed yours today. We all did.
Now hang on a minute.
No. Trayla, you saw that just as well as I. Do you know what that thing is?
I saw what you saw. Any chronicler worth her salt would recognize who he is. Morendar, the living weapon. I understand why you might not want to advertise that name around the lands of Matoran.
And you know how many he's killed? Not just the Toa, but one of my own brothers.
Careful now.
More than you've killed, I suppose. That may be, but there's more. I thought you looked familiar from the first time I met you, but now I'm sure. Morendar you may have been, but I know you as the Hunter of the Wasteland, the one who protected the fledgling settlements after the war ended. You fought against the raiders of the New Baraki, and that outbreak of Vizorak in the west, and countless other conflicts. I've written the chronicles, and I think I understand now. This was your penance.
I've tried to make amends.
That doesn't matter. What matters is that he has blood on his hands that he hasn't paid for yet. In my day, the hand of Artaka would have dealt with you.
But not if it went against the will of the Great Spirit, surely.
You think it was his will that this monster is still alive? No. The Hand and the Order are disbanded, and Matanui is gone. All that matters now is justice, and my will. And I say that you die.
Are you sure you want to fight me?
You don't get a choice.
There's always a choice. If you have the courage to make it.
Oh, please don't.
I will not kill you.
Then you'll die a fool.
back here!
Others would put them at risk.
I know. If anyone knew what I've done, what I'm doing, they wouldn't understand. They must be made to see the same dream. But it's so hard. All of these people, their innocence. I know it must be this way, but sometimes I wonder, am I doing the right thing?
That is a weakness. Only I can help you.
I know. You were the only one who really understood me, who really saw me.
Only I can see you for who you are.
But you're not really here, are you? I need you here, but you're just a voice in my head.
I must return. I need life.
So, how is it that I can feel you watching me?
The void, so cold.
Who's there? I can feel you now. See you. What's this? I'm a Tauren. Who are you? Wait, come back, come back, come back, come back.
Ida! Are you alright?
Coming around. Think about it, Nui. Looks like it was just a glancing blow.
Can you stand, Ida? Here, let me help you. What's that? You were somewhere else? Another dream?
I didn't mean to. You were a fool to jump in front of my—
Are you ready to listen now, instead of fighting?
Oh, we're not finished. Not by a long shot. You don't know what he's done.
But we do! We all saw it! And we are still here!
He's a weapon of war, and he knows it.
Listen to me. Not a day goes by when I don't remember what I did and wish that it were different.
Vain remorse won't change my mind. You were built for killing. That doesn't change.
Maybe. But in the end, I learned. I grew. Broke free with a purpose that I'd been built for. I was given a second chance. A chance to find a new duty.
Don't talk to me about duty. There must be justice. A life for a life.
Wait!
Get out of the way, Ida!
Wait, Shadow! People can change, and it can be for the better!
We're not supposed to change. We are what we were made to be. I thought that was my duty.
But our purpose can change as well. Only with unity can we face the past and overcome it.
Please! Put down the swords!
Maybe it is so. But you can't possibly know the loneliness. I need time. Time to think. Ida, this isn't over.
Will he be alright?
Only time can tell.
Ida, everyone, thank you.
We are here to support you, brother, and the person you want to become. All of us.
All of us.
I won't let you down. Now let's get to the city.
Wait, we need a moment to calm down from all that, don't you think?
Agreed.
Then I shall sit with you.
This won't last. The shadow will return. won't be able to protect them.
Are you alright, Ida?
Leave while you still can.
You just need a minute? Okay, don't go too far.
Is Ida okay?
They're going back toward the wall. They just need to breathe, I think.
You cannot hide, Ida. And now these visions cloud your mind. You are a danger to your friends. Someone's coming.
Hey, little one. You look lost. I've been watching you. Oh, don't worry, I won't tell the other guards. You seem harmless enough, and something tells me that you and your companions, well, they might be able to help us. I saw what happened back there, by the way. The fight between you and your companions. You did the right thing defending your friend. Had I been in that position, I'm not sure I would have fared so well. Any particular reason you decided to wander off alone? I suppose anyone would need a breather after all that. Well, I know a bit about solitude these days as well. There's fear in the city. Everyone is suspicious, looking over their shoulder, afraid of what might come next. Take it from a veteran, though. Solitude can heal. But be careful that your doubts don't take control of you. Your will must be stronger than your fear. I think you've shown that you can be there for your friends. But you must also be willing to let them be there for you. There's only so much you can do on your own.
shining. I can't stop, keep on climbing, looking for what I knew. Had a friend, she once told me, you got love, you ain't lonely. Now she's gone and left me only, looking for what I knew. Telling you now, the greatest thing you ever can do now is trade a smile with someone who's blue now. It's very easy just. Met a man on the roadside crying. Without a friend, there's no denying. You're incomplete, there'll be no finding. Looking for what you knew. But anytime somebody needs you, don't let them down, although it grieves you. Then you need someone like they do, looking for what you knew. I'm telling you now, the greatest thing you ever can do now is trade a smile with someone who's blue now. It's very easy just
End of Disc 1. Please insert Disc 2.
These are the BIONICLE, a squad of powerful beings who are about to use the symbols of the Toa Nuva to free the Balrog, twin queens of the Balrog swarms, imprisoned by the Toa Nuva.
Yes. Unlock this prison, my children, and set us free.
Once loose, they will unleash the swarms on Matanui once more. Only one force can stop this from happening, the Toa Nuva. But stripped of their elemental energies by the BIONICLE, their only hope is a power that may be beyond their control.
Tahu, is that really?
Yes, I have summoned the Vahi, the Mask of Time. It's the only way.
Then you may have doomed us all.
You are too late. We have already been touched by the Chronicalza. They have only to fit the icons into the cube to dissolve our prison.
You see, Gali, I must use this power, master it, or all is lost.
But if you fail, more than Matanui will fail. All of reality may be undone.
Then I will not fail.
It's working. The power of the Vahi has slowed time around them. They are virtually frozen.
I can't hold time back much longer. Go! Get our symbols back!
Hold, something's happening. The Chronicle are changing, turning silver.
A field of energy surrounds them. We should have expected this.
In the final moments before they complete their task, they are protected from all harm. Even the slowing of time could not stop it.
Forgive me if I test your theory, Kopaka.
Then it's over. We failed. Failed our villages, our people.
No. No, we haven't. Remember, the Matoran were right. There is a link between the Toa Nuva symbols and our powers. If the essence of our powers is housed in those symbols, maybe we can use that against the Borak Call. We need to pool our willpower and reach out to our symbols, even if it means freeing the call from the power of the Vahi.
Concentrate! We must break through!
What is happening? I feel more powerful, stronger. The Toa Nuva symbols are feeding us energy. Yes. Karak and Garak do not need the swarms. With this power, we can return Mata Nui to the before time. We will rule beside the Balrog. We will. No. Too much power. Can't control.
You fools! You have been tricked!
Yes. You wanted our powers, monsters. Now, let us see if you can handle it.
So much power. You can't control my energies. Gravity crushing me. Balrog aid us before it is too late.
But the Balrog, still imprisoned, can do nothing as the unleashed power of gravity transforms Nuvak Kal into a black hole.
I will contain this power. I am Parakal. I cannot be defeated. The Balrog will be free. You cannot defeat me with my own power.
But even Borak Kal can be mistaken. Magnetic energy gone wild sends the shattered Exo-Toa armor flying through the air, straight toward the source.
Oh no.
Leva Kal's vacuum power, uncontrolled, sends him hurtling toward the ceiling, and through it, and still he flies. In one corner of the chamber, Tana Kal stands, a prisoner of his own electrical power. In another, Korakal falls before his own sonic power, only his Chronikal escaping. And the heroes of Matanui still stand, wary but whole.
The Borakal. Are they?
They did not live as we understand life, so they cannot die. But if they have been defeated, how did you know, Gali?
I didn't. I gambled that tapping the power of the symbols would feed the Borakal more energy than they could contain. In the end, the only power that could defeat them was their own.
Interesting. Just a few days ago, you talked of the need to control our powers and our tempers. Very wise, Tower of Water.
There's one thing I don't understand. The Vahi, where did you get it?
Vakama gave it to me long ago with a warning that its power might be too great for even a Toa to wield. He was nearly right.
Our powers have returned. Let us leave this place, Toa. The Turaga would know what to do with the cow.
A long walk brings the Toa Nuva back to the surface of Matanui.
The Borak Kal are defeated. The Balrog are still imprisoned. And the Borak swarms are asleep in their nests again. A job well done.
But we have never come closer to defeat Boatu. I think perhaps we all have a great deal to think about.
The Toa Nuva have time to think, to rest, and to heal. For the next few weeks are peaceful ones. Many days are spent in training, repairing Koro defenses, and attending Matoran competitions. But the peace is not to last, for an amazing discovery sends two Matoran off in search of a legend. News of the discovery travels through the shadows to a darkened layer far beneath the surface of Matanui, and a being even the Toa Nuva fear.
So, again, the prophecies of the Matoran oppose my will. I set the Rahi against them. I unleashed the Barak swarms, but still they refuse to break. Now their unity will be poisoned, their duty broken. their destiny shattered. Go, my sons, my Rakshi. Use the shadows and keep my brother asleep.
Defeated the Home Call, but you sensed something else?
Chronicler!
I have seen them. Strange new creatures, dark, and they flew toward Onowahi.
Onua, my brother. I must warn him.
Again, you oppose my will. Now I must pierce that which you hold dear.
So where'd you wander off to?
Great Kanohi mask.
This is the great
great Kanohi mask of light. A mask to be worn only by a seventh Toa.
Who would bring light to the shadows and awaken Matanui. Captain of the Guard, the mask has chosen you. Will you seek the seventh Toa?
I will.
Perfect. And while Jala makes history, you will record it. The shadows of the Makuta are powerful. Do not take your journey lightly.
Has it truly come to this? I must strike the foundation of the Matoran soul. Their unity, their duty, and their destiny will be broken. Go, my sons. Use the shadows. And keep my brother asleep. Their power was nothing. My power was nothing. We will not find the seventh Toa, and you know it.
So I won't. Maybe Jala will.
And if he doesn't, he will die because of you. Bring me the mask, and you won't lose your friend.
I'm not afraid.
Even my shadows cannot hide your fear.
Alright,
board
so
games now!
Yes, it is time for the game of boards, in which myself, Squirt, Ibby, Josie, Lehari, and Muricat are all playing Quest for the Masks, the card game from 2001 that has been recreated in Tabletop Sim, and I've actually sadly forgotten the username of the person who did it, so if somebody could bring that up, that would be awesome.
Sure thing, buddy. I can do that. I know what tables are.
I was actually just about to swear. I really need to get on track here.
Oh, sorry, Abby. Sorry, Abby. I love you. Don't worry.
Yeah, please
like,
keep it family friendly.
Yeah, I was saying the old table was a piece of oh no.
Yeah.
Oh,
right, the old table was just some crates that we found in the backyard. So.
Lots of buffering. I'm not seeing any frame drops in OBS. However, I can stop the upload if it's really that bad.
It's probably necessary.
If Sweat says there's a problem, there's a problem.
Alright, I'll just do it on the next BRB then.
Swear to God, the Mars Curiosity rover has better ping than you're getting right now.
Hey,
yeah.
I'm gonna go through here, and I'm gonna do a mission.
That
you must give up one game action card.
Do you have one?
No.
Well, I guess you know where that lives.
Yep, suck some shit. Oh,
hey!
Wow.
You lose.
Say goodbye to that card you just picked up.
Not even Liam. Wow.
No, yeah, that was me. So what am I just getting rid of a card?
Just put it back in your deck.
Mask.
A mask.
You have to put a great mask back in your deck.
I cannot.
Ooh.
I cannot even begin to tell you how relieved I am to know that one of my crew isn't the people who messed up first.
Yeah, who would have thought Laharu would be the first one?
Yeah, who would have
Yeah,
guessed?
well, I
Yeah,
thought-
AV King.
Literally everybody.
Fight!
Alright, what do I do?
Speed.
Oh. Okay, let's see.
I have my
feel
number.
like Gally would win that one.
Yeah.
My speed is 700.
No, it's not.
Oh.
My speed is also 700.
Oh no!
But wait, you were the challenger. You would have won it anyway. Why'd you waste the card?
Why did he waste that card, dude?
Because I want to.
Okay.
It's just for the insult.
Well,
Okay,
he is
alright,
playing
well.
Tahu, and that's something Tahu would do, and I can't collect masks anyway, so I don't mind losing.
That is a
You
good
wouldn't
point.
Yeah, that does seem like a very Tahu thing to make sure he's going to win.
Yeah.
And
You're up, Kitty.
So Dakota
You already
chat
moved?
says, you cannot force make me tree speak.
tree spec. Tree spec.
Back.
Oh,
Well,
I
that's
just
like
realized,
tree speak.
Muir,
That's
you pee-pee blocked me here.
Oh man, it's almost like last night. It's happening all over again.
I just now saw it too.
It wasn't for Kitty though.
I kept
hate
blocking you without even
but I'm gonna
trying,
take
and now
my
you're
lumps
taking your
and
anger out on him.
Do the mission anyways. So let's see what we
Listen.
got here.
Let's do actions for you.
You must move 3 spaces to the west. I'm
Well,
already moving.
it's
to the
resolved.
angry
Mission
result
accomplished.
itself, so mission
Congrats.
accomplished.
Okay.
What? Yeah, oh, hello. Who let the horse in here?
Shut up.
Nihari beat us so badly in the practice run that we're not gonna let that slide.
No.
They're terrified now.
Yeah, apparently, like they knocked my mask off. They sent me out into the freaking boonies.
Okay, no, you knocked your mask off. That we did not do that.
Alright, so
Alright, alright.
what is
What's
the
the
mission? Yeah.
Roll, everybody.
Oh boy.
Oh, you know what? Okay, I'm not gonna do that first. First things first. Throw that on the table.
Yep.
Oh, you.
What were you gonna say? I think you should totally say it. That way we can have
no,
one
no.
less mask
you
on
of
the
a
playing
card.
field.
I was about to display my heritage in full.
I don't think he has a staff.
I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Is my
You
turn.
know what?
Okay, well, that revealed our hands for a brief moment.
Can you not do that ever?
Yeah,
legitimately.
We lost the man.
legitimately
Okay, there we
scared
go.
me. Oh my gosh.
No.
We
It's
lost the
easy to
manual.
undo. It's easy to
I
undo.
knew that resets, and that still scared me.
It's like watching a horror movie you've already seen. Don't do it.
By the way, Liam, I saw your hand and you don't have a staff. Ivan Prof in chat says he remade all base cards /maps/docs recently, and you can find it on
So
Reddit.
you're the one who uploaded this. Thank you, by the way, because we wouldn't have
Yeah,
been
we
able
were.
to get the proper rules for this stream if you hadn't. Sadly, as I said earlier, Muir had to leave, so, we have somebody else here. I don't know if you could possibly guess who that might be by looking at the screen right now.
Buggo!
It's me.
Hello, Gato.
Hi, Liam.
How
It
are you
is good to
doing,
be
buddy?
here.
Whatever's in your hand.
I drew 2 and there's 1 left.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are they all masks, or, like, do you have all 6 masks?
I have all 6 masks.
Then you win.
And you win.
The game over.
Congratulations.
All right, awesome.
All
Wow,
right.
that was quick.
So, are you ready?
Yes.
Oh god. You're flipping literally everything, please.
Please.
Am I a highlight?
Yes.
That's
Yay!
just in
Faces of death.
Arrow Farce on Twitch says you should summon the 7th Toa before Ricky.
Gonto, you're a cat.
Ah, sweet. Alright, I'm gonna move here.
What? Ah!
Ah!
What the fuck?
Who did that?
My frame rate. And
Also, I guess if depending on where you guys start, you're probably gonna start seeing each other's hands. So blame Slurp for that.
Hey,
you're the one who flipped the table and broke everything.
I refuse to blame.
I did it once.
You did it twice.
And okay, fine. In my defense, the first time was fun.
Yes, it was.
Maybe we could just play without Kopaka, I guess.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
Good.
I want the Kopaka figure to be with Kohatsu.
Because that's where they were in the comics. No. Hold it.
Wait! Don't touch it. No!
What are you guys doing?
It'll be back.
Josie.
Any second now.
Josie, I want him.
I threw Kopaka's cards over the
Where did
table.
it go?
I threw Kopaka's cards off the table. Are you proud of me?
But I wanted Kopaka. Go, Liam.
Yes, I challenge you.
Oh.
Oh,
Strength. I win. 500 plus, or not 500, 900 plus 100, so I have 1,000. Also, who took my Bakari? How dare you?
Why did you?
Let's see. So I have to
boy,
go ahead.
Ganto has even more graffiti now.
I know, and I love it. It's great.
Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone.
Banana phone.
How come text is
Type
working?
here.
How come text works when Ganto does it? I'm confused. How come text works when Ganto does it? I'm confused.
Doodly doodaloo.
Right. I'm going ahead and collect this card.
Type here. I got this feeling it's so appealing.
Whoops.
I like how most of the text is in green, and then there's just this one. I mean, most of it's in purple, and then there's just this one light green. This is banana.
All right, almost done with these missions. I'm just gonna have to.
Congratulations, there's now a shitty Voriki mask on the table. Also, I swore by accident. My bad.
Why would you do that?
Take a card away.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I have a lot of practice
Jesus.
with mouse drawing.
That is definitely a better Voriki than mine.
Right.
This black
So,
one here?
have you gone?
Oh, wow. I love
Yeah,
that.
I went. Sorry.
All right.
Cat.
Don't worry, you can beat me with anything. Don't worry, you can beat me with anything.
Well, I'm gonna beat you.
What?
What?
Look at the name of the cat.
Oh, Rakrazon.
The Rakrazon.
Okay. Badook.
There you go, Liam.
Hi.
It's your turn.
Okay.
I'll do green.
Why are we going to YouTube?
Oh god, that's loud. Oh god, that is very loud.
I am glad I didn't do it.
I'm glad I had it quiet.
All right.
Alright, who's challenging who?
No, we are watching a documentary about the ocean sunfish now.
No.
Observation. 12!
Your opponent is a great mask card. Everyone roll.
I might get a mask and not even through a challenge.
Where's my dice? Oh, there's my dice.
I got a 9.
10.
Roll!
God damn it! Ah, shoot.
9.
That's a
Maybe wins.
mask card.
Yay! It was
Man, the
full work.
Vocoro wiki is way better than
Stop
the SO1.
going to anything.
Every time Liam goes somewhere, I go to pineapples. That's the rule.
Hey, I didn't go to Vocoro. That wasn't me.
That was me. I did that.
Ganjo, please! Okay,
I'm not even gonna bother with the card because it doesn't matter.
I love you.
Okay, thank you. That makes me feel a tinge better.
It does?
Just a tinge.
What is going on?
Where did he go?
Liam, whatever you're doing, stop now because it's cat time. What?
Can you just say that Gunta has made this stream so much better?
I know, right? Aren't I amazing?
It's on top!
It sucks to suck.
Wait. Let me. I can fix it. Oh.
Stunfisk?
Swoonfoosh.
And the text remains.
One true Stunfisk.
Swirty!
All right.
Swirty is the one true Stunfisk.
Okay.
Can't happen.
Can you not on my side?
Spidey Central says, by the time you finish this game, Matanui will have died.
And Voxumo says the spirit of Makuta Fest lives on in Bionicle Day.
Have
In
none,
that it always lasts longer than anyone intends it to.
have none of these have none of our viewers
Get ready for the week-long Makuta Fest.
I have spent days playing Monopoly. You know what I just realized is that LEGO has actually produced a thing with the word hell in it. So I guess
they made Christian sets?
no. There's a Marvel superhero called Hellcat, and she's in Super Marvel Superheroes too. And so you can be playing Lego Marvel, and you can just unlock a character named Hellcat.
Alright, I'm gonna keep going this way because as much as Liam keeps beating me, I know Pohatu is gonna beat me even harder.
Yeah, Liam is like Batman's dad. He's got a
I guess you could say I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Hey,
Oh, that means that I can use
Wind
my back.
This is how I chop. This is how I chop.
Fly. 600 plus, so it's 1400.
Jersey wins.
Ouch. I died.
Yeah, I win! I get nothing!
Here, this should make things easier.
9
Oh, a calculator!
times.
We don't need this. We don't need this.
Wait, no, I want it. No.
There we are.
Wait.
We don't need this.
Wait. How do I?
I just need a flight challenge first. That's all I need, and then I will win.
You still lose 200.
No, Liam, you're not hearing me. When I said 500, it was without the Kakama.
Oh wait,
Now I
because
have the
that's not a
Kakama,
mask. I can
600.
play both at once.
You wouldn't.
I would.
Liam,
So with this,
you're so
you
mean.
officially beat me by 100.
Yes.
Well, that sucked.
That's going to be my one table flip for the game. I think I've earned it.
Wait, we all get a table flip per game?
How are people doing this?
Strength check.
So what happened to Sword?
Sword's calling the police on us
Oh.
because we're wasting all of his.
What is this?
Time. What is
this pixel monster?
What is
What?
going on?
Okay, so Sword says he's on the phone but is here. Once we stop obliterating the island of Matanui.
We
Is
are
this-
Makuta.
Wait, does this statue represent the Great Spirit? Is he bursting?
Yes,
out of
it is Matanui. All hail the Great Spirit.
I am Motu Noah.
Okay. So
I'm sorry, Sword, did you just draw an anti-LJ's emblem?
Okay, so here is a bonus draw 2 game action cards thingy that I have, and now I draw them, and now I'm putting them in, and now I put it in the discard pile. And now it is the Gandhi Band's turn.
Congratulations,
Oh no!
Joji.
Nope. I would have not won that next challenge. I would have had to go to the very last card.
I can't believe it. I won.
And meanwhile, this is my hand. My awful hand.
I never win anything, and I won it both.
I have a
won
lot
it
of actions, no masks.
I never win anything, and I won a Bionicle board game.
The only
amazing.
Gathered friends, listen one last time to our legend of the Bionicle. Here we are with a final episode of Gathered Friends from the G2 saga with our special guest, Ryder Windham.
Hello.
And of course, today we have Josie, Levi, and filling in for Chip today, who unfortunately couldn't make it, is Lena.
We're going to pull our butts out of the fire on this, make sure we don't embarrass the entire Bionicle community in front of our very good boy, Ryder Windham.
Don't worry, I already have.
Done that already.
Anyways, since we're a little bit behind scheduled, let's just jump right into it, shall we?
So, first Mr. Wyndham, I would like to start by just saying how much of an honor it is to just talk with you, be in your presence in general, because you really just breathe life into G2 as a whole, and you're actually the reason that I'm a Bionicle fan in the first place.
Ryder?
Have we lost him already to the void?
Oh no.
So, when we left off, Lena, are you still here?
Yes, I am still here.
Lena, you were saying some very kind things about my work, and how to put this. Freelance writers work largely, I think, in isolation, or at least I do, and so that I don't always, I mean, sometimes I'll read forums and whatnot to see, did people like it? Did they enjoy it? But you told me that my work seemed to be an introduction to Lego Bionicle for you. I mean that's it's humbling. I'm glad you enjoyed them so much.
And I can promise you, she's not the only one.
I definitely enjoyed the books as well. I enjoyed the last one the most personally, just because it definitely showed as mentioned earlier on in previous interviews and by Lena, some of the first books heavily had to rely on the cartoons, which didn't have the best writing to work off of, and I feel very bad that you were restrained to working with that.
I was working with two different editors, one at Scholastic and one at, oh goodness, Little Brown. Initially, it was the editor at Scholastic who contacted me, asked if I would be interested in working on Lego Bionicle stories. And Lego provided me with what they referred to as a story Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And I read through it and I realized Lego's story, I wouldn't say it was bad at all. But I would say that they'd already come up with an entire story. They had a story, it's like it begins here and it ends there. And it's always a tricky thing because I am a freelance writer. I want to work, I want to please the client, and I don't want to get fired.
Right.
But what I saw was that I thought, like, well, what if someone is buying these Lego toys and they or the Bionicle toys, and they want to create their own spin-off stories on their own fan fiction.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seemed that there was very little opportunity for that, because the trajectory of the story was, here is the story that we have. I mean, it would almost be like saying, here's the Star Wars trilogy. And I was given these screenplays and I said, well, what happens off screen and what happens in between the movies? And the response would be, oh, nothing. There are no blanks to be filled in. So I tried to explain. It's like, okay, if all I'm doing is adapting a cartoon, that's a very limited experience. You want to, you want to give the audience something new, something different. Based on many years of working on Star Wars books, that I'm kind of used to dealing with, that's sort of a challenge.
Right.
So, yeah, for me, I was pleased, very pleased that Lego allowed me to elaborate on different histories and different characters.
I feel like a lot of the limitations of G2 were a direct response to how out of control the story of G1 kind of spiraled with Greg Farshtey writing it.
I have no idea, and I may get in trouble for saying this. I mean, I read one of Greg Farshtey's books, maybe like over 20 years ago, I guess, or about 20 years ago. When the call came to me, or my editor contacted me about the reboot for Bionicle, I was told, it's like, okay, this is a fresh start. It's a total reboot. The characters have lost their memories. They don't remember what has transpired. Here's the story Bible. So, a bunch of people said, oh, so does this mean you have to read up all the... And I said, no, I don't have to read the history of anything. I'm just working with what I have right here.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't really say, what was their planning. I think definitely they wanted to give it a fresh start. Mm-hmm. But I think that it probably would have been beneficial to them if Lego had thought of it, I think, as more of an ongoing saga as opposed to a limited storyline, I think that would it have worked better? I don't know. I mean, would more toys have sold because of that? Again, I don't know. I think that it's
what you're describing sounds to me like Power Rangers, and that's doing pretty well.
One thing I just wanted to mention quickly.
Final Fantasy does incredibly well, and the only thing linking those together is the presence of chickens.
Sorry, Josie, I just wanted to mention something. One of our viewers in chat mentioned, I think Mr. Winham would have liked working on G1. And I was told by Lena earlier that you were actually at one point scheduled to work on G1, were you not?
Oh, yeah, it was a brief thing. And that's why, I mean, I'm pretty sure that it was around 2000 or 2001 that editor at Scholastic contacted me, asked if I'd be interested in working on this Lego Bionicle property. Editor sent me, maybe it was an initial story Bible. I mean, a lot of reference materials. I think even some comic books, which had appeared at a convention somewhere. So I had a lot of visual material and reference material. I'd spent a few days reading all of this and had a conference call set up with the editor, and she called me and apologized and said, sorry, this, it's just fallen through. It looks like Greg Farshtey is going to be working on all of the books. But as far as
they didn't tell you before they already hired Greg? Oh, that's awful.
See, that's just it. I think at the time, I can only imagine how all that went down. For all I know, there may have been subsequent discussions. Because I worked as an editor, a comic book editor years ago. I mean, I know the editorial perspective is such that you don't want one person to, if you have a licensed property, it's very dangerous to allow, say, a single writer to be dedicated to a big project, because what happens if something, what happens if you want to get 3 issues out at 1 month instead of, just a single issue? What if there's a lot of buildup? What if you want to do a spin-off novel, where you think, okay, one person can maybe only handle so much, but if you have deadlines, that could be a problem. So, in any event, what the editor told me, it's like, okay, I'm out of the running. I thought, well, yeah, that's disappointing to me, because I'd spent a few days reviewing the material, but it was entirely beyond my control, and also I hadn't even started writing anything. I hadn't started writing an outline or getting. I can't even recall. Did I have any story ideas? I don't think I'd even gotten that far. I was just reviewing. I was reading the material. So yeah, that was my initial introduction to Bionicle. But that so when nearly. I forget what it was, 18 or I don't know, 17 years later, something like that, where it came back to me, and I thought, wait, are we on the level? Really? You want to work with me? But I was delighted. I thought, it was nice to have another opportunity, and when I was totally enjoying working on the books and the comics. So when I got word that Lego was essentially ending production of or the series, I mean, it was crushing to me.
All the decade-long build-up in G1 and all they could come up with, they came up with, what if the small robot hit the big robot with a big rock? And that's how it ended. Your take on Bionicle was ended just as abruptly.
It was abrupt, but that when it ended, I was, if memory serves, because I don't mean to sound like, give me a jerk when I say that when I'm done with a project, I'm usually thinking about the next project and working and concentrating on that. I very rarely look back
Totally
Unless-
understandable.
You know, and it's not like, oh, I'm a shark, I have to keep moving forward. It's not like that. It's just that. But as I recall, I was not working. I mean, whatever project I had delivered to, whether it was a script for a comic or one of the juvenile novels. Whatever it was, I mean, I delivered it. I was paid for it.
Right. That there was a third graphic novel that was announced and then later canceled.
Yeah, but you know, it's again, I can't. All I remember is that I was paid for the work that I did, and I don't think that there was any work. I mean, although something may have been announced, I don't have any secret lingering scripts that were never published. You know, there's nothing that I could recall because I would have remembered that, but it was crushing to me because I really did enjoy working on them and was hoping to continue through for a while. So it was a surprise to me. I think that
It was a surprise to a lot of us.
Yeah, I got messages from Lego Bionicle fans that were, I mean, it was almost like, oh goodness, like, messages of mourning and outrage. But again, I thought, it's so beyond my control that I can't worry about it. Can I hope that maybe sometime in the future go and various editors remember me as somebody who did his best? I mean, if it disappointed anyone, I'm sorry, but I really just
If there was any disappointment to be had, it was most certainly not on your hands.
Okay, well, I think my job is to please the client, to meet the deadlines, and I hope always also to entertain the audience, the readers. So you're making me sad all over again that it was canceled. I hadn't really, I really hadn't thought about it in a while. I mean, and just like sort of as an aside, recently an editor contacted me about working on yet another Star Wars book. I wrote a Star Wars book last year, or I think I worked on 3 last year. It's like just a few weeks ago, I was going through my library and reference books, and I'm thinking, maybe it's about time to sell these Star Wars books because I haven't gotten an offer in a long time, and these things are just taking up space. So, granted, it's also there's a pandemic going on.
Yeah,
and I'm thinking
Very bad time to do just about anything.
As much as I enjoy working on projects, I'm not long-term affectionate because I can't afford to be. I just think, it's a job and it's assignment. And if Lego were to come back and say, Ryder, we'd love to work with you and help us develop something that could lead to, how do you think we could do something that's might work on an ongoing basis? Would be, I'd enjoy that conversation. But on the other hand, if it's just like, okay, we're coming out with this thing, we want you to write an adaptation of this. It's like, well, I can do that too. I have that experience. So anyway, I'm flexible, but I'm not very sentimental. It's more, it's more. I'm maybe kind of passionate about a project while I'm working on it, but then very into it, very professional about it. When it's done, and if it's not leading to more work, I can't help but thinking, okay, that's taking up room in my office, or I have to,
and in your mind too, because it's good to retain focus on what's presently on the docket.
Right, yeah. So when thinking back, because I have not reread my own books. I don't look at them unless there's a reason for it. Unless I have to, I'm working on some new project. I have to remember, where did that character, who did he talk to at that place? Or, I have to look it up. But when I think about, if you were to ask, what's your most significant contribution to Lego Bionicle? I would say probably the sidekicks, the Toa had.
The protectors?
Oh, thank you. The protectors, yeah. In the story Bible that I had, there was.
They didn't even have names.
They did not have names. It was like the Protector of Stone, Protector of Fire, and I wasn't in a big huff about it. I said, well, are there names for these characters? Nope, they are the protectors. And I said, well,
oh dear.
If I'm writing these stories and it's just like the protector of stone looked over his shoulder or her shoulder, I just remembered thinking, it's like it would be a lot easier if they had names. And what memory serves, I think that it was Protector of Stone. I made that character a female.
That was Earth.
Is that right?
The Protector of Earth, and we don't blame you for misremembering because
it was very generic.
Yeah.
Okay, so Protector of Earth, yeah.
To this day, nobody knows why they separated Stone and Earth in Bionicle. It's lost to time.
I never questioned.
It was a decision made early on in G1. They were going to do just the 4 classical elements: Earth, Wind, Fire, Air, and then Lego was like, "We want to do 6. Can you split? Can you make 6?" And it was I guess that was so last minute. The best it could come up with was split water into water and ice, and Earth into Earth and less Earth.
Yeah,
no one knows why, but you did the best. You did the best you could.
The thing, I didn't know the backstory of Lego wanting to add more characters back then, but when I saw, I looked at the character designs. So for Protector of, I thought I want at least one of the protectors to be female. I thought because Gali was or is it Gali? I don't know. The protector of the Toa water.
Yeah.
Right. That I thought, okay, so you give a female sidekick, that would be kind of like Wonder Woman and Wonder Girl, and that's to me it just struck me as like a lame idea. So when I looked at again, I was dismissing my own thoughts. It's like, no, that would be lame if you did that.
It is quite something that it is quite a good idea that you decided against that, though, because in G1, all the blue ones were female, and they were the only females for the most part.
They introduced more females later, and they were still blue.
Okay. Yeah, I did not know, but I knew that it's not a lame choice. An obvious choice maybe would have been to have a female sidekick for this female character. I looked at the character designs and the Protector of Earth. I just thought it's a tough looking character. I think the shoulders are broader. I mean, it's just the weapon. There was something there, the tool, that weapon digger thing. And I just looked and I thought, why not? Why not make that Protector of Earth a female? Because, and there's, without any suggested that, Lego accepted it. They didn't say, we think maybe it would be better to do this, or why not have that character instead? I mean, the fact that they were immediately open to that idea, I thought, good on Lego. That was just, they liked it. One thing they did that, and I can't remember at what stage they did it, that Lego provided me with essentially like a character name creator system. How to put this? It's like, imagine something that it's like a pronunciation key combined with a word building system. So that they said, okay, here are the sounds phonetically, a list of like letter combinations that you can string into any number of combinations in order to build names for characters. And that came in handy. I mean, it was kind of funny because I think what they were doing was they wanted to try to. I know that there had been some dispute with the first BIONICLE series about the names of characters. Or, forgive me,
the Maori controversy in 2001.
Yeah. Okay, right. I mean, because I never read or reread those books. All I knew was that there was some controversy about the naming.
It was after that Lego decided that pretty much every name they made had to go through
not using any real world language as a source. So for the protectors, if I remember right, I did make up the names of the protectors. However, were secondary characters, or then the story I wrote one of the graphic novel stories has the protectors from ages earlier.
And I think on that note, we should probably wrap things up here. So, any final thoughts, everyone?
Nice talking to you.
My only final thoughts are that you will not escape the fanfic requests now. Made an offer like that.
That is very true.
Okay.
It's okay. There are some rich Bionicle fans.
I can only imagine, just as far as the fan fiction community or how that works. I guess from a legal standpoint, my concern is just, someone.
Oh, just file off the trademarks. You should be fine.
Oh, right. That's it. Yeah, everybody would be happy. Change my name. Right.
This character isn't Tahu. He's my original character, Tahu.
Right. The next thing you know, it's 50 Shades of Bionicle. Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, dear.
I would love that. I would absolutely love that.
Of course you would. Oh, dear. And on that note, I think that should just about do it for today. Thank you so much for coming onto the stream and putting up with all these technical issues and everything. And thank you, chat, for putting up with all the technical issues as well. I know it wasn't exactly as easy to get running as we could have been, but we managed eventually. That's what matters.
It was a pleasure.
At least we're not Sega.
We'll see. We'll be right back in a few minutes with some tabletop simulators. So we will see you guys again shortly.
Just shout out to Guillermo in the chat. Notices your elemental energy.
God damn it.
Mata Nui.
Hello, everyone. Before we get started with Joy of Paraka, I think we have some raffle winners to announce, do we not, Stephen?
Absolutely.
Indeed. So, without further ado, let us choose our winner out of how many? 387 entries over the course of the entire stream. What a turnout.
Wow.
All right, so let us roll the winner. I would say drum roll, but I totally didn't prepare this scene in OBS at the very last minute, so I don't have anything like that prepared. There, I'll slam my keyboard. There we go. And the winner is Bitterpunk. So if you are in chat, Bitterpunk, then congratulations. You have just won a copy of The World of Matanui and a complete copy of Takanuva and Yusanui and Makuta Pterodax. If you're not in chat, well, we will be in touch. So that will be the winner for today. But of course, we do have plenty more prizes to come. Those will all be tomorrow, of course, around or after the game show, but we'll announce those when the time comes. And maybe our friends Tahu and Biddle will have some interesting shenanigans this year, won't they, Toa?
Oh, dang it. All right, I guess I gotta figure out how to do this voice again.
Sorry to put you on the spot, Toa.
Da, 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 da.
Oh, God, I snorted. All right, so it seems we may need a little bit of extra time to get Joy of Paraka ready, but it's an end-of-day event, so I'm sure y'all can understand that these things sometimes take a little more time than expected. So we will return to the intermission. We'll be in touch with you, Bitterpunk, if you're hearing this or otherwise. And we will see you all shortly with Joy of Paraka with Stuart Sager.
It is said that all endings are merely beginnings waiting to be born. My home is far from this place. I was once its protector, until I lost everything to a powerful evil that has enslaved my people. That is why I must find a way back. Now we're ready. You use your best warriors for sport?
Just a good businessman.
He needs our help, and I owe him. We stand by each other as a team.
Destroy him!
They have us outnumbered 10 to 1. We fight with honor and purpose. I'm going to enjoy tearing that fancy mask from your face.
No! I watched him destroy your village.
Bone Hunters and Skrull have formed an alliance. We must unite.
To be defeated without a fight would be dishonor. We can win this! Together! For unity!
On the island of Matanui, new ultimate Borok have awakened. New incredible powers behind the reptilian faceplate. New tools and one goal: to steal the powers of the Toa Nuva and restart the Borok swarms. Borok Calm. 6 new reasons to hide. Bionicle. Each set sold separately.
Eastern time. Watch to win it. And I'll be answering questions and doing all kinds of fun Bionicle stuff. But Jonathan, how are you? So glad to see you. Glad you turned up. I think Sarah's going to try to tune in from Seattle here before terribly long. Let's see. Liam, if you can hear me, if you have any questions or anything you want to do as a moderator, you can put in comments on my Facebook live feed and I'll see them there. That'll be great. I'm going to write you a private note. That'll be great. So Liam's got that. So for those who don't know, my guess is you guys probably know who I am, but for those who don't know, the Lego Bionicle comic was published by DC Comics, came out for several years before I was involved. This is the last issue of the first series, and it's kind of funny. Somebody gave me a copy of this, and I wasn't. This is written by Greg Farshtey and drawn by Randy Elliott. I wasn't aware of the very last page of this until just today, that announces the number 0 coming next month. It says followed by Bionicle number 1. So at this point, they hadn't worked out that the next series of Bionicle comics was going to be Bionicle Ignition, the one that I started working on. That's my 0 issue, and my face is aged, but you guys should remember me. If you had the 0 issue and opened it up on the inside, there I am looking young and spry, and my hair's combed down, not up, and I don't have glasses. But it's the same person. I actually got the job to draw the Lego Bionicle comic book as sort of my first major job in comics. I had broken into the comic book industry, self-publishing a comic book called Shiver in the Dark, and I was traveling the country promoting the series when I was at Philadelphia, the Wizard Philadelphia comic book convention, and I'm so embarrassed because I don't know who it was, but there was someone who was an art director at DC Comics that asked for copies of the Shiver in the Dark comic book just to take to the office. I wanted to sell them, but at the same time, you know, professional courtesy states that I should give them the copies, and I did, and boy, am I glad I did, because they circulated the office, and somebody thought that I would be a good match for the Bionicle series. I wasn't offered the job so much as I was offered the opportunity to try out for it. It was a big job for DC, and they had several other artists whom they invited to make samples. I know that there were a couple rounds of sort of taking, I don't know how many people applied for this job, but I know they started off with a pretty large number and whittled it down. I think it got down to, of all the submissions they got, they took their favorite 6 and presented those to different focus groups of children and asked them what they liked, what they didn't like. And long story short, I beat everybody out. I was the big winner. I remember Jay Gardner was the editor of this book, and I had some correspondence with him on the wired telephone. It was so long ago. And after about a month of back and forth of him saying, hey, we liked your sample, you've made it to the next round, I finally had this phone call that lasted about an hour, and I had a feeling that maybe I had won out. Maybe I was going to be offered the job, and that's what happened. They asked me a few questions just about my availability and how quickly I could work, so on and so forth. And I was delighted to get the job. It changed my life. It really did. And I remembered thinking that it was sort of like this was the goal. You know, I had self-published some comics. It was me trying to break into the industry, get noticed, and everything worked out, it came together. And I remember Jay, after he'd offered me the job, was kind of excited, and the professional part of the conversation had died down and it became a little bit more casual. And he said, I'm excited to work with you. I said, I haven't seen a whole lot of your work though. And I said, well, this is my first big job. Going to be my first job working for anybody other than something that was self-published. That's not true. I'd actually done some trading cards for DC Comics, but they were individual images. It wasn't, a 20-page comic like this. So he was a little bit terrified because, a new guy can screw up the deadline, and I promised him I wasn't going to. And he said, no, I know you won't. I said, no, you don't. You ought to be at least a little worried, but I promise you it's my first job. I'll work really hard on it. And if you just bear with me, if I ask any dumb questions, give me some good answers. And he was very patient. He was a fantastic first editor. I couldn't have been happier, frankly. I remember he called me and told me that they offered me the job and they needed something right away because the first issue had to come out on time. And it ended up being this 0 issue that had the fold-out poster that a lot of people know. It's nice when I hold it upside down. But I remember I was at the New York Comic Con just after I'd gotten this job. I hadn't done anything for it, but I went into the DC offices to meet my editor. And I met Jay, we shook hands, and he said, hey, we've got the first issue coming up, deadline here really soon. Let's talk about what the poster will look like. And we went downstairs into sort of the, I don't know what I would call it, but the production room at DC Comics, got paper and pencil, and literally we were just working out sketches of what the poster would look like. And we got them mostly nailed down. I did the New York Comic Con, flew home, drew it in a hurry, and then it was ready to go to press, and they told me they wanted some photos of me and some quick interview questions, and almost immediately it seemed like this thing came out. Now, I don't know for sure, so I'm projecting here, but the first issue of Bionicle, number 1, not number 0, but the first issue, number 1, was a double-sized issue. And I'd often thought that this may have been double-sized because Lego and DC probably had a contract for an entire year's worth of comics, and that dictated how many pages would be made and what the cost of the thing was going to be. Because the 0 issue was a lot smaller and mostly was just this poster, I figured the additional pages were made up in the issue number 1 to fulfill the contract. Makes sense to me. But I do remember him calling me up, and I was excited for this job. I felt very confident I could do it, but let's be honest, I said it was my first comic book for another publisher. It was a little daunting, and he said, hey, we've decided to make the first issue double-sized. And as I said, I think it was to make up for the pages from issue 0. Not a big deal, but when your first issue is already a little daunting and they say it's going to be twice as large, I remember hanging up the phone and it's just like, no matter what happens, I have to make this job work. I mean, I have to. And I think it was only about 20 pages, which I can do 20 pages quite regularly now in a month. But at the time, that seemed like an awful lot. And, I'm not supposed to say this, but I'll be honest. There was a little bit of fear in me. Can I get it done? So I sat down and I just said, just get 1 page done and then get 1 more. And I remember I just kept my head down and I got to where I had, I think, 3 pages left. And the funny thing is, when you make those 17 pages back to back to back to back, I was better, faster, more confident artist on the project 17 pages in than I was on the first page by far. Even though I had 3 pages left to go, I suddenly felt really confident. I said, sure, I can get this done. We got it done, no problem. And then one of the interesting things about working on the series is you turn the issue in, and then there's a little bit of a silence because the next issue doesn't come out for 2 months. Most comic books have an issue every month, but Lego was every other month. And that meant that when I turned in an issue, I usually had an odd period of about 2 weeks dead time, sometimes 10 days, where I didn't have a script for the next issue. I couldn't work ahead. It was just sort of works complete and you're on hold, which was kind of nice because I got to turn in an issue and then sort of celebrate and feel like, I could goof off for a little while. I mean, there literally wasn't any way for me to work ahead, but that meant that when I received the scripts a little later, it meant that they were more timely. It meant that if there were any toys that were coming out, they could include those toys to be a little bit more accurate for including those new sets. And if there were some sets they were still designing, they gave themselves a little bit more time to work with it, and which was very necessary because I've told the story several times how when Vizon and Fenrek came out, they were in the script, but the toys didn't exist. I've told that story several times. I think I told it on a live feed here before, so I won't tell it in such really long terms, but I ended up having to draw, I think, all of issue 5, which is where they first appear, with holes in the art, waiting for the toys to arrive. And they FedExed them to me. In fact, truth be told, truly, this is the Vizon and Fenrek set that I drew, the very set I used to draw Lego Bionicle 5, and this is the very first Vizon and Fenrek set in existence in the world, and they told me that. I had to sign all kinds of forms saying that I was receiving them, and I wouldn't let anybody see them, I wouldn't photograph them, I wouldn't even talk about them or post their names. I had to fly to the airport and show ID and pick them up and race home, and I think I had to add them to several pages and get it out the door. Like, I don't think I had a whole 20 hours to get it done. It was incredible, but we made it. That's sometimes you work close to the deadline, and I will tell you, everybody from Toby Dekowitz, who was the art director for Lego, to the people in Europe, everybody, DC Comics, we were on pins and needles, and everything had to fall right in order for me to even get these things, get the pages done, get them to DC to approved, and then to Lego to approved, and then to the printer. It was so close, but got it done. I'm going to check my feed and see if I have any good comments here that I should address.
I can ask you some questions, honey. They can hear me in here.
Okay, great.
So, for one thing, somebody asked, if you could talk a little bit about what it was like to develop these characters in your style. How did you approach that? Since this is so different than what you've become known for since then.
I love that question. So that was the biggest challenge. when I was first offered an approach to do this job, I thought, okay, well, let me track down some of the comic books and see what you guys are already doing, and go to the toy aisle and grab some of these comics. And they said, you can go to the toy aisle, but they really specifically asked me not to look at the previous comics. I'm known for having a darker, more expressive style, as you guys know if you saw the comic book, or if you tuned in last year for World Bionicle Day. I drew this live on the feed. This is an image of Axon. If you missed last year, this is very comparable to what the pages from the Lego Bionicle actually look like that I drew. In fact, I drew this on some of the leftover DC Comics paper that I had from when I first did Bionicle, so I made it as accurately as possible. But I had to engage with what are these things going to look like, and my initial response is, well, when you're working on a product that already exists, you go to the store, you pick up what the company has already made, and you try to sort of fit that model. They kept telling me specifically they didn't want that. It's kind of hard to believe because it was a really successful line. But Lego was looking for a new look. They were looking to make the comic and the toy appeal to some older fans, which was kind of exciting to me. It gave me more freedom. I think, if I know correctly, I think DC Comics actually pitched to Lego the idea of going with a more dark, expressive, looser style as something that might appeal to older fans. And I think they kind of had to be talked into it. I think Lego was interested, but if there was something that seemed really smart, is that Lego is great at making toys, right? And they said, we want a good comic book, so let's bring in DC Comics. They know how to make comic books. DC brought me in because I know how to draw. But I remember when I was turning in my sample pages to get this job, they kept telling me repeatedly, do your thing. We know what you draw like. Make it expressive. And I remember when I sat down to make the piece, I still was doubting a little bit whether or not they meant it. And I thought, well, maybe you should tighten it up a little bit so you can show the details better. And then I thought to myself, you know what? They kept telling you to do your own thing. And I thought, they've got a million artists they can hire. What's the value of having me if I'm not going to be me? So I, at the last minute, just took this deep breath, looked at them, made a couple sketches, really trying to embrace what I found interesting about them, and then kind of like just go for it, so to speak. If I can make something that I think is interesting, I should do it. And the thing that dawned on me is if I make it that way, and I'm lucky enough to get the job, that means that I can probably repeat what I've done. If I did something that was too drastically different from how I'm used to working, and I'm given the job, that might be difficult for me to make the pages consistent. So I just put my head down and I made this piece, and it really was very comparable to this. And if you looked at a lot of conventional comic book art, a lot of comic book art has just hard black outlines on everything, not large areas of black, and not a lot of lighting that is rendered in or lighting effects that's rendered in the art. These days, a lot of lighting effects is rendered in the computer coloring. Well, that's not how I was used to working. Now, I did get to team up with Alex Blayard, who was the colorist on Lego Bionicle. I colored the cover to number 0, the cover to number 1, and the poster to number 0, but Alex did all the other coloring on everything else. And I think it was kind of perfect because I kept trying to push and make the thing a little bit grittier, a little bit darker, more expressive, and Lego liked it, but I could tell it was also very different from what they had. So they had Alex kind of take the really expressive line work I did, and then he was almost like the control man, because I would get kind of wound up and just say, you know what, this character is red. I'd be drawing somebody like Hakan, and I said, there's only lightning around him, and otherwise it's really dark, and lightning is kind of a bright blue light. And in my head, I would just think, okay, he's going to be reflecting blue light, and that was maybe a little farther than they wanted. So I could have like some light reflecting off of Hakan, but he still essentially needed to be red. So what I got to do then is I got to really draw the piece to where I could really affect the form. I could dictate the pace of all the action. What things looked like in a black and white sense was all up to me. In fact, when I made the pieces, they were really grayscaled. They weren't black and white line art. They would be black and white line art that might have an ink wash or something like that. So I'm really determining how much light there is. Alex got to determine literally how much color there was in areas, and then in some instances he would add some highlights or little glints and things like that. You know, usually he could look at what I was doing and he got a sense of the mood and feel for the piece. and then he got to decide how much what had its specific focus for color or light. He could play up or play down what I'd done. One of the pieces I think of is there's an Axon one. I'll take Ailey's question in just a second, but there's an Axon panel where I rendered a whole bunch of lighting on this one. And if you can see, think of this as a black and white piece, you can see how I really dictated that the light source was going to be behind Axon. I'm talking about this one right here. And Alex could see that in the art, and he played that up and had the colors fit exactly what I was going for.
So we've had a couple of questions about the 2009 larger serial.
Yeah.
All Our Sins Remembered. Can you just talk about that project generally? How is it similar or different? What did you get to do throughout that?
So I wanted to talk about that because I actually have a page of art from that I was going to show you guys, because it's a different thing than what I normally did. In fact, I was brought back to that after the fact. Here, I'll show you this. This will be fun. This will answer the question. This is one of the pages, the original art pages from issue 6. This was the online-only issue. I know that there was paper cuts reprinted this, but as I said, these are all rendered in kind of black and white line art with some grays to it. It's kind of interesting because you can see this character here is kind of red. It's a little bit hard to see, but some of that has to do with the pen I've used has faded just a little bit. And that is one of the risks you run when you mix your mediums together. But this is an 11 by 17 page. This was on the DC board. This is what I typically draw them on. But for the paper cuts, the 2009, the book had a different set of proportions to it. It was a digest size book that was smaller, whereas this regular Lego comic was the size. The 2009 book was only about that big. I hope you can see how big that is. It's about TV guide size. So I actually drew the art on a smaller board. And I remember I was approached by Paper Cuts to do this. Paper Cuts had gotten the rights to reprint all the Bionicles, and then they sold well enough, they said, let's make some more. As near as I know, the 2009 series may have come out just after the toy line production had ended. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember the sequence of events here. But nonetheless, because DC wasn't doing the comic book, and I think Lego was winding the toy down a little bit, it gave us the opportunity to really tie up some loose ends in the storyline. And this is the last page where everything has kind of gone wrong. The planet has exploded. Everybody's left. Everybody's sort of learned the lesson the hard way of all the fighting and the conflict they'd had. And what I tried to draw here, this wasn't in the script, but these are the two weapons that the main characters hold, and I had them stick them into the ground and walk off without them, as though the battle's over and there's nothing worth fighting for anymore. I remember when they offered me this job and they told me the format was going to be different. They needed it pretty quickly. I don't remember if I got a whole lot of toys for the models on this. I don't think I did. For most of the Lego Ignition series, I got all the toys, but the All Our Sins Remembered was a little bit faster. So I think I got a few toys from the company. One of them I think I had to go out and buy just to make it easier. It was this little small one here.
Yes, several folks have asked about what reference were you given for that All Our Sins?
Yeah, I bet they are, because you guys want to know about those elemental lords, I'm sure. So I made all of those up. They were in the script. I was told more or less what they had to do, and I was given free reign on them. And they are some crazy, wacky designs, but I had fun with it. And if you've seen me talk about Lego Bionicle before, one of the things I always said was that I tried to make the world that they were in be as natural as possible. I tried to make them look as natural as possible. I wanted them to be able to get rusty, get bent, get dirty. Their world should be alive, right? Which helps make them alive. So when I made the Elemental Lords, I said, well, they're not going to be mechanical. You know, the fire lord is fire. He burns. The closest thing I can think of that really got away from that is the water lord had a globe for a head. And I know that somebody out there went and tried to make Lego figures of these, which I love. I saw the picture of them today on Instagram. They look great. Some of those things I had to make up, and there were some other Matoran and other characters that were in this that I just got to make up as well. And I got to tell you, one of the things I'm really flattered by are people who went through the book and made sets out of Lego pieces that they could find, trying to match my designs for the made-up Matoran. That was really cool. You know, when I got this job, I knew that I was probably going to be contributing to the lore of this. And people are going to be asking me some questions. And if I draw something, it's kind of, you know, it's going to become canon. That's what it is. That's what it looks like. It needs to work. It needs to fit what had come before. I try to take that responsibility on, but at the same time, you want to have a little bit of fun and freedom. And I think that kind of came out with my Elemental Lords, because I knew that they didn't have to fit Lego toy models. So it was my real chance to draw something that was more organic and not mechanical. Now, I will tell you the one thing I really, really wanted to do, and somebody, I'm looking over my wife because somebody's going to do this now that I've said this. If you look at the panel where the Elemental Lords are all sitting at the table, I wanted to put chairs on the back of each of them, which had logos for each elemental on their chair. Much like, you know, Justice League, the Batman has to sit in a chair with the Bat logo, and Superman has to sit in a chair with the Superman logo. There's something that really is appealing to me about that kind of cartoonish formality. I don't think it really works that well in the real world, but if you watch enough show like Venture Brothers, bad guys always have to have their, you know, their layered, and they have to have logos around so you know how bad they are. I mean, that's half the fun of making this stuff.
So they've specifically asked about the Batera in All Our Sins.
I have to remember who that is, so this is where I'm embarrassed. I promised everybody I would remember this as much as I could, and I don't remember who the Batera is. So I'll answer the question. I'm going to need some better guidance. I wish I had the book in front of me. I don't. So
well, in the meantime, then, I know you talked about working with the colorist a little bit already. I know you kept the same colors through the whole run, didn't you? The first 2 years you worked on it?
Yeah, so let's see. Greg Farshi wrote the whole thing. By the way, this is the piece I drew for World Bionicle Day 2 years ago. I thought I would vamp a little bit. This is another Axon I did. Tonight, if we have time, I'm going to try to draw Vizon and Fenrek. Greg Farshi wrote the whole thing throughout. I got to do the pencils and inks. And then the coloring was by Alex Blayard. And Alex did a really, really good job. In fact, when I first started this, I have to admit this, I say this all the time, I wasn't in love with Alex's coloring on it. I'm just being completely honest. I really wanted the thing to be a little bit darker and even more out there than it was. But Alex was perfect. He did a great job. He was very good at taking what I had done and anchoring it the way Lego wanted it done. And this is the thing I have to say. The older I got, the more I've drawn, the more digital coloring I did. Every time I go back and I look at Bionicle, I realize that Alex did a better job than I thought. Every couple of years I look at him, I honestly think it's better than I thought it was 2 years ago, and better than I thought it was 2 years before that. I learned a lot from him. I've written him and told him. I mean, he really made me look great.
I think you should tell the story about the water and the bubbles.
Oh yeah, this is pretty good. I'm so glad Ailey mentioned this. So this is a good example of it. This is the cover to number 11. So, as you know, the second year of the Lego Bionicle comic book involves all the underwater characters. And showing motion underwater, you've got a couple things that really help you. You can have like smoke and soot come off the ocean floor, or you can have bubbles trail off their heads. If they're really punching or doing anything big, bubbles appear. Now, there are animals that thrash and fight underwater, and they don't create any bubbles because, you know, shark, for example, is underwater all the time, and there's no way for them to produce bubbles. But it's a great technique as an artist, and so I would draw these. And Greg said, you know, or not Greg, Alex Blayard, the color, said, you don't need to draw all those bubbles. And I said, they work so well, man. They add emotion or life. You know, if I mean, really, we could use the bubbles as a storytelling tool. If a character was surprised and we want him to gasp, he can have, you know, bubbles shoot out as though like the way anyone else on Earth would respond. But he said, listen, I'm going to make a digital brush that's going to be the bubbles. And I hadn't done a lot with making digital brushes on Photoshop at the time, but since then I realized it was a great idea. They look wonderful. So most of the bubbles that are in here, he added in. You can see them, they go up through the G on the Bionicle logo. He just said, I don't have to color those if you just don't include them. I will add all of them. And I'm kind of a control freak, so I hated to do that. but he talked me into it, and throughout the book, you can find great panels with the bubbles. They look wonderful. It's his doing for almost all of them. There are a few places where I have drawn some, where I just kind of felt like I wanted a specific effect, or like in this case, here's a place where you have some soot and dirt making bubbles. That has to be part of the art. It's dictated, so I drew all of those. But very often, this panel here, you see at the top above the word balloons, he's sneaked in the bubbles there. That's all Dre, or that's all Alex. So thank you, Alex. It was a brilliant idea. It made them really uniformed. And I think what's also cool about him is because he used a Photoshop brush, making them that uniformed means that after you read a couple panels with them featuring these bubbles, you get used to what they are. You don't dwell on them anymore. It just sort of adds a sort of atmosphere that you're underwater, but it doesn't turn to an element that you focus on. Because let's face it, if you and I were underwater and we were snorkeling or whatever, we would get used to the bubbles all the time and we would look past them. But if they're not uniform, you probably don't do that.
So going back to the previous conversation about all our sins remembered.
Yeah.
The Vatera are the white and blue robo guys, also described as murder robots, shape-shifting robots that hunted the Glitorian.
Okay, I think I remember these guys. This is like there's an army of these guys, and I got to make these guys up. They're what I think I am. See, somewhere way in the other room, I know I have a copy of this, and I should have gotten it back. So this is the thing. When you're working on this book, particularly when you have characters like this that are not doing as much of the talking, but are part of the action, the story is written to where they need to do a particular thing. They are the fighters, so I need to draw them look fighting and warlike, and they need to be sort of cool looking, but got very little guidance on what these things should look like at all. I mean, I literally took existing Bionicles like this, and I tried to think of like the staff that Vizon is holding here. This would be a great guidance for what their weapons should look like. You know, when I got the job, I remember being told that these characters, they don't really have weapons, they have tools, and that was something that was kind of driven home about me. But as the thing went on, you know, they had Zamrafir's shooters and things like that, and I kind of feeling like these are looking more and more like weapons all the time. Finally, in the last chapter, the All Our Sins Remembered, I mean, we really end up with like warring characters that are just there to war. And so I tried to draw them almost like a Roman army. You know, they don't have guns, they have knives and blades, and you know, their combat is really hand to hand. But like I said, I was given very little guidance on that. And I remember turning in those pages, and I think I had maybe, I want to say no corrections. And I remember when I negotiated the contract on it, I remember because it had to be done quickly and the art was smaller, there were some demands on it. I can't believe I'm telling you this, but I said I had like three things written into my contract. So one, because the pages were smaller, I said no more than 3 panels per page. It's just, you're not going to be able to see very much. It's going to be really hard for me to get in there and do very many painterly things with the background. So if you can have 1 panel, 2 panel, or 3 panels. And they said fine. And then I also said, I'm going to draw this correctly. I don't want any corrections unless, I've drawn the wrong character. There's something specifically I've drawn, wrong. Like I'm supposed to draw a bridge and instead I drew a submarine or something like that. And even with that being the case, I was aware that if something was wrong or they really need something changed, they could ask me and I would change it. But I was given no corrections on this, if I recall. There were, for the regular Lego Bionicle Ignition comic book, there were some issues that had some corrections. I remember one time they had me turn Axon's head. Sometimes there were very, minor ones. I remember one time I had him looking at his axis profile, and they wanted to see more of his face, so it became a 3/4 view. Typically, when I got corrections, they were kind of like that. Maybe they wanted to show the toy a little bit better. But I kind of understood that pretty quickly. Obviously, when I draw the thing, what I'm trying to do is tell the story as clearly as I can. But let's be honest, when a character shows up and it's new, or if it's a new set, Lego wanted the fans really to get a good look at that character. I remember for issue number 2, I got issue 2 here in front of me. I think it's issue 2 that it introduces Axon, by the way, my favorite Bionicle.
But is he
He
your favorite to draw? That's the question.
he's both.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he shows up here very, very rarely did I change anything from what Greg had given me for the script. Greg is the Bionicle guru. Greg Farshey, I'm talking about, the writer. And you know he is the man on that stuff. But every once in a while, there were times where I kind of felt like I wanted to add or change something, either typically to add clarity to the story or to emphasize a moment. And so the one that I remember most of all is this picture here where Axon is grandstanding and he has sort of laid out the Brutaka here and he's sort of announcing who he is. And I just felt that if he's sort of the real guardian of the Mask of Life, that, and he really performed as a hero in a way that the other characters hadn't done yet, I felt, let's have him sort of throw down and announce who he is. I'm the guy in charge, and that's why he has this panel. Let's see. I was placed on this island as the guardian of the Mask of Life, one of many. All of my power and all of my very life is dedicated to keeping it out of the hands of trash like you. And I thought, okay, so let's add an extra panel in, because I think initially all this text was going to be on this panel of him catching his axe, which is fine, but this looks more sort of like a Thor sort of, you know, calling down lightning from the mountain. You know, he's the boss of everything here. So I moved a few panels around, made that. I got distracted, but what was I supposed to be answering just then?
Honestly, you've wandered so far afield, I'm just going to move us on. For one thing, one of the folks who's watching on YouTube through the official Bionicle feed says his name is Brandon, and he, I want to make sure I get the right one. He redrew your Bizon and Fenrac splash in middle school, and you got excited to see it and wanted to share it with others. He's still got it in a book, and he wants to catch you at a show soon.
I would love that.
A couple of people have asked about upcoming shows or events or things like that. Like, are you planning on C2E2 next year?
Should be at C2E2 next year. I'm going to probably have a very big VIP event at C2E2. You should come see me there. I'll be at the Baltimore Comic-Con coming up in a couple of weeks. I will be at the Cincinnati Comic-Con. I think I'm going to be at the New York Comic-Con. I've got my table. I need to work out a few things as far as my travel and lodging, and I have a potential deadline conflict, but so that's still a little bit up in the air, but I really want to be at New York. If you go to my website, stuartsager.com, you can see all the comic book conventions I'm going to go to, and please bring your Bionicles. I'm happy to tell you all about them. As well, I'm going to remind everybody, Monday at 7:30 on my Facebook and Instagram show, I'm going to have a follow-up Bionicle show. I'm going to pull out some other art out of the archive so we can talk about that. I'm going to be selling signed copies of Bionicle. If you want some Bionicle art for yourself, it's a great place to be. We're going to give away a piece of original Bionicle art too. That'll be Monday at 7:30 Eastern Time. How about, go ahead.
Several people have asked more specifics about how you draw these things, what tools you use, how you lay them out. I thought that might be a useful segue.
We're going to segue. I'm going to go into drawing some stuff, drawing some Bionicle. I'm going to draw Bizon and Fenric here. But before I do, I'm going to tease you with a few things. Because you asked how I make them. How I made these. I actually brought a few pieces out of the archives to show you. I think, if I got it here, issue 7? Can I find issue 7? Yeah, this guy here. This is the first year that I really started drawing the underwater characters, and I have some of the layouts I did for the cover. So this was a layout sketch, and typically if I draw a layout sketch, I want to just sort of get an idea down pretty quickly. These are done in pencil. Now you can see this has some red on it, a heavy red outline. I don't know why in the world I was doing that necessarily, but I will tell you, at about the time I was drawing this, I was doing some really interesting things, experimenting with making my art, where I would use some color on a black and white piece, and I would scan it as color, and the parts that were in color versus black and white, I could separate out a little bit. It was almost like allowing me to make a selection in Photoshop a little bit more easily. This is the cover concept I had, and announcing these new characters. I know Lego probably saw all these. This is one where I thought about having his sort of tendril make a frame for the whole cover. I didn't go along and continue to do that. How about this? This, I think, is another cover layout that could have been for the same issue. Now, these are pretty fast. You can see I'm kind of hammering these out, but this is how I tended to work. This looks like this was a layout that I did. This was the layout I did for the same issue. This is all art you guys have probably never, ever seen. And it looks like, I wonder if this got used in the book someplace, but this looks like this was a model I drew of the same character, maybe the first one. And then what's fascinating was I found this, and this looks like this was a background for one of these pages. So people ask how this is made. I somehow made these things in pieces. So if I had a background like this, I could move figures around if I had a really complicated scene, almost like a color forms, and assemble it in pieces. This might have been a printed background from somewhere in the book. I'd have to go look. But so the bottom line is, when you make this thing, and DC Comics and Lego was this way, they never really asked me how I made the stuff. They only wanted to know that it would print well, that it would look good. They always received a digital file, and they would approve or say, no, please alter something. But I know a couple times, I even took a Bionicle character, if I needed like a really dramatic silhouette of one of these guys, and I needed it really precise, I would take a photograph of it backlit and then Photoshop that in. I only did that 2 or 3 times. I think there's one where Hakan's eyes are going off. I did that on him. But my thing was, because I knew that I could work digitally or turn in digital files, I could use absolutely anything. I could use ink, gouache, pencil. I could, when I say anything, I mean, I could even change how one panel was drawn to the next if I wanted it to look differently. So a lot of these began lightly penciled, as you saw there. Then I would usually come in with ink and gouache and make them very similar to this, which, as I said, this was one that I made on the live feed 2 years ago. I think there's video that exists where you can see how I made that, and I'm going to make one of those here in just a few minutes, and you can sort of see how I do it. I want to tempt you guys, though, and show you a few other things I've done here recently. So I think 2 years ago I said I was going to draw Axon, and I did. And then I said last year I was going to draw Brutaka, but I never was able to find my Brutaka, so I drew Axon again. Well, I found my Brutaka, and this is a new Brutaka that I drew. It is giant, and this is the size that I tend to work on these days. You can see that it's fully inked and rendered, and a lot of it has sort of a choppy, broken black. I can apply my inks sometimes with my fingers, sometimes with steel wool brush. I can use a makeup sponge. Whatever makes a mark I like, I'll use it. I've used paper towels before. But it's that sort of broken, scumbly application of black ink that'll give me these sort of nice organic grays. Now, if you think this is cool, tune in on Monday and you'll get to see it full colored. And to tease everybody, again, here, you guys will dig on this. I drew the Axon. This is one I drew for you guys last year on the live feed. Well, since then, I got very excited, and I decided to color it in Photoshop, which yielded this. How's that? So, as I said, Alex got to be the colorist on Lego Bionicle, and he did a really, really good job. If they had turned me loose, and I don't think they would have given me quite this much freedom, because I can go crazy, this is what the whole book would have looked like. It's awfully dark. It's dynamic. It's dramatic. But to some extent, undeniably, it does obscure the characters a little bit. It's my style.
There's lots of freaking out over that. So
I thought it looked good. Like I said, I'm going to show
I just want to remind everybody who's watching now, they should follow you on Facebook. You're Stuart Sager on Facebook, because you share Lego Bionicle stuff as well as lots of other cool pop culture stuff on a regular basis.
I do.
It's just fun. It'd be fun to have everybody follow.
And I want to show you that, guys, a few things. I'm going to, in just a few minutes, I'm going to set up some paper. I'm going to draw these on a fen rack, and I've got a little art camera here so we can show the drawing surface as I make it. You can see how I make these. But before that, I'm going to bore you guys happily with a few other projects I've been working on just to show you what's been going on in between Bionicle and, honestly, how Bionicle has affected other jobs I've gotten. So, for example, this isn't exactly Bionicle, but brother, it's pretty close. a wonderful job that I got to do a year or two ago were covers for the Transformers. So this is an Optimus Prime I did, and here it is after I colored it on the comic book. So there's the finished printed version, and here's how I drew the Optimus. And if you saw from the Bionicle pages I showed here earlier, it's made exactly the same way. My approach is the same. The tools and tricks and approaches that I developed as part of Bionicle, I held on to and I saved when I made these Transformers pieces. This is Soundwave here, and he is the cover of issue 2. Both of these pieces, here's a close-up of the back cover of the Transformers comic. This is Optimus Prime, and I actually think that there is a direct link between this and how I drew all those Bionicles. Here he is in full color. I said I'm going to be selling some Bionicle comics on my show on Monday. I'll also be selling copies of the Transformers books and some of the other stuff I've done. If you want to tune in, you can get some of that. And speaking of other toys, here's another project that I got here really recently. This is a cover that I made for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, The Last Ronin Lost Years. Last Ronin has been the biggest thing in the Turtles world, and there's the printed cover. I tend to like to work big like this, and it's one of the reasons why I want to show you this. Had I had my druthers, I probably would have drawn the Lego Bionicle this big as well. By contract, I was not allowed to. Part of the contract with Lego was that I had to draw it on DC Comics illustration board, which was 11 by 17. But these days when I draw, I like to work larger, and this is about 20 by 24. Why do I like to work that big? I'll tell you. Because I can use my fingers. I'll very often put the ink on my fingers and make different smudges and marks that way, and it creates an organic approach to the art that I just can't get from almost any other tool. But when you draw with your fingers, it means that's the smallest brush I've got, so I can't work really small and detailed. So a way around that is you draw big, you can put in the details with your fingers, photograph it, shrink it small, and then it tightens up. It's kind of the best of both worlds. Are you guys freaking out over that? I hope you were.
Yes, lots and lots of freaking out.
So, by the way, for those who don't know, I'm actually drawing covers for Alice Cooper, the rock and roll star right now, for his comic book, and in just a couple days I'm going to start working on covers for Conan. Let's pull a piece of paper out of this pad, and I'll get to work and start making an original for you. I told you I like to draw big, and I'll tell you, these pages are hard to get out of this pad.
Yeah. Let me know if you need an extra hand.
There we go.
That camera's never even going to be able to take all that in.
I know. So I'm going to set up this camera here. We're going to change our view.
When you were working on Bionicle, you weren't drawing that big, were you?
No, I just said I couldn't. I wasn't allowed to. Would you hand me my art caddy back there?
I'm getting that to you.
Thanks.
There's stuff on your art caddy. Hold on. There you go.
Thank you, madam. I didn't really mean to abandon that over there.
So the size question was a lead-in to what is your preferred size to work on now? Is it this great...
That big size.
Big size here, which is actually 19 by 24, right?
Yeah, I wish I could get them to be 20 by 24, just because of the sheet.
I'm going to change your lighting a little.
Yes.
Your lighting has gotten very Stuart Sagery over the course of this.
Let's see. Have I plugged in the camera here? We're going to plug in this camera.
Okay.
I think it's plugged in over here.
Okay, great.
And I can't remember what it's called. A camera phone, art camera. It's probably that. Oh, I go through this all the time. Give me just a second. We're not dark here. I just have to configure this thing. It'll turn on here in just a second.
Yes. We're black right now, but...
It does that all the time. There, look at that. Isn't that better? So there we go. We're going to look at my drawing surface area. You guys can see everything here. By the way, these are the glasses I was wearing. And they're just magnifiers. But when I draw, I often use this ridiculous pair here. And the reason why I use this pair is because the lenses are so much larger. Now, a lot of times when I'm drawing and I'm drawing detail, I want a little pair of magnifiers so I can get in there and start a nut and bolt on these things. But a lot of times if you buy magnifying glasses, they're really small. And that's mainly because magnifying glasses are for people to read lines of type. So a little small area of type, but when you draw, you want to be able to see as much of your board as you can. So I look long and hard to try to find glasses with big lenses. Even if I'm drawing a really small portion of something, you want to be able to see the edges to make sure your proportions are correct. So I'm going to put on these hideous big glasses to draw. I don't wear them to look cool. I wear them to draw things that look cool. So here's how this works. I've got my models for Vizon and Fenrak, right? Here they are in front of me. And for those who don't know, as I said, this is the very, very first Vizon and Fenrak built in the world. I remember they told me that. The contracts I had to sign for this were absurd. Now, I don't really use these too much in the initial stages of my drawing. You know, I might examine the toy and sort of see what it does and try to come up with a cool pose in my head. But I don't really draw from looking at this until it gets down to where I'm having to draw the mechanisms. So I have them on hand, but I usually kind of draw from the hip, shooting from the hip. So let's draw a cool piece here. I'm going to draw a horizontal piece. I'm going to lift my camera up and I hope you can see how big I'm actually working here. There it is. It's the 14, what did I say here? 19 by 20 wide. I can't get the camera quite big enough to see all of it, so I'm going to try to show you as much as I can.
Do you want me to get more to set it on? Do you want me to pull it back farther?
We'll see if we need it. Let's see here. Can I turn down the volume there? Yeah, we don't need that back, that feedback. So I'm going to unplug this audio set for a second. So here's what I'll do. I start off with a quick sketch. I actually am not going to use all the paper, so I'm making a guideline here at the top telling me to not draw above that because I really want a nice big panoramic piece. Trying to get a rhythm of what the spider would look like here, and I feel like to really make him look dramatic, I don't want the legs in close, which is how he'd actually walk. I'm going to exaggerate everything and try to really splay his legs out. If you want him to stand tall, you put the legs under him. If you want him to look dramatic, you have them be really extended. And I'm actually, it's kind of hard to see here, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually put the camera eye height right about here. So to make it dramatic, I'm going to make it so you can see his underbelly. Right? So that might be one of his legs. Another one might be up there. Okay? But I'll tell you why it's not going to be up there. Because if I put it there, then I've covered his face. Because his head has to go here. So I might have his other arm be something like that. I want everybody to be able to see his big gnarly mouth, right? Also, I'm going to cheat and draw him a little bit bigger than he is, than he actually is relative to Vizon. The reason I'm going to do that is because it makes him look more beastly. I like the toy, but I actually felt that when you put Vizon on Fenrak has an awful lot to carry here, right? They're not, you know, Vizon might be 3/4 his size. Well, and I can tell you, a horse has a hard time carrying somebody who's 3/4 his size. So we're gonna cheat and make Vizon a little bit big, or make Fenrak a little bit bigger. The other thing that's really cool is, and this is where I'm going to technically change the model a little bit here. When I got the toy, one of the things that I was able to do from time to time, I'm trying to remember, they were usually very specific about which hand had the Zammerfear shooter or tools like this. In my mind, this is a staff, and this ought to be something that he can change from hand to hand. So I'm going to put his staff in his other hand. Why would I do that? Because I want to be able to show it, and I don't want it going in front of his head. Also, he's got this great dramatic cape, so I'm going to make the cape super long and tail off to the back to make it more dramatic. If you guys have ever seen a Silver Surfer comic book, the Silver Surfer often stands on the surfboard and he stretches his arms out like he's running or something. Well, he's not moving. The surfboard is doing everything, but it's more dramatic that way. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have these on leaning forward to sort of create that dramatic motion as well. Now I need his other arms back here, so I'll have his back arm be in front of his head to give it more energy. This is his back leg that's closest to us. This is his second. This is his back leg, and his other one will be right there. So as you can see, this is pretty fast and rough, and all I'm doing at this point is, sorry for the noise, I'm looking for an eraser. This is just laying out the composition. So I hope you can see it all here. I've got everything I need in place, basically for how he's going to fill the space. The only thing that's interesting is I want the ground to be a little, or different, is I want the ground to be really broken here. You know, Vithon and Fenrak and a lot of the Bionicles lived in this world that had a lot of lava and stone and, you know, not gravel, because gravel is manufactured, but let's put some broken rocks and things, almost like he's in a cave behind him. This will add some depth to it. And then, anytime you want things to really look dramatic, this is a great trick you can do. Have something like a rock or something come up like this. Not there, not where I had it, because I don't want to cover his foot. But I can have one come up like that, and I'm going to make that dark. And having these little bits that are dark in front is going to push the action back away from us. It creates a nice sort of layer of depth. Okay, this is already looking pretty good. Can you see it sort of starting to take shape, how it's going to fit together? Now here's the problem, and you guys are going to be frustrated by this. I am not going to be able to finish this tonight. This is a grand piece. I'm going to do the pencil work. I'm going to get it laid out, and then I'm probably going to get it looking really good. But then I'm going to ink it probably Sunday night, and then if you tune in Monday on my Facebook, I'll have it finished, and you can see it there. How's that? That'll be good. So let's start working in some of the pieces here. He basically has an arm that has 1, 2, and 3 pieces. This piece here is the key piece to me. It's what really has that sort of curve and thrust and hits the ground. It's the part that I really have to get right, because I feel like it just has so much of the energy. So I see they extend up higher, so I'm blocking that in. And sort of figuring out now exactly how it connects.
Jonathan Crissetti's already vying for a print of this piece, just so you know.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. I love the support. Here's what's interesting about this. The back legs of this work very differently. See how they can twist? You guys have probably handled this. They've got these 2 ball and socket joints, and it's very different than the front leg. This sounds kind of dumb, but this would be one of the things that I had to be very careful of when I draw the Lego Bionicles, because I would lay things out like this, and then very quickly I would say, oh, well, the front legs and the back legs must probably match. And they're very similar, but they don't at all. So the trick is to make sure that I draw this leg here and this one back there. And I just realized just now in handling it how differently they go together. So no lie, this is how I sort of lock this out, just as I'm doing here. I'm just getting the basic shapes in. You guys are probably rolling your eyes at me right now and say, I think we figured out how Stuart's pieces seems to be so free from the conventional design of these characters. But I will tell you, when you draw this way, your pieces have a lot of life. It keeps you from getting too tight. It keeps the composition from being really stiff. I mean, here's the thing. These characters, they don't bend like humans do. You know, we think of a finger as bending like this. We forget it'll twist. You know, if you're really doing something with your hands and you mash them on something, you know, you can put your hand on something like that, or you can really dig and pull. See how my tendons jump out here? You want to figure out a way to include some of that in on these Bionicles to bring them to life. They don't actually have tendons, but they've got pistons and things like this that you can have twist and torque just enough. If they look like they have strain on them, then it looks like that the character is moving. See, you guys are getting a big art education here. I should be paid for this. Now, because this arm is coming out almost directly at us, I got to be really kind of careful in how I block everything out, because I really need this to come forward and not have a whole bunch of lines and connecting pieces behind it, because this is so close to the eye would focus on this more than that. I'll block it out, but some of that may end up being silhouetted. Now, here's the other thing I used to do on this. So like in this case right here, his head is really important. I would probably work harder to get the head right than I would some of the other parts. I really tried to get the number of holes and gaskets and things right on the Lego Bionicle, but sometimes, maybe the proportions I'd have on these triangles here would be a little bit off. But maybe that would be more forgivable on the leg, but not on the face, because people look at faces. So what I would do regularly now, if I were going to really work on Fenric's face and head here, I would just pop this off, and then I would hold it by itself, and I wouldn't have to deal with the rest of the body. I've since found out from people that as these things get older, sometimes they crack.
Yeah.
I'm really not interested in cracking the Fenric head. I'll bet you guys aren't either. So why don't I just continue to draw it attached and not disassemble it? What do you guys think? Good idea? I think so.
Adventure Blur on the YouTube feed has said, as someone who was raised on these comics, this is incredible to watch, especially this set. Got it for my 8th birthday, and it was always one of my favorites.
I think this is one of the very best. I'm sure that Steve has heard this story before, because I've got some regular people who've tuned in multiple times, but I have to tell the story. This was the set that held up the production of the comic book more than any other. This was the one we waited on, and I was just like, when is the thing going to arrive? And as I said, I had to go to the airport. They had to fly out the very first model of this to me. I had to sign all his papers, and so I'd been up all night working on the book. You guys have heard this story before, but it's so good. I tell it every year. This is when I violated my contract too. I go to the airport and I pick the thing up, and I've got to finish the artwork, and I've been up all night and I'm exhausted and hungry and tired. And I said, you know what? You worked awfully hard. You raced out to the airport, did everything they want. You're going to break your neck. I said, why don't you treat yourself and have something to eat? So I went to this little restaurant it's a little cafe that's not far from my house, and decided to treat myself to a nice omelet and French toast and whatever else I wanted. And so I placed the order for my food. And while I was waiting, there was this couple that was there, two women who looked like they were having sort of a housewife's date with their children, and they were eating, and the kids were bored out of their mind. They looked like they'd been sitting there with their meals done for, a half hour, just waiting for anything interesting to happen. And I decided that I was going to, I had this box with me that had the Vizon and Fenric in them, though I didn't know what they looked like. Nobody knew. As I said, they were the only ones that existed. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to open these things up. And I literally just signed a contract, 20 hours earlier, saying I wasn't going to let anybody see them. And here I am about to open them up and let these kids look at them, because I just felt sorry for them. They were just so bored. So I opened the box up, and I realized that it's this giant, probably the evilest looking of all the Paraka, with this torn, tattered cape and this head that looks kind of like this Geiger thing. H.R. Geiger, the creator of the Alien, and he's standing on this giant spider. And I just thought, this is the coolest toy they've ever made. This is awesome. So I picked him out and I put him on the table, and I watched these kids practically wake up. They just couldn't believe it. They were poking each other. Look at that over there. And I pretended that I was just looking at the toy and not looking at them, and just playing it cool, because I'm not supposed to let anybody see it. And then after it'd been out for, 30 seconds or whatever, my food comes, and I grab the thing, and I put it away very quickly, and I look at the children, and I just said, it's not even in the stores yet. And then I know that they went home, and told their friends, they're like, I just saw this Bionicle, and they said, no, you didn't. And they said, yes, I did. Let's go buy it. And then they didn't find it because, like I said, it wasn't there yet. So I hope that I made liars out of them long enough for them to then be righted later on when they go to the store and say, I told you, there it is. And I remember what it was like to be 9 years old. By the way, so you see what I've done here? If you look carefully, I've actually drawn these on holding two of these staffs. And I'm not sure which one I'm going to use yet. I actually think I'm going to use the back one now because I like the energy going back with his cape, but it also allows him to lead with his chin. I might pull his arm back like that so that his face is actually the lead part of his body. But I think that that would be a nice dramatic pose. What do you guys think? Is it? Can you see it coming to life? Like, these are pretty quick sketches, and I've been talking throughout it, but this is honestly how I made the Bionicle book. I get to about this point, I kind of had a sense of how the lighting on this was going to work out. So I would probably start at this point thinking about what I would do that would give me some nice lights and darks, shadows and highlights. And the coolest thing I have to work with here is I can show the underside of his body. So these parts are going to have a lot of black. And so will these here because we're seeing under them. It's going to work great with these silhouettes here of these other rocks that I'm going to put in. It's going to create a lot of depth. This part that's facing us is going to be black, and the reason that is I want the light source to be coming from the very front of the drawing. Getting a bad shadow for you guys. You can't see it. Uh-oh. It's getting too heavy. Gotta move my camera. That's not bad. I'm going to have light come directly at them like this. So anything that is on the back side is going to be in shadow, or anything facing us is going to be in shadow. So probably the end of his pincer there will be in shadow. I'll bet there are going to be shadows coming off of all these teeth. His recessed eye is going to be there. That'll be in shadow. The mechanism that holds all of his head attached is set further back, so his face will block the light. It's going to be in shadow. And then the best thing of all is this big black cape that he's wearing. It's going to be so tattered, and it's going to be this big, long, like Batman cape that goes back here. And I'm putting X's there because that's a shorthand for me as an inker, to where I know that anything in that area from line to line is going to be solid black. That alone is going to create this solid dynamic shape, and it's going to play with these other shapes. It's what's going to hold this whole thing together. Probably the light is going to catch top of his head. A lot of his back is going to end up being a silhouette. I know this sounds odd, but you'd think you'd want to see all those pieces, but you probably won't. He's going to be walking through, kind of scurrying forward. I'm going to have the smoke and dust come up. And so the bottom portion of him is going to be a little bit obscured by that when I get into the coloring. So this is what's interesting. At this point, you're looking at it and you're like, yeah, okay, but you've got the layout here and you keep telling me you're going to cover this up and this is not going to be seen. How is this going to work? Well, I'm going to rely on silhouettes for a lot of it. This shape of his head is very specific. You know, if you had a photo of just the profile of that head, you could probably tell who that is. All these tools, these make wonderful, really strong silhouettes. So a lot of this will probably end up being in black. There will be some highlights on little bits of it, and then a lot of atmospheric smoke that goes over it. So it'll be this really deep, dramatic piece. I mean, it's one of the great things about drawing the Bionicles. You know, I think on issue 3, I drew the Matoran coming through a hole in the wall, and they were backlit. So all these holes they have in them, there's light penetrating through them. When I was developing my style, I kept thinking that there were so many, you know, you can see all the light that shines through him. It's very rare that you get to work with a character that has holes through them where the negative space can define the shape. I mean, my wife draws an awful lot of animals and a lot of nature pieces. And animals do not have holes in them ever.
Not generally, not unless something bad has happened.
If you're looking at the natural world and you're looking for an opportunity to really draw something with elaborate, complex silhouettes like this, you tend to think of something like deer antlers or something like an octopus that can have a really long tendrils that can maybe overlap and create negative spaces like this. But I mean, those are the only two that come to mind really quickly where you'd have this sort of strong silhouette of pieces that can overlap.
Yeah.
Am I missing something in nature? Trees have this.
Yeah.
We draw
lots of
trees like
leaves.
that. Leaves, right. But animals, not so much.
Skeletons do, and that's another thing that's kind of a parallel between Bionicle and other things in nature, that they have a skeletal structure at least. But
So here's the thing. I don't know if you guys knew this. My wife runs an art center in Hamilton County in Noblesville, Indiana, and it's comments like that that are so smart that tell you that she knows a lot about art. Because that is exactly right. And these things look very skeletal.
Yeah.
I'm talking about this, and you came up with a better comment than anything I had to say. That was brilliant.
I know you're going to finish this between now and Monday, but a couple of people have asked what other tools you use. Can you show some of the pens and things that you use?
Yeah, so I'm at the point where I would tighten this up. Let's go to something that's a little bit more fun. So I'm going to save this. Come back and see me when I have it done. Let's give some faster drawing demos, right? So...
And by the way, you've got an empty bar on the side of your screen right now. It may just be a selection. I think you have a space for your logo currently reserved.
Let's see. Let's see if we can make this work. We've got the art camera on. What's this, you guys?
It may not be as important as continuing to draw. But...
Yeah, except it is. Let's see if we can fix this. This won't be hard. Give me just a second. I'll have to lock preview. Let's see what this does. Doggone it. I'm not sure what the issue is here, after all. I can do that, but I don't think I can change it more. I'm so sorry, you guys. We're going to stick with that for the meantime. I'm glad you caught that.
It was actually Liam who noticed and said something, so...
Yeah, there should be a logo up here for my website, so you guys are missing a big advertisement. Let's draw, here, I'll draw a really quick shot of Vizon's head here. Here's Vizon. So here's how I would tend to draw this sort of thing. And this is how I would do the whole book. What I mean by that is these are the inking techniques I would use to draw the whole book. I'm going to draw this a little bit faster than I normally would. You guys will have to bear with me on that, okay? So I'm going to cut some corners. The proportions on this may not be perfect, but as you guys know, were they ever? This is interesting too because his face is a little bit similar to Hakan's, except Hakan's has a little piece that jumps out here, whereas his is this continuous shape. That eye's a little high. Always got to remember to draw these cross bolts. My dog is very concerned that I am doing this, so she had to check on me just a moment ago. Okay, that's basically my layout. He's got these Paraka teeth that always look like this. And then, and this is part of the key, see he's got this back component. I'll have mine stick out a little bit further just because I think it's a little bit more dynamic. The standard head connection, he's got the post, and then he's got a cape. Okay. So, oh, we can have a better camera angle than that. That's not any good. You guys can't see anything. Let's try that.
I'm reading comments
That's
instead of
better.
watching cameras.
So here's some of the pieces I'll use regularly. This is a Faber-Castell, couple brush pens. It looks like I didn't bring my big black. Oh, I did. Here it is. This is a pen I use a lot. I don't recommend you guys use one of these because everybody hates it but me. It's a Sharpie black paint marker. It is water-based, not oil. These are Faber-Castell brush tip pens. I hope you can see. Got a brush tip. This is a pen that I didn't have when I drew Bionicle. It's called a Fude pen. It's great for making black lines that are really organic. These days, this is probably the pen I would use. I would go to, and I would draw a lot of this. This is probably going to be a little bit looser and faster than even you guys would prefer it to be, but it makes for a very nice organic line because the tip of it is bent. If you can see this, when you lay it down, it makes a wider line. When you prop it upright, it makes a thinner line. It's a little bit tricky to get used to, but I love it. But I use that, and then this is a brush tip pen that was made by, let's pronounce it with me, Ailey. Fudenosuke. Fudenosuke. It's really flexible, and it gives you a lot of variation in the line, which is again what I really like about it. Now, typically pieces like this that are a circle, when I would have drawn it for the comic book, I probably would have gotten a circle template to make sure that it was right. But I'm trying to get him done here pretty quickly, so a lot of some freehanding. And it'll still look pretty good. Let's see. This is not positioned quite right, so I got to move where it goes. But as you can see, I'm already even ignoring some of the guidelines I've made. And I kind of feel like that's my prerogative as the piece comes around, comes around till it comes to life. If I feel like I've not got something quite where I want it to be, or the line is a little dead, and I want it to have more life, go ahead and change it.
Now, for the most part, when you were drawing the comic book, you really were working manually. You didn't do much digital work, right?
Very little.
But nowadays, you do a lot of digital work for pieces that you make. Most of them still include some manual drawing, but...
Most everything begins life on paper just like this. But I will incorporate more things, particularly if I know I'm doing the coloring. I will incorporate some more digital effects. You know, every once in a while, I'll take a photograph of something for texture. You know, I can put that in digitally. It works fast. You know, some of the things we're trying to do is come up with things that work well and work quickly, right? So this is that big brush that I was, that big marker I was saying that I use, and I don't recommend you use. I like it because it's really wet. It'll give me some really great organic lines. And very often, if I have it here, this is a makeup sponge. I'll actually mix it, put the ink on here, a little bit of saliva to thin out the ink, and I can use it to sort of smear and make some nice smoky effects. It's also great to use if I want to do some lighting on the head here. I can smear it, I can drag it. It gets me some nice grays very, very quickly. Oh, my dog is mad at somebody.
Hey.
Did you guys hear that? Do not mess with my dog, you guys. Let's see. Now, what I can do with this as well, I can pounce with it, which is like tapping. It used to be in the Renaissance days when guys were going to make a painting, a big one, great big painting. What they would do is they would make a little sketch of the painting they were going to make, and then they would draw a grid over it, and then on a big piece of paper they would draw another grid that was proportionally matched the small drawing. So let's say a 1-inch square on the small drawing might equal a 1-foot square on the big drawing. And then they would transfer the drawing off. And then what they did is they took a needle and they punched a bunch of little holes in the big drawing all over it, right? They outlined everything, and they would hold that drawing up to a bit of canvas or wood that they were going to make the final painting on, and they would take chalk in a bag, much like I was dabbing this, and they would stamp the drawing, and through those little holes the chalk would transfer onto the big piece of canvas or the piece of wood, and that would serve as the guideline for them to make their painting. So when I tap my ink on like this, like you're seeing me here, I always call it pouncing because That's what they called tapping on ink or chalk way back in the Renaissance age. I want to sound smart, you know.
That's not the only Renaissance reference you've ever put in a Bionicle content, right?
No, Ailey's trying to give me a chance to bail myself out here. So, as you guys know, maybe you don't, I think it was Bionicle number 11. There's a panel in there that the internet hated me for, and it's called the stick figure panel. If you guys know this one, let's see if I can show it to you here. I think it's in issue 11. This is Matoro after he's put on the Mask of Life. It's this one right here. I got so much hate mail for this panel. This is called, somebody dubbed this the stick figure panel. And it's what it's supposed to be is, if you read the story, Matoro puts on the Mask of Life and he has this sort of expansion of the mind where he becomes more living than ever, more in touch with life. He can sort of stretch out and touch the universe. And so I tried to draw him in the pose of the Vitruvian Man, which is a drawing that Leonardo da Vinci did of the human being, showing how the human being can sort of move and bend in sort of a mechanical manner. If I just said his name. If Da Vinci was trying to show man more as a machine, I was trying to show a machine more as a man. And I'm not sure that the young readers of Bionicle got it, but I'm telling you, that's what's happening in this panel. So, my art history, anybody who said they studied art history in college and never used it, let me tell you, I used it. And if I'm really going to be on my soapbox, the funny thing is, if you study art history in college, I don't know what jobs you use it for explicitly, but I found it very helpful in drawing comic books all the time. I learned a lot of vocabulary, which was very helpful. I can think of times when I was talking to an art director or an art collector and somebody was trying to describe what they wanted. I can say, you know, is it this? Do you want something that you think is maybe darker? Do you want more chiaroscuro? Do you want it to have more tenebrism? This vocabulary was very, very helpful for talking to people to figure out what it is they want out of their work. One of the notes that I used to get from Lego on the coloring, while I was still the colorist of the Lego, which wasn't for very long, they would ask for colors that popped more. And I would say, I have no idea what that means. And they just said, you know, we want it to be, and then they would kind of be at a loss for words. We want it to pop more. And I thought, well, I'll give you what you want. You know, do you want a different hue? Do you want a different value? You want a different saturation? And it took a while to sort of make sure that we communicated on the terms. But once we got that down, it was really easy for me to make art they liked better, give them what they wanted, and they could express themselves better. And the better I knew what they wanted, the better I could give it to them. It just sort of helped all around. If you're ever someplace and somebody's trying to sell you carpet, and they say, we have many other shades of carpet, you can sound like a smart aleck and tell them this is true. A tint is a color plus white. A shade is a color plus black. So sometimes people will show you something that's pink and they say, how do you like this shade? You can be a smart aleck and say, that's not a shade, that's a tint.
That would be very smart alecky.
I would be very smart alecky.
When you were talking, you did something very cool, which is that you used a Post-it note as a frisket to save your piece. Can you talk about that a little bit?
So very often, this is a technique that's used a lot more when people use like an airbrush or something like that. You can use a piece of paper or something to sort of block out the area you don't want the ink to get to, and it allows you to, rather than having to fill in line very quickly, you can mask it off, know you've got it masked off, and then paint over everything and peel the area off. A lot of times when people use a frisket, they'll get a piece of a big sheet of paper that's just slightly sticky. They'll paste it over the entire thing, and let's say they wanted to paint all of Vizon's head here, but not his eye. They'll put a piece of sticky paper, like a Post-it note, over this, and they'll cut out just where the eye is, peel the rest of the paper up, and leave the eye in there. Now, I didn't do it because my style is a little bit more forgiving. I can just hold mine in place. But I've used all kinds of different things to give myself. It's called a frisket when you do that, when you shield an area off. I've done all kinds of things to create my own fist friskets. Very often I'll use like my thumb, particularly if I'm using an airbrush or something like that. I'll just, cover up the piece I want as best I can, or I'll take it, if I want something like a broken rock, I'll take, here's what I'll do. I'll show you, you'll like this. I'll take a piece of paper and I'll just tear it in the shape I want. If I want like I've got a stalactite that can stick up. And what I can do is, I can't make this part dark, but I can make everything around it dark. So if I wanted to, I could have a stalactite stick up surrounded by like a dark background. And this is just how I'd make it. I did this a lot on the Bionicle book. So I've got that nice smoky broken background, and there's my highlight. And if I really want to add some depth to it, I can just have a couple little lines come up through it. There, that's how you make like a nice pointed cliff or something that sticks up out of the back. And then you can really get crazy with it because, like, look at this. If I wanted to, I can cut the inside of this out. See, again, this is an art lesson. I can put that in. I can move it over just a little from where it's supposed to be, right? And then I can pounce in lightly a little bit of shadow on the backside. See if this works. And then it has a little bit of rim light around it. It works just fine. And then it allows me to have that white channel. And very often I'll come in, use a white pen like this. This is a Presso correction pen. It has white paint on it. But I can have, sticks or something come out of here like a silhouette. And it'll give me a really nice effect. And it's how I'm going to draw a lot of his detail on here. So I've gotten to the point close to where it's time to bring this big white marker out, put some highlights back in. Let's see. This is the big broad tip. I'm using this to make some deep shadows in some areas. But honestly, this piece here, we're getting pretty far along. If this were for the comic book, I would consider this about 3/4 done. I'm going to add in some white highlights, and you're going to see it's going to really come alive.
Since not all of the Lego Bionicle characters had mouths.
Yeah.
Do you have any restrictions in terms of what kind of expressions you could put on characters?
You really couldn't play with that too much. So, their heads are something that I really can't bend or change too much. I mean, they really were, there were things I could play with and change the model on and things I couldn't. So we wanted expressions. And so I really relied a lot more on lighting. If people were scary, I had the light shine up on them, kind of like when you're in it's Halloween, you put the flashlight under your chin, right? That worked really well. Or if people were solemn, I'd have a direct light coming straight down on them, and the body language would be really kind of arms down to their side, like that. And then have their eyes be in shadow, things like that. But we really didn't get as much freedom to have them have emotions as you'd think. I could always push them just a little bit. A character that was angry, I could have the eyes squint a little bit more. Or surprised, I could open them a little bit more than normal. But you didn't want to get too far off model. Now here's where the white paint's going to come in. You guys are going to like this. Because this is going to create so much of my lighting. A little bump there. He doesn't really have one, but it makes for a nice sort of sense of depth there. The other thing is, this thing I'll do, I'm going to get the ink really thin on my fingers. Put a little bit down on his teeth right there, and it'll make them look a little bowed, which is kind of what I want. See this part that comes forward, and that does too? How about a little shadow on his teeth right there? There. Looking better. I'll cut these back in with some, I always call it cutting the light back in. I don't know where that comes from, but it cuts through the black, sort of breaks it.
Since you finished your runs on Bionicle, do you ever have opportunities to talk to other artists or any of the writers or anything about Bionicle?
I talked to Greg Farshey a little bit, you know, and Greg Farshey's not with Lego anymore, and it's kind of a drag because for me, it kind of ended it spoke to the end of an era. I mean, he was the Bionicle guy. I had an email exchange with Tom Grinberg one time. Tom Grinberg is a wildly skilled artist who's been drawing, I think, Tarzan for the Sunday newspaper. But he tried out for the job. I know that I beat him for the job. I'll just tell like it is. I was very fortunate. I don't know how many times I can beat that guy at anything. He's really good. But I remember writing him because I had seen his tryout piece. And I remember he kind of laughed. He said, I really wanted that job, and I was also relieved when I didn't get it. I said, tell me why. And he said, it sounded really exciting. It sounded good. He said, all the reasons why he would have enjoyed it. But he admitted they are demanding to draw. It was funny because I got the job, and he said, drawing that every day would be kind of like drawing a car engine every day. It's like it's so mechanical. And of course it's mechanical. We know that. But think about this. I just said this is a guy who's been drawing Tarzan. Mm-hmm. He's drawing leaves and trees and monkeys and rivers, and I'm all constantly drawing something that's mechanical. I'll tell you what, if he was able to draw these machines half as well as he draws Tarzan, it would have been awesome. I'm sure he's up to the task. He's just so skilled. For whatever reason, they were looking for a particular style, though, and I gave it to them. Let's see. Does Vizon, can he shoot Eye Blast? Does anybody know? I'm going to have this glow come from the other side. Now, what this is, I'm hoping that his other eye is glowing as well. So it looks like I'm just sort of smearing this with my hand, and I am, but it's giving me a nice kind of atmospheric glow around those eyes. A great way to really make anything look bright, this is my best secret, is make this other stuff around it dark. If I really want that eye to glow, let's blacken in a lot more of this. What is the light source? If it's that eye, then everything else has to be dark around it. You can see it's kind of coming together.
So there's debate on Vizon here. Somebody said no. Somebody said, I think he can. He had future vision.
Whoa!
No, he doesn't have eye beams, but his eyes definitely glow.
Well, the toy does light up, and I was proud to show, if you can see it, I think mine still works. Let's see. Look at that. Mine still lights up.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Apparently he traded the laser eyes for a cool cape.
I like, hey man, cape is pretty cool.
Especially if you're an artist, you can do a lot. You can do a lot with laser eyes, but you can definitely do a lot with a cape.
What do you guys think? Does this look like Vizon to you guys?
Folks are asking if you're going to scan this or do anything with it after the feed.
Seems like I should post it, doesn't it? You guys kind of want to see it. I'm putting a little bit of star glints on him here.
Liam is going to take care of reposting this whole feed, and then we'll also help people find examples of the layout you just did when it's finished on Monday. So
yeah, please do.
The organizers of World Bionic Day are so good and take care of everybody so well.
Yeah, they have. I've been delighted. It's just, I think Liam, is this the third year or the fourth year I've done this? I think I've been involved with it before, but I don't remember how many times. Also, when is there going to be a physical, in-person Bionicle convention? I want to come. You guys want me to come, don't you? I hope.
Takes a little bit for the feed to catch up, so I will keep you in the loop as folks respond. Third year now, says Liam.
Liam would know. Now, this looks fine. Watch this black line I'm going to put in here. It's going to add a lot of weight to the bottom of this.
Someone just said, I need a 10th glint. So.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Somebody's calling.
Somebody's.
I think this is just about done as it should be. That is what Benrak looks like. I might, just because I want it to be a little bit more solid, I think I'm going to put in a little bit more gray background around him just so you can sort of play against it. But let's take a look at him. There he is. It's the most Geiger-looking robot I've ever seen. He looks pretty good.
Take on an alien just fine.
Yeah, and now this is where I'd usually get to this, and I would come back and I'd say, were there any details I really wanted that I should have shown that didn't get included? I think I want that hole in his head to be cut out a little bit better. I might like that line to jump out a little bit better. So you can kind of tighten it up a little bit, just this last second. But this is looking pretty good. Do I have any questions or comments on this?
Lots of people are saying they'd buy prints of this, so that's exciting.
You're very kind.
And let's see, I'm trying to catch up with everybody.
By the way, everybody give Ailey a big thanks because she has her full job to do, not just take care of me.
Steven's been very helpful translating the feed back and forth too. So
I believe that. Well, there it is. Now you know what it's missing, don't you? Gotta sign it.
I was really hoping you were just going to sign it with the makeup sponge.
No, yes, you were. Let's see. And then what I did was I darkened in a big spot there. Why? Whoops. Because I want to sign it white.
Let's do this. You use your hand. You're fine.
There we go, you guys. And, as I always do, August 8th, 2023. World.
Actually, the 10th.
Oh, it is. What's wrong with me? It is the 10th.
This is the 8th month. That's what you were thinking.
Now we'll let that dry for a second. I will fix that. You know what? That's hardly. You guys got to see something that's probably much more endemic of what I do, and that is put something down that I'm very confident about in white paint only to, or put something confident down in black only to cover it in white paint. And I have to correct it. So that's what I'm going to do here. It's almost dry. Anyway, I really want to thank everybody for bringing me on. As a reminder, come see me Monday at 7:30. I'm going to have a lot of other Bionicle stuff you guys haven't seen. I got to show many things, but I had other art here that I wanted to show that I didn't even pull out. So we're going to show that. I'll get a good scan of this. I might even have this colored by then, which would be really cool, so you guys can see that.
And that'll be on your Facebook page, right?
On my Facebook page. I'm going to show it simultaneously on Instagram. So find me. It's Stuart Sager, just like my name says behind me. But let's take a look. And I'm going to switch my camera view. Hold this up. So how's that?
That would be smart.
So here's that. You don't need this big bright light. Am I feeding still, or did it freeze, you guys? This looks frozen.
Yes, it is frozen at the moment. I am not sure why. You look very concerned.
Yeah, I do. Wonder why it's doing that. Let's try this. Yeah, it's just frozen. What's going on here?
So weird. I don't know. Well, I could grab my phone. We could use it real quick. Give me a second.
Incredible.
Yeah.
What if I hit refresh? Is there a refresh?
There is a refresh.
Huh. Okay, well, I'm going back to the art camera. Is it still live? It is. Let's see.
Give me a second.
Oh, this is what I should have been doing all along. Look at this. I could have had my face up in the corner.
Oh.
but it's frozen. PC camera. What? How annoying. I was going to sign off and say goodbye to everybody. I don't know
Just
that I
give me
can.
just a second. I'll get there for you.
It's okay. I got an idea. Watch this. I'll bet this fixes it. See if I'm right. Look at that. It did.
Oh, great.
So, I want to be able to hold this up for everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Please come see me next or on Monday. There it is. I told you I like to work big. Let's get some light on it here. How's that? A lot of light. But there it is, big. That's how I tend to make these things. If you give me the opportunity to scan it, you'll get a much better picture of it for Monday. And as I said, I'm going to have other people to show, other pieces to show. I know that I'm going to be doing some comic book conventions. Please come see me at these things. Bring your Bionicle comic books. I'm happy to talk about them. I know there are a bunch of stories I didn't tell this time. I told some ones you guys had heard before, but I really want to be able to get to the drawing. Tell me what I left off, Haley.
I think that's pretty good. So, I think we've all had a great time, and we're so glad we get to be a part of this, right?
I got to tell you, I'm incredibly flattered. Since I got to work on Bionicle, I have drawn comics of the Transformers, The Walking Dead, Joker. I worked on the Man of Steel movie, the rock band Kiss, Alice Cooper, G.I. Joe. What did I leave off? Xena, Warrior Princess, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But I will tell you, and it's not a joke, it's no hyperbole, this job means so much to me that I got to work on Bionicle. It was the job that really sort of made my career, broke me out. Prior to this, I'd done a self-published comic book and had done a couple trading cards for DC Comics, but this was my regular gig. I remember having dinner with my parents and my sister, telling them that I got the job and that it was not a little thing. It was going to be what I do for this year and the next year. And to this day, I have fans who come up who tell me things like, I learned to read from your comic books, or I was excited to draw because of these. I know that this, probably more than any other project I worked on, was an introduction of comic books to really young fans. And so I'm really flattered if I was able to inspire you to collect comic books or build some sets that maybe I made up because I was not given any guidance on it. The number of people who've come and seen me at shows who've told me stories about reading Bionicle or collecting it when they were little has always meant a lot to me. I know that everybody who's ever given me a Bionicle drawing that they did when they were young, I've kept them. I still have them all. I know somebody made a Bionicle necklace for me. I still have that. The fact that I can be a part of something that is so loved means an awful lot to me. And I really want to thank you guys, Liam, especially, for bringing me back and having me be a part of this. I will absolutely be back for 2024.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. And wait, I heard there were some trading cards available for this. I got to get some of these trading cards. I need more than one. I need some. We may have to turn something like this into next year's card. What do you think? Is that a good idea, Liam? I think so. Let's do it. So thank you so much, you guys. Unless there are any last minute questions, I'm going to say goodbye and come see me. Go to stuartsager.com. It's right behind me. It'll tell you all the shows I'm attending. And really, definitely going to want to be back Monday at 7:30 for my live feed there. Because as I said, I'm going to show a lot that I didn't show here. And we're going to be selling some Bionicle comics and giving away a Bionicle drawing.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody.
Bye, everyone. Good night.